Section 33 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 33. There was no one in London of the world which had been William Massarene's highest heaven. The August sun shone on the flower beds of the parks in all their glory, and the poor forgotten plants which drooped in the balconies before shuttered windows, and the cats, forgotten also, mewed vainly in closed kitchens and behind iron railings, and the dogs, abandoned to servants and grooms, moped sadly in stable or basement yards, or, straying out into the streets and mews, were lassoed by the police or coaxed to their doom by the agents of experimental institutes. Catherine Masarene, all alone, stayed on at Harrington House, absorbed in the enormous work of examining her late father's papers. Her mother remained in the country, whither Catherine went from Saturday to Monday to see her. But all the other days of the week the inheritress of Mr. Masarene's wealth spent in tracing the sources of that poisoned and blood-stained Pactolus. He, like many another successful and masterful man, had never taken death into account, or he would have destroyed many of those written witnesses against him. As it was, he had kept everything partly from the sense of power which it gave him to do so, partly from the prudent sharpness of a business-man which made him never lose a letter, however insignificant, or destroy a signature, however unneeded. She could not understand all the meaning of these papers, but she understood much, enough to make her heart sick with shame, frozen with horror. She had always known vaguely that his fortunes had been obtained mainly through crimes which in the successful man's society has agreed to let pass as virtues. But she could now name, measure, analyze those crimes, and see them in all their entity, as drops of blood are seen under a microscope. Thus she became acquainted with all the steps which had conducted him from the straw of the cattle shed to the carpets of Harrington House. That small study in which he had kept locked all his ledgers, folios, banking books, and documents of every kind, seemed like a very charnel house to its new visitant. She had read very widely, she had thought a great deal, and to her clear and cultured intelligence, the true aims and objects of her father's life seemed as sordid and miserable as those of the ragged men whom she had seen in her childhood greedily washing river sand in tin pannikins in the hope of finding some gleam of gold, and ready to murder their bosom friend to secure a grain of the coveted metal. Among those papers was a letter written by the Suffolk immigrant for Robert Airlie. She read it, and it flashed across her mind that Robert Airlie had come to England and had killed her father. There was nothing to suggest it, nothing to prove it, but she had no more doubt of it than if she had heard the confession of the assassin. She telegraphed to Kerosene City to inquire where Robert Airlie was. It was telegraphed back to her that he had sailed for Liverpool on the 30th of May. Her father had been shot on the night of the 17th of June. She had no doubt after this that her inference had been correct, and it had not been murder but justice. Justice red-handed and rude, the lex talionis, but justice nevertheless. Through suggestions from the American police and Mazarin's manager, the same suspicions were entertained by Scotland Yard. But Robert Airlie was lost sight of on his arrival in London, and, as the woman of the eating-house held her peace and kept her own counsel, he remained untraced. She said nothing of what she found, and thought to her mother, and lived on in that state of isolated reflection and regret which can only be supported by those who are strong in character and independent of sympathy, but from which even they suffer greatly. She did not try to trace Robert Airlie. When she heard that he was suspected of the crime but could not be found, she was relieved to think that he was lost to sight. His seizure and trial would have been agony to her. The horror of her discoveries and the shame of them filled her with a feeling as of personal guilt. She looked worn, unwell, aged. She had nothing in her regard, in her manner, in her thoughts, of the sense of freedom and power which all would have expected her to feel in such an accession to immense wealth and entire liberty. She had no one to whom she could speak of anything which she felt. Lord Framlingham was in India, and he was the only person to whom she could have confided something of her anxieties, her shame, her uncertainty, what to do and how to bear the burden laid upon her. She knew that she must carry all her knowledge shut up in her own breast as long as she lived. It lay like a stone upon her, as did the inheritance of all this ill-gotten wealth. One day, when she was as usual in the little study poring over an old ledger, one of the servants brought her a card. On it was printed Earl of Hertsmansue. She was surprised, much surprised, but she remembered the letter her father had addressed to him. She hesitated some moments. If he came on his sister's business, could he not go to the lawyer? "Ask Lord Hertzmansue to be so good as to see the solicitors," she said to the servant, who returned in a few minutes with a reply that Lord Hertzmansue desired the favor of a personal interview. "Show him into the library, then," she said, much surprised. "I will come to him there." She put back the ledger in its place, closed the case which held it, and left the room, locking the door with that safety key which had never quitted her father's watch chain in his lifetime, and which she carried now always on her. She did not go to her room to see how she looked, as most women would have done. She did not even glance at one of the mirrors in the rooms through which she passed. She went as she was, looking very white, very worn, very stern in her close black gown, to the other end of the house where the library was. Hertzmansue was standing in the middle of the room. The light from one of the windows shone on his face hair. She saw that he too was very pale and appeared distressed and embarrassed. "You wish to see me, Lord Hertzmansue," she said coldly. "Would not the solicitors have done equally well?" "No," said Hertzmansue. His voice was harsh and unsteady. "I venture to beg of you not to make my errand known to your solicitors." She was silent. She sat down and motioned to him to do the same, but he remained standing. "You sent me a letter from your late father, Mr. Massarenes," he said. His voice seemed strangled in his throat. "I enclosed one some time ago, yes. I've only now received it. I have been away yachting. Nothing was forwarded." His words came with difficulty. He spoke like a man to whom what he is obliged to say is torture. "It does not concern me," she said coldly. "I have no wish to know what it contained." "You must know," said Ronald. "It contained a signature of my sister of Otterbourne, who, it appears from another paper enclosed with it, owed to your father the enormous sum of £12,000. Catherine was silent. She thought that probably the Duchess of Otterbourne had owed very much more than that to her father. Hertzmansue breathed heavily. He was overwhelmed with shame at what he was forced to say. "Apparently," he continued, "she owed this amount to Beaumont, the jeweler in the Rue de la Paix. Your father sent me Beaumont's receipt to him, and my sister's acknowledgment of her debt to him for the payment to Beaumont. She is now in Norway with the Bassenwaiths. But the two signatures make the matter quite clear. There is no necessity for any inquiry." He paused, struggling with an emotion which he feared would get the better of his manhood. Catherine saw that and affected her keenly. "He sent you those signatures," she said, as a sense of her father's cruelty dawned on her. "What a brutal, what an infamous thing to do. What a message from the grave." "Mr. Massarenes was quite within his rights," said Ronald stiffly. "Wholly within them. As my sister's husband is dead, I am the person to whom her creditors should apply. I blame him for lending her such a sum without my knowledge in his lifetime. It is impossible to say to you what I suffer in finding her. His voice broke down. For an instant he walked away to the window nearest him and looked out in silence. Catherine did not reply. She was thinking of the many times in her father's private account books in which Lady Kenilworth's name was written, the many slips in the old cheque-books in which there was also written in her father's hand, "Drawn self, passed to Lady K." What could she say? It seemed to her nothing, yet she felt acute sorrow for this proud, sensitive, honorable gentleman, who had the cruel humiliation of such a discovery and such a confession, after all his pride, his scorn, and his avoidance of her and of her parents. In another moment he turned back from the window and walked toward her. "I came to ask you, if you can, not to let your men of business know of this," he said more calmly. "I do not think there is any necessity for them to know. I regret unspeakably that I cannot repay this sum at once, but I am a poor man. In a month's time I hope to be able to do so. Meanwhile, if you can keep my sister's wretched secret, I shall be very grateful to you." Catherine rose and looked at him with some indignation and much sympathy shining in her large dark eyes. "Do you think, because I am his daughter, that I have neither decency nor honor? Do not take this matter so deeply to heart. If my father lent the Duchess money, she was, on her part, of great use to him. He owed his social position almost entirely to her assistance. I grieve more than I can say that he should have stabbed you from his grave like this, nor can I imagine why he did so, unless to avenge himself for your persistent refusal to be acquainted with us. A mean motive indeed, if it was his motive. Pray believe me, Lord Hertzmansue, your sister's name is safe forever with me, and as for repaying this money, do not think of it. The debt is not yours." Of my payment of it there must be no dispute, said Ronald quickly. It was a strictly business matter. Your father was a businessman. I would not ask even a day's delay were I not forced. I thank you for your promise of silence. It is more than I have deserved. He tried to put the matter on a business footing, to endeavor to treat his sister's receipt of money from Massarenes as though it had been a mere affair of agreement and mutual interest, but he was too frank to play a part, and he was conscious that he showed the shame, the disgust, the loathing which he felt for the false position of a woman so near to him. "Do not speak of money to me," said Catherine, with an intensity of feeling which surprised him. "I have passed nearly every day since my father's death in seeing how the riches he loved were put together. I loathe so utterly all he has left to me that I envy every work-girl who sews for daily bread in her garret. You said rightly on the road in Woldshire that such a fortune as ours is only amassed by wickedness and cruelty and fraud. If I could cast it from me as a toad its skin, I would not pause a moment before I did so, and fled from it forever." She was carried out of herself by the forces of feeling, which for an instant broke down her reserve and hurried her into eloquent and unstudied speech. Hertzmansu at any other time would have been moved to sympathy with her, but now he was too absorbed in his own humiliation and pain to have any perception of hers. "You will soon get reconciled to your burden, madam," he said, with a slight and bitter smile. "Do not fear, the world will help you to get rid of it. Allow me once more to thank you for your promise of silence. I am conscious that both I and she are unworthy of your clemency." Catherine's soul shrank within her. She felt all the recoil, the embarrassment, the revulsion of feeling of a reserved nature, which has unbent and revealed itself and finds its expansion unresponded to and misunderstood. She felt that he did not believe in what she had said in the least. "You have not heard your sister's defense," she said after a pause. "My sister's fables? I do not want to hear them. Her signature speaks for her. Besides, I can have the whole facts of the transaction from the jeweler. No ingenuity of hers can ever explain them away." "You are very harsh." "I am far from harsh, and of my harshness or my mildness you cannot be the judge." "Why not?" "Because you are the daughter of a man who knew nothing of honor or of its exactions, and that instinct is not acquired in a single generation." "Have 23 generations of nobility bequeathed it to your sister?" was the retort which sprang to her lips, but she generously and valorously kept it unspoken. Her white skin flushed hotly and painfully at the insult, which was to her what a blow would have been to a man. She did not resent, but she suffered intensely. What he had said was so completely the reflection of her own feeling that it seemed to burn itself into her brain like a branding iron. Oh, to have some of the stainless and valiant race with traditions of a past great and pure! What she would have given for that heritage of barren honor, which would have been, in her keeping, virgin and puissant, as a kingdom guarded against every foe. For an instant she was tempted to go and unlock the drawer in which all the memoranda of his sister's other debts were lying, and put them before him and say, did 1,000 years of nobility teach honor and honesty to her? But she resisted the temptation. He was humiliated and embittered, and this insolence of his speech was, she thought, to be forgiven to him. She said nothing in protest or defense, but there was that in her expression which touched him to repentance for his utterance. He felt that she had deserved better at his hands, though he could not bend his pride to say so. He was silent some moments, so was she, a silence of pain and embarrassment. At length, with a great effort, he forced himself to say to her, "I should not have said that. I beg your pardon. It was offensive." She made a slight inclination of the head as if to accept the apology. "You said what is generally true, I believe, but there may be exceptions." His apology could not efface the impression of his speech, which seemed like vitriol thrown in her face. The impression of pain which his speech left on her was so poignant that she felt as if it would never pass away. He was violently and bitterly prejudiced against her. He was incapable of being just to her. She seemed to him steeped in the villainy of all that ill-gotten gold in which she had her being. But he could not but acknowledge the dignity and simplicity of her attitude under insult, and he was conscious that he had insulted her grossly. After all, the disgrace of his sister was no fault of hers. She might be wholly in earnest when she said that she abhorred the wealth of which she was the sole possessor. He was tempted to believe that she was entirely sincere, but she was the daughter of William Massarenes. She was anathema maranatha. She bowed to suggest to him that his interview had lasted long enough. "Good day to you," she said coldly. "Good day," repeated Hertzmansu. "In a month's time you will hear from me. Meanwhile, forget if you can." Then he left the library. She remained standing beside the heavy table laden with choice octaves and the reviews of the month. She had been tempted out of her habitual silence and had opened a little window into her heart, and she regretted that she had done so, as, alas, we always do, for there is nothing which we regret so bitterly and pay for so heavily as the confidence we give. She was vexed with herself also that she had dismissed him so soon and so abruptly, that she had not endeavored to atone for that brutal action after death, that cruel legacy which her father had left in vengeance. She felt that he would pay the money back, if to do so he had to sell every rood of land he possessed, and she hated herself for having sent him, however innocently on her part, that barbed legacy of the dead. She understood how deep a wound it must have given to a man of the principles, the temperament, and the pride of Hertzman-Sue. "But he is unjust to me, unjust and hard," she said half aloud in her solitude. Meanwhile he, who had only returned to London an hour previously, took the tidal train to Paris, where he went forthwith to Beaumont. "What would you, my lord?" said Beaumont the following morning. "Madame la Duchesse sent that old fat common man to pay in her name, and he paid. It was no matter to me who paid. I wanted my money back. Yes, I lent it on the big jewel and the others. Illegal? Oh, ta, my lord. Of course all dealings with these pretty married ladies are great risks. We know that in business. That is why I was anxious to get back my money. If I had not had it, I should have gone to law. Perhaps my title to it was unsound, as you say. Perhaps it was. But Madame, votre sœur, had the money from me. She could not have denied that in a law court, and great families do not like scandals which touch them. Ah, no, my lord. Noblesse oblige, we know." And Beaumont smiled softly with a very sweet, sub-ironic inflection of the voice as he sat handling some uncut stones in his bureau which looked on the garden. From him, Hertzman-Sue obtained the certainty of what he had suspected from the moment that he had received Mazarin's posthumous letter, that his sister had not had the Otterbourne jewels in her possession when he had asked her for them. Heaven and earth, the duplicity of women, he thought as he passed along the sunny Paris streets, with a heart as heavy as lead in his breast. His sister, his blue-eyed Sourisette, his favorite from her nursery days, was no better than a thief. No better than any wretched woman of the streets whose soutenir might strike him with a knife in the gloaming that evening. From Beaumont's he went to Boussaud at Valadon's, and after an interview with that famous firm, returned to his favorite place of Faldon, where he had a small collection of old Flemish and Dutch pictures brought together in the previous century by his great-grandfather. They were not in the entail, and he had always been at liberty to sell them, but he had never been tempted to do so, for he was attached to the paintings, and he liked to see them hanging in the oval room with a north light, where they had been for over 100 years. He abhorred selling things. All his economies had been effected without selling anything, only by refraining from buying, which is an unpopular method. Dilettanti and dealers had all alike hinted to him that those pictures were worth a great deal, and that it was a pity to keep them in a secluded country place on the edge of the Atlantic, but he had always turned a deaf ear to such suggestions. Now, he said to himself, the pictures must go. He had nothing else in his possession which would fetch a 10th part of his sister's debt to William Mazarine. He was even afraid that the pictures would fail to realize the whole amount. But he asked for that amount, and after some demur the price was accepted. The pictures were well known, and the money would be paid down, on their delivery in Ireland, to the agent of the great Paris house. It was a matter easily concluded, but one which cut him to the quick. However rapidly and privately it had been arranged, the facts of the sale would not, he knew, be kept out of the newspapers. Paragraphs would appear in all the social and artistic journals to the effect that Lord Hertzman-Sue had sold his Dutch and Flemish collection of petites matières. Every misfortune is nowadays doubled and trebled by the publicity given to it in the press, which turns the knife in our wounds and pours petroleum on our burning roof-tree. He would also be unable to explain to his friends why he sold them. He would appear like any other of the spendthrifts and idiots who sent to the hammer their libraries and pictures. No pressure would ever have forced him to make such a sale for his own pleasures or his own necessities. To a sensitive and proud man, the comment which it would excite was worse to endure than all the blows of adversity. "So you have sold your pictures after all," 1,000 tongues would say to him, and society would say that Ronnie had become like other people at last. They are so silly, so unutterably silly, those flippant sneers of our acquaintances, and yet they irritate and wound like mosquitoes. But he accepted these inevitable consequences, and he went to Faldon, and saw them packed with his own eyes, and with his own hands placed in its wooden case with tender care a little flaxen-haired maiden spinning of mirrors, which when he had been a child he had always called the portrait of his wife. It was a cruel sacrifice to an unworthy object when the pictures went from their places and the red sunset light coming over the Atlantic billows shone on the blank walls from which they had been torn. Truly have the Rosny spoken of the semi-humanité des choses, the sympathetic companionship which we feel in those cherished things of our homes, wound as they are about the roots of our fondest memories, of our longest associations. 2 days later, Catherine Masarene received a check on Coutts signed Hertzmann-Sue for the amount which her father had paid the jeweler, plus the interest at 5% for 2 years. It was enclosed with the compliments of the sender. A week later, she saw in an art journal the announcement of the sale to the Paris dealers of the Dutch and Flemish collection of Falden Castle. It seemed to her as if her father's spirit rose from the tomb in malignant power for evil. She put the check in one of the iron safes in the little study and turned the key on it. He might send her the money in what way he could not make her take it, but she had forgotten that this stubbornness might equal and even exceed her own. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 34. In the month of August, Lord Wroxall, who was at Arcachon with his wife, ostensibly for health, in reality to cut short the expenses of a season in town, received amongst his correspondence a letter in a black-edged envelope, addressed in a clear, firm handwriting which was unknown to him, and bearing the postmark of his own country town, that town which William Massarene's funeral had recently passed through in such pomp and glory. The letter astonished him, and he read it twice, incredulous of its meaning and wondering vaguely if it were genuine. It was dated from Val Royal, and worded thus: "My dear Lord Randall, pardon me that I have not earlier replied to your very kind letter of condolence on the terrible death of my father. Under his will, I unfortunately became sole owner of all he possessed. He purchased this estate of Val Royal of you, and I inherit it with the rest. I do not think we have done any harm here. We have perhaps done some material good, but the people on the estate dislike us and despise us. I quite understand and do not blame their feeling. I like and respect it. They are as faithful to you as Highlanders to Charles Edward. I cannot remain here, for neither my mother nor I care to reside amongst a justifiably disaffected population. My poor father bought your estate at a fair price, no doubt, but it will never be morally or righteously ours. There are some things of which no amount of money can legalize the sale to a sensitive conscience. Will you do me a favor? Will you buy it back? I should only require half the purchase money, and should be much obliged to you to let the other half remain on mortgage on the estate. I believe the value of land is decreased since he bought it, and of course you would have a valuation taken. Or I should be happy to comply with any other conditions which might be more suitable to you. In any way, if you will take it off my hands as soon as the law permits me to dispose of it, I shall be greatly indebted and relieved of a heavy burden, for no one can do any good on a property where all the occupants of the soil are their enemies. So entirely is my mother, as well as myself, convinced of this fact, that we shall leave the place never to return to it in a few days' time, and the house will remain closed. I hope that you will before long go back to it. I remain, sincerely yours, Catherine Masarene." He was breakfasting under the pine trees. His wife was opposite to him at a small round table. The letter astonished him and affected him. He discerned the generosity which was ill-concealed under its effort to make the offer seem to the advantage of the writer. When he had pondered over it for some minutes, he passed it over the table to his companion. "She would give it to us if she dared," he said as his wife took it. She read it quickly at a glance, as women do read, and looked up, the color rising in her face, her eyes radiant with hope. "Oh, Gerald, can you do it?" "Do you care so much?" said Wroxhall. His own voice was unsteady. Lady Wroxhall leaned her elbow on the table and covered her eyes with her hand to hide her emotion from the passers-by in the hotel garden. "I would not tell you all I have suffered. I tried to conceal it. If it were only to have left the grave of Lilias to strangers." "You good little thing, to have been so silent," said Wroxhall, touched and grateful. "Shall we go back, Gerald?" his wife murmured, her heart beating with mingled fear and hope. "I think I could do it," answered Wroxhall. "At least, if it is fair to take her offer. One must not come over this young woman because she is generous. Yes, I think with great pinching we could do it." "I would live on bread and water all my life to go back," said his wife with a force he had never known in her. "I ought never to have sold it," said Wroxhall, his thoughts reverting to his cousin's wiles. He took up the letter and read it again. "She would like to give it to us," he said a second time. "How very odd that such an unutterable cad as that man Massarenes was should have such a daughter. I think I had better go to London to-night and see our lawyers. I will get the old place back somehow, if it's fair to her." "Yes, one must be fair to her," said his wife, and added with remorse, "and to think how rude I have always been to her. I turned my back on them, all three, at the late state concert, just a week before the man was assassinated." Wroxhall laughed, and got up to go and look at the railway timetable, and she rose too, and to avoid her many acquaintances went to walk by herself in the woods and commune with her own heart, and her longing to return to Vale Royale, and her wistful memories of her little dead child, Lilias. She was a gentle, brave, tender-hearted woman, who had suffered much, and concealed her sufferings courageously from both her husband and her world. At the end of that month, Catherine Massarenes had ceased for a time her painful self-imposed task, and gone down to Bournemouth, where she had taken a house for the autumn and winter, a villa in a pine wood which looked on to the sea. It was a pretty place, but to her mother it seemed a poor nutshell after the spaciousness and splendour of Harrington House and Vale Royale. The diminished establishment, the comparatively empty stables, the loss of Richmond and his satellites, were at once a relief and an offence to her. "One would think poor William had been sold up, and we was living on my savings," she said in indignation. "My dear mother, you could not keep up this place under 3,000 a year," said her daughter. "And what's that to us as had millions?" asked her mother. Catherine thought of the primary plank hut in Kerosene City, but she saw that her mother was in no mood to remember those primitive times. The Bournemouth residence was really pretty, and had a simple elegance in it which was due to a great painter whose whim and pleasure it had been, and it was a fitting retreat for two women in deep mourning. But Margaret Massarenes chose to consider it as a mixture of workhouse and prison. Her fretfulness and incessant lamentation made her companionship very trying, for it was the kind of obstinate discontent which no arguments can struggle with any chance of success. One fine dim balmy morning, when the smell of the sea blended strongly with the scent from the pine woods, Catherine was alone in the large room which had been the painter's studio, and was now set aside for her own use, reading the still voluminous correspondence from her agents and solicitors. A young footman, who had not the perfect training which Mr. Winter had exacted in his underlings, opened the door and ushered in unannounced a tall fair man, who stood in hesitation on the threshold. "Lord Herstmencio, ma'am," said the young servant, and shut the door behind the visitor's back. Catherine looked up from her heavily laden writing-table, and was vexed to feel that she changed colour. "My mother and I do not receive," she said with some embarrassment. Herstmencio came across the room and stood on the other side of the table. "You have not drawn the cheque which I sent you on Coots," he said abruptly. She answered merely, "No." "And why not?" "Because I do not choose to take that money." Herstmencio's face grew red and very stern. "You insult me, Miss Massarenes." "I do not mean to do so," said Catherine gently. "I begged you not to send it to me. My father, I am certain, never expected the Duchess to repay it." "That is very singular language. Do you mean that your father was on terms with my sister, which would justify him in making her such gifts?" She was silent. That was her meaning, but she could not say so. "If you do think it, you must cease to think it," said Ronald. "If there were any man in your family—" Catherine looked him straight in the eye. "Pray do not let the fact of my sex influence you. I dare say I have many male relatives, but they are, I believe, navvies and colliers and labourers and the like, who would not be foemen worthy of your patrician steel." She spoke with a certain cold and careless contempt which brought the blood to his cheeks. "You have a full right to condemn my sister, but not to suppose what you do not know," he said with some embarrassment. "The debt was a matter of business. As a matter of business I treat it, and refund the money to you, who are the sole living representative of the dead creditor." "There are many debts due to him. I have cancelled them all. They are all due from persons of your great world. He thought their suffrages worth buying. I do not. And I think the people who sell oranges and apples in the street are superior to those who sell their prestige, their patronage, or their company." Husmenso winced as he heard her, like a high-mettled horse flicked with the whip. "I am wholly of your opinion," he said coldly. "But in this instance the debt is paid so far as a debt ever can be, and you are bound to take the payment of it. You are not bound to preserve silence on the matter, but if you do so, you will make me grateful." "I have told you that you may be certain of my silence," she said with some impatience. "That is elementary honor which even I, low-born as I am, can understand." "Honor does not require silence of you," said Husmanso, "but such silence will be a charity to us." "Call it what you will," she replied curtly. "You may count on it." "If you are a gentlewoman, madam," he added in his coldest and most courteous manner, "you must also understand that you render my position insupportable unless you accept that money." She did not immediately reply. She had not thought of the matter from his point of view. She reflected a little while, not looking at him. Then she said, briefly, "Very well, it shall be as you wish." "I thank you," he said, with embarrassment, and after a pause added, "I thank you exceedingly." Then he bowed distantly, and left her without any additional words. She sat in the same place for many minutes, looking out over the grey sea which gleamed between the stems of the pines. Then she rose and went to a dispatch box, in which she had placed all his sister's letters to her father, all proof of sums received by her, and all William Massarenes' counterfoils of cheques passed to her, and also the worthless bills of Cocky. She put all these together in a large envelope, sealed it carefully, and sent it registered to the Duchess of Otterbourne at the post-office of Bergen, where she knew that the steam yacht in which that lady had gone to Norway was at anchor. She thus put it out of her own power for ever, and out of the power of any who might come after her to prove the shame of Husmanso's best-beloved sister. "He will never be dishonoured through us," she thought. The voice of her mother startled her and jarred on her. "That's a handsome man as is gone out just now," said Mrs. Massarenes. "'Tis the Duchess's brother, ain't it?" Catherine assented. "He's his sister's good looks," said Mrs. Massarenes. "But he never would know poor William. May one ask what he come about, my dear?" "Only some business of his sister's," replied her daughter. "He was always mighty high," said Mrs. Massarenes. "I hope you're stand-off, too. Let him feel as you're your father's daughter." Catherine shuddered in the warm, pine-scented, sea-impregnated air. Mrs. Massarenes, since the tyranny under which she had been repressed so long had been removed from her, was a more self-asserting and self-satisfied person. Her deep crape garments lent her, in her own eyes, majesty and importance, despite the slur which the will had cast upon her. She was William's widow, a position which seemed to her second to none in distinction. Death did for her lost spouse in her eyes what it often does for the dead with tender-hearted survivors. It made his cruelties dim and distant. It made his memory something which his life certainly had never been. That burial by peers and princes had been as a cloud of incense which was for ever rising about his manes. Royalty would not have sent even its youngest and smallest officer of the household to represent it at any funeral which had not been the wake of all the virtues. Those towering heaps of wreaths had been in her view as a cairn burying out of sight all her husband's misdeeds and brutalities. As ill luck would have it, Daddy Gilwyn, who was staying at Cowes, crossed over to Bournemouth that morning to see an invalid friend. He was sauntering along in his light grey clothes, his straw hat and his yachting shoes, when, as he passed the garden gateway of the villa which Mrs. Massarenes had hired, he encountered Ronald coming out of it. "Ah, dear boy," he cried in his pleasantest manner, "making it up with the heiress, eh? Quite right, quite right. Pity you've been so stiff-necked about it all these years." Hurstmanso was extremely annoyed at this undesirable meeting, but he had nothing that he could say which would not have made matters worse. "Where did you spring from, Daddy?" he said impatiently. "You are always appearing like a jack-in-the-box." "I make it a rule to be where my richest and laziest fellow creatures most congregate," replied Daddy, "and that in the month of August is the Solent. But come, Ronnie, let out a bit. You know I'm a very old friend. What are you doing down here if you're not paying court to Miss Massarenes?" "I am certainly not paying court to Miss Massarenes," replied Hurstmanso, very distantly. "I was obliged to see her on business." "Ah, business is a very good antechamber to marriage," said Daddy with a chuckle. "It may be. I remain in the antechamber." "Tut, tut! Of course you say so. You are really becoming like other people, Ronnie. I see you have sold your pictures." "Is that anyone's affair but mine?" "Well, yes, I think so. A sale is everybody's affair. There's nothing sacred about it. I always told you they were wasted at Falden. Nobody saw 'em but spiders and mice." Hurstmanso was silent. "What an uncommunicative beggar he is," thought Daddy, "when one thinks that I've known him ever since he was in knickerbockers with his hair down to his waist." "Is it true that Wroxhall buys back Vale Royale?" he asked. "Ask Wroxhall," said Hurstmanso, "and I fear I must leave you now and walk on faster to the station." But Gwillian held him by the lappet of his coat. "They do say," he whispered, "that she's almost given it to him. You must know. Now do be frank, Ronnie." "Frankness does not necessitate the discussion of other people's affairs. Ask Wroxhall's wife. She is at Cowes. Or go in and ask Miss Massarenes. You know her." He disengaged himself with some difficulty from the clinging hold of Gwillian's white wrinkled fingers, and went onward to the station to go to Southampton, where his yawl was awaiting him. Daddy looked at the gate of the villa. Should he ring? No, he thought not. She was an unpleasant woman to tackle, hedgehoggy and impenetrable. She would be capable of saying to him, as Hurstmanso had done, that Wroxhall's affairs were no business of his. She was one of those unnatural and offensive persons who, having no curiosity themselves, regard curiosity in others without sympathy, and even with disapproval. Daddy, feeling ill-used and aggrieved, turned down a lane bordered by rhododendrons and eucalyptus, and went to lunch with his sick friend, to whom he imparted sotto voce the fact that he thought Ronald would come round and marry Miss Massarenes. "He's always been such a crank," added Daddy. "But he's begun to sell. That looks like coming to his senses. Doing like other people." "It is certainly doing like many other people," said his sick friend with a sad smile, for he had seen his own collections go to the hammer. When Gwillian, a few hours later, went comfortably back over the water in a steam launch to East Cowes, he reflected as he glided along on what he had heard. Being a sagacious person, he connected the sale of the Falden pictures with a visit to Catherine Massarenes. "He's either paying some debt of his sister's, or he's helping Wroxhall to buy back the place. He's such a confounded fool, he'd give his head away, and I dare say the young woman is sharp about money. Wouldn't be her father's daughter if she wasn't." So he came very nearly to the truth in his own mind as he sat in the launch, whilst it wound in and out among the craft and the roads. It was no business of his, but Daddy Gwillian had always found that guessing what hands other people held was the most amusing way of playing the rubber of life, at least when you are old and only a looker-on at the tables. "They do say she's almost given it to him." The words rang in Ronald's ears as he went on board his old yawl, the Dianthus, and crossed to the island. Wroxall had not spoken to him of the matter. He only knew what was, by that time, table talk, that Val Royale was to return to its original owner so soon as the law permitted Catherine Massarenes to dispose of any portion of her inheritance. Meantime, the house was closed. Wroxall had not sought him on the subject, and he felt that if they discussed it, they would probably quarrel, their views would be so different. It was very bitter to him that any member of his family should again be indebted to the Massarenes fortune. It seemed as if the very stars in their courses fought against his will. Why had not Wroxall simply replied to her overtures, as he himself would have replied, that the sale of the estates, once having been made, could not be annulled? As it was, all the world was talking of her generosity. It was intolerable. She had meant well, no doubt, but Wroxall should have taught her, as he had taught her, that men who respect themselves cannot receive that kind of favours. "Why did you let him accept the return of the property, Elsie?" he said to Lady Wroxall, whom he saw on the club terrace at Cowes as soon as he had landed there. Lady Wroxall coloured a little. "Perhaps I should not have done so. But, oh, my dear Ronald, I shall be so rejoiced to go back. It was very good of Miss Massarenes to offer its release," she added, "so rude as we have all of us been to her." "You cannot be rude any more," said Hurstmonceux. "You have sold your freedom of choice for a mess of pottage. You have accepted this lady's favours. You must embrace her in return if she exacts it." "How irritable Ronald has grown," thought Lady Wroxall. "He used to be so kind and sweet-tempered. I suppose it is his having to sell his pictures that sours him. I wonder why he did sell them." Hurstmonceux, before he went on board to sleep that night, wrote a letter at the Royal Yacht Squadron Club, which it cost him a great effort to write. "But it's not fair for all the generosity to be on her side," he thought. "We must look like a set of savages to her. We have not even the common decency to thank her. Madam, circumstances, on which it is needless for me to dwell, make it impossible for me to have the honour of any intercourse with you in the future. But do not think that I am, for that reason, insensible to the nobility, generosity, and kindness which you have displayed in your dealings with more than one member of my family, and the forbearance you have shown to one wholly unworthy of it. For the silence you have kept in the past, and have offered to preserve in the future, I pray you to accept my sincere gratitude. I beg to remain, madam, your obedient servant, Hurstmonceux." This letter brought tears to the eyes of the woman to whom it was addressed, although she was but very rarely moved to such emotion. "Why should we be strangers?" she thought. "Because of the sins or the crimes of others." She drew the cheque which he had sent her on his bankers, but she gave, at the same time, a commission to a famous art agent in Paris to buy back the Dutch and Flemish pictures of the Fulton collection from the dealers who had purchased them, and on no account to let her name appear in connection with the purchase. Why should an honest and gallant gentleman lose heirlooms because his sister had been as venal as any courtesan of ancient Rome or modern Paris? How she would be able ever to restore them to him she did not know. Meantime she saved them from the hammer. She thought that she would leave them to him by will, in case of her own death, with reversion to the National Gallery, if he refused to accept them and to restore them to their places at Fulton. End of chapter 34. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 35 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 35. At the head of a Norwegian fjord, where the tents of a gay and aristocratic party of travellers had been pitched on the green sward for a merry month or two of fishing and shooting and canoeing, the post-bags were brought up the valley on the back of a stout mountain pony one fine cold day at the end of the sporting season. Sir Henry Bassenthwaite, leader and host of the expedition, was a newly made baronet, a very rich brewer, one of those persons who bear with them a trail of electric light and a cloud of gold dust as they rush through unsophisticated lands which they annoy by their impertinence, and console by their expenditure. Sir Henry took the letter-bags, untied them, unsealed them, and distributed their contents to his party. "A round dozen for you, Duchess," he cried gaily, as he held them above his head. The Duchess of Otterbourne, who was seated on the turf, leaning against a boulder, grey with lichens, amongst the cloudberry, with her rod and quill beside her, and a little court of men round her, received her letters with that quickening of the pulse, under apprehension, which was frequent with her since she had been taught to tremble by William Masserene. The dread of a posthumous retaliation was always upon her. She never now saw a closed envelope without an inward shiver of apprehension. Instinctively she rose and walked a little distance with her back to her companions, and stood still on the edge of the foaming, crystal-clear, noisy river into which a little while before she had been throwing her line. She broke the seals with unsteady fingers. She hastily scanned assurances from Whiteleaf that the children were well. Then she took up the rest of the correspondence, and her heart stood still as she saw a large packet sealed with 6 large black seals, and addressed to her in a handwriting which she knew at a glance to be Catherine Massarenes. There must be some message from the dead at last. Out of the linen-lined envelope there fell many letters in her own handwriting, and the counterfoils of many cheques made out to her own name and signed W.M., and many others marked, drawn self, passed to Lady K. There were also bills signed by Cocky. Then she understood. The daughter of William Masserene knew all, or at least knew much, and must guess what she did not know. She turned cold with fear. The whirling water made her giddy. She gasped for breath and clutched the stem of a young rowan tree. She, who had but scanty belief in generosity, wondered how many signatures of hers might not have been kept back by the sender. Of all these things of the past she had, herself, but the most confused recollection. In the early time, when Billy had been as pactolus to her insatiable thirst, she had never kept any account of all she drew from him directly or indirectly. But whether all which compromised her were restored or not, the main fact remained the same. His daughter must know. And the signatures concerning the diamonds, where were they? Catherine Masserene might or might not have restored all the rest, but she had not sent her those. Where were they? Those which mattered most of all. It was mere mockery of her fears to send her back all these others, and withhold from her the proofs of the transaction with Beaumont. It was cruelty, odious, tantalizing, cat-like cruelty, playing with her only to humiliate and degrade her more. I always tried to be pleasant with her, and she never would respond, she thought, with that sense of never being the least at fault herself, which so happily consoled and sustained her at all times. She heard steps approaching, and she tore with frantic haste, in little bits, all her own letters and receipts, and Masserene's counterfoils, and flung them with the black-sealed envelope into the boiling stream, which, eddying amongst its rocks, swallowed them under spray and foam. The trout leapt up, alarmed, from the upper water. The field-fares and redwings flew up frightened from the cloudberry bushes. The camp ponies tethered near whinnied nervously. "What a destruction of correspondence," said the voice of Sir Henry. "What have the writers done to you, Duchess?" With that marvellous power of self-command which the habit of the world teaches, she turned to him and laughed a little. "All advertisements. And 6 sheets from Fraulein Hayes about the children. Such a disappointment. The envelope looked so imposing." For a clever liar at a pinch commend me to Cocky's widow, he thought. When a few days later the whole party, warned by a snowstorm, rode down the mountains and through the meadows to Bergen, to rejoin Sir Henry's schooner, which was in harbour there, she, who was the gayest and noisiest amongst them, thought of nothing but of those 2 missing signatures. To have had the others returned was useless, whilst these two were out of her hands and in the power of someone unknown. She felt anxious to get to England, though what to do when she should be there in this matter she could not tell. Tell the truth for once, perhaps, that last refuge of the desperate, in an appeal to Catherine Massarenes' mercy. When she went on board the XXXVIII boat, a fine vessel, which had gone all around the world, Sir Henry met her cheerfully. He had preceded the party by 2 hours. "Here's a pleasant surprise, Duchess," he cried. "Your brother's yacht's in the roads. She was signalled this morning." "The Dianthus?" she asked, startled and dismayed. "The Dianthus? Yes," he replied. "You will have some message, no doubt, soon. It is a surprise, hey?" "A very great surprise," she answered. "I thought Hurstmonceux was in the Irish Channel." XXXVIII was astonished at her evident vexation. Under the plea of fatigue, she went to her cabin. She was alarmed beyond expression. That intuition which does duty for wisdom in many women told her that her brother had the missing signatures, that it was on their account that he had come into the North Seas. William Masserene was dead. Would the ghost from his grave never cease from pursuing her? She felt chilly and ill-used. It was dinner time. She was obliged to laugh and talk and look her best. The German Emperor's yacht was in the harbour. There were fireworks, illumination of the shipping, bands played. The XXXVIII schooner was a blaze of light and fire. There was dancing on deck. The Kaiser came on board and was very pleasant. She had to appear to enjoy it all, while her heart grew sick as she gazed past the lights outward to the darkness of the offing to where they said that the Dianthus was riding at anchor. Early next morning they announced to her that a message had come for her. One of her brother's men had brought a note. It was extremely brief, and requested her to come to him by the boat he sent. She wrote in answer, "The XXXVIII hope you will come and lunch. We weigh anchor at 3 o'clock. I cannot come to you." When Hurstmonceux received this answer by his sailor's hands, he was pacing his deck in great anger to see his boat returning without her. He did not know the XXXVIIIs. He did not wish to know them, and at this moment of all others he could not have endured to meet her before strangers. He wrote again, "I desire you to come in my boat. I am here only to see you. I have your signature and Beaumont's," and sent his sailors back to XXXVIII's schooner. It was no more than she had expected, but she felt as if all the ice of the pole were drifting down and closing on her when she saw his men returning. She dare not disobey the summons. She went in the boat from the Dianthus. "I wonder what she'll hear when she gets there," said XXXVIII to his wife. "Nothing pleasant, I suspect. He is an odious man," said his wife. "He thinks the courses of Falden were made before Adam." The dispatch of the letters and receipts from Catherine Masserene had, in a measure, prepared her for worse to come. She had not for a moment attributed the sending of them to a movement of generosity. She had supposed that Billy's daughter took that form of vengeance as the simplest and the easiest, and she did not hope for an instant that the secrets contained in that packet would be respected. Therefore, she was the less surprised, though the more alarmed, when the curt command of Hurstmonceux was brought to her. She immediately concluded that Catherine Masserene had been his informant against her. She was not an instant alone after his message came to reflect on what course she should pursue, and could only trust to her usual good fortune to bear her through this crisis, as it had borne her through many another. But as the boat threaded its course through the craft in the roads, she felt a sharper terror than she had ever known, even in the presence of William Masserene, as she saw across the water the well-known lines of the old yawl. When she reached the yacht at the entrance of the roads, she found, to her surprise, that Hurstmonceux was not on deck to receive her. "Is my brother unwell?" she asked of his skipper. "No, madam," answered the old man. I was to ask your grace to be so good as to go below. She went down the companionway. Hurstmonceux rose in silence and closed the door on her of his cabin when she had entered. He had felt it impossible to force himself to meet her before his crew. She endeavoured to laugh. "How very tragic you are," she said, mastering the great fear which froze her blood. "And how extremely rude." "I have your signatures," he said, as he stood before her in the plain little cabin, of which the only ornaments were 2 large photographs of Falden and a sketch by Watts of his mother. "I suppose if you have them, you have thrown away a great deal of good money in getting them, and you might have spent it better," she replied with airy nonchalance. He was so astounded at her levity, indifference, and insolence that for some moments he was mute. "I don't like being ordered about like this," she continued. "It looks very odd to the Bassenthwaites. Why didn't you come to luncheon? You could have talked to me afterwards on deck. When did you see the children?" A great oath broke from his lips. "Have you no decency? No conscience? Do you not understand? Amongst his papers, a letter of Massarenes was found to me. It contained your signature to him for £12,000 plus interest, and another signature to Beaumont, the jeweller with whom you placed the Otterbourne jewels in pawn." His word said all. He expected to see her overwhelmed by shame, but she preserved her equanimity. "You might have sent them to me without coming out to Bergen," she said with impatience. She spoke with her usual tone, a little more impertinently than usual, but her lips were very pale. "What did Billy tell you?" she added between her teeth. She felt sick with fear. "Mr. Masserene told me nothing. Beaumont, whom I saw subsequently, told me everything." She breathed more freely. Billy might have done worse than he had done. Beaumont, of course, knew nothing except the fact of this debt and its payment. She sat down in a low reclining chair and leaned back in it, and put her coat with its big gold buttons and wild rose perfume on the cabin table. "Did you come out here only to say this?" she asked in a very bored tone. She wondered why she had been so terrified, and tortured herself. Whatever Ronald knew, he would not say to others. Her attitude, her tone, her surpassing insolence and coolness broke the bonds of his patience. The storm of his wrath and of his scorn burst. He spoke as had never thought to speak to any woman. All the pain and humiliation he had suffered through her, of which he had been able to say no word to any living soul, found outlet in a flood of furious reproach. She listened, indifferent, taking a cigarette off the cabin table and lighting it from a fusee box which she carried in the breast pocket of her serge jacket. The whole thing was odious to her in its recollection, but it was past. Masserene was in his grave, and had taken her secrets with him, except as regards her debts. Ronald might rave as he would not kill her, and he would not expose her to other people. It was a wretched scene to have to go through, but after all, scenes only take it out of one. One doesn't die of them. So she sat still, swaying gently to and fro and smoking, while the bitter shame and suffering which her brother expressed rolled like a tempest over her head and left her unmoved, unrepentant. "To think that you came of my blood, that you had my name," he said, with hot tears scorching his eyes. "To think that you were once a little innocent child whom I carried about in my arms at Falden. You are a mass of lies, a tissue of infamy. Your very breath is falsehood. You have not even such common shame and honesty as we may find in the poorest women of the streets. Poor Otterbourne said once to me that your influence was a moral phylloxera. How true! Good God, how true! They tear up and burn the tainted vines. We ought to slay such women as you." She laughed a little, but her eyes flashed fire. "A moral phylloxera! I never knew poor Poodle say anything so clever. How long is this scene to last? I really see no good in it. It seems to relieve your feelings, but it offends my taste. You appear to forget that though you are my children's guardian, you are not mine. I am the head of your family and your trustee. I know, and you can annoy me in any way about money, as you always have done. But here your power ends. I should not have been obliged to have recourse to others if you had showed more feeling for my position, but you never showed me any sympathy. I saw in the English papers that you had sold the petits maîtres. Why did you not sell them before and give the proceeds to me? He looked at her in silence. It was the same thing with the jewels, she continued. You could have induced the others to leave them with me until Jack's majority, but instead of that, you talked high-flown stuff about the law and your duties, and you cared nothing at all what injury and difficulty you caused to me. He was still silent. She took another cigarette, lighted it, and again continued. You blame me for what I did. I did what I could. When the hare runs for her life, she doesn't look where she goes. The diamonds are none the worse for being with Beaumont. They are quite safe with him. If my husband had lived, nobody would have known anything about the transaction. His death, immediately on his succession, was disastrous in every way. Do you mean that your husband was aware of this loan? Yes, certainly, she said a moment later without hesitation, for Cocky could not contradict her. It was his idea, first of all. It could not have been his idea to borrow of Mr. Masserene, for that transaction took place 2 months and a half after his death at Staghurst. He would have thought it a very good idea if he'd been alive, she said, with her short, satirical little laugh. She was afraid of little now, for she saw that her brother knew nothing beyond the mere fact of the loan. As for the reproduction of the jewels in paste, which you seem to think a crime, several women I know wear imitations of their jewels for safety in these days of ingenious thefts, and leave the originals in deposit at their bankers. Hurstmansow looked at her in silence, wondering why a creature so fair should be born without a conscience. Was she really without one? Or was this indifference only a part of the attitude she assumed? Was there something still worse, which he did not know? He felt that despair which overcomes a brave man before the shamelessness of a woman. What could he do? He could not kill her. He could not disgrace her. To awaken any conscience in her was hopeless. If she did feel any humiliation, she would not show it. For a moment, a red mist swam before his eyes, and a nervous tremor passed along his muscles. He longed to stamp the life out of her, and bruise her accursed beauty into nothingness, as a man of Shoreditch or Montmartre or the Calvanis might have done under such provocation as was his. The moment passed, of course. He could only realize his own powerlessness. There is nothing on earth so powerless as the impotence of a man of honour before the vileness of a woman who is dear to him. He moved a step nearer to her and gazed down on her with a look which made her lower her sunny, audacious eyes. You had more money than this from Masserene? Regaining her courage, and remembering that Catherine Masserene had probably sent her all her other signatures, she rose and faced him, throwing her fresh cigarette on the table. I do not admit that you have the smallest right to interrogate me. There is no one living who has. Marry his daughter, and you and she can look over his old cheque-books together. You are my children's keeper, but you are not mine, and I entirely refuse to answer your insults. It was clear, she reflected, that Masserene had told him nothing except the facts concerning the diamonds. He might flounder about in a sea of conjecture, and make himself as wretched as ever he pleased. She was not so simple as to confess to him. He stood above her, and his hands fell heavily on her shoulders and held her as in a vice. You had more money than this from Masserene? She was silent. He still held her motionless, and a thrill of intense physical fear passed through her. You gave yourself to that brute for lucre? She was silent. If I wrong you, look me in the face and say so. He waited, still holding her motionless. She tried to lift her eyes and look at him. She had never before quailed before any duplicity, never before been unequal to the demands which any necessity for falsehood put upon her. But now, for once, she dared not meet the eyes of this man, whose lifelong affection she had abused, and whose family she had dishonoured. For once she could not lie. For once her defiant audacity failed her. For once, for a brief passing moment, she saw herself as he would see her, could he know all. Standing before him, in his grasp, her head drooped, her whole form trembled, her eyelids closed. She dared not meet his gaze. He understood. He released and thrust her from him. Would to God our mother had never borne you. He grew pale as ashes. For the moment he had difficulty to restrain himself from striking to the ground this woman who had dishonoured his race. She took her coat off the table and turned away. Take me to the boat, she said imperiously. I scarcely suppose you want your crew to see that we have quarrelled. He opened the door of the cabin. Be so good as to accompany the Duchess, Mr. Evans, he said to his skipper, and went back into the cabin and closed and bolted the door. The faint, sweet scent of wild rose essence was on the air, and on the table where her coat had been lying. He dropped into the chair where she had sat, and, leaning his head on his hands, sobbed like a child. She went back over the harbour water, talking pleasantly with Evans. My brother grows such a hermit, she said to him. It is a great pity that he avoids society. He is becoming quite morose. Morose? No, your grace, said the old man who adored his owner. But it is certain his lordship leads a lonesome life. When we're in any port, he don't go ashore o' nights to sup and play and lark as other gentlemen do. But there aren't his equal for goodness and kindness, madam, anywhere. No, not in the varsal world. That's very kind of you to say so, she replied, buttoning the big gold buttons of her coat. Her spirits had risen. She was not afraid of her brother any longer. He had said his worst, and she had made him feel his impotence. After all, it did not really matter what he knew or guessed. He would not talk. My poor darling, has he worried you? Said Lady Bassenthwaite, full of sympathy, when she returned. Worried me? I should think so, she answered. He insists on my shutting myself up at Whiteleaf. He says Boo is to have no more Paris frocks. Pray give me some tea. I am worn out with being lectured. Lady Bassenthwaite's sympathy did not include credulity. You can't have come out all the way from Cowes to Bergen only to talk about Boo's frocks, she said later in the evening to her husband. End of chapter 35. Read by BerthaMason, Nottingham, 2024. Chapter 36 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Ouida, Chapter 36. Catherine Massarene was as unhappy as it is possible for a person to be who has no personal crime on their conscience and has all their personal wants supplied. She was incessantly haunted by the sense of her father's wickedness. True, he had never gone to windward of the law. He had never done anything which would have enabled the law to call him to account. But his action seemed to her all the worse because of that cold-blooded caution which had kept him carefully justified legally in all which he did. His own advancement had always been his governing purpose, and he had been too shrewd to imperil this by any excess in overreaching others, such as might have made him liable to law. He had dealt with men so that they were always legally in the wrong. For moral right he cared nothing. To his heiress all his wealth seemed blood-stained and accursed. She seemed to herself blood-stained in keeping or using it. Some part might possibly have been gained by industry, frugality and self-denial, but the main portion of it had been built up on the ruin of others. In any case, she would have felt thus, but the words of Hurstmansoe had been like electric light shed on a dark place where murdered bodies lie. His scorn cut her to the heart. She did not resent it, she admired it, but it cut her to the quick. This was how all men of honour and honesty must regard the career of William Masserene. If the world in general had not done so, it was only because the world is corrupt and venal itself, and always open to purchase. The world, it may roughly be said, does not quarrel with its bread and butter. But what Hurstman so felt was, she knew, that which every person of high principle would feel, with regard to the vast ill-gotten wealth which she had inherited. She did not even quarrel with the patrician temper which had insulted herself. It was so much better and worthier than the general disposition of the times to condone anything to wealth. She suffered under it, but she did not resent it. Individually, to herself, it was unjust, but she could not expect him to know that or to believe in it. It did not help her on her difficult road, but it made her see only one issue to it. This she saw clearly. She walked slowly one day through the wood which was a portion of the little property. Between the pine stems the grey water of the channel was seen, dreamy, misty and dull in a sunless day. Some colliers and a fishing lugger with dingy canvas were drifting slowly through the windless air under the low clouds. Her thoughts were not with the landscape, and she paced absently the path strewn with fir needles which led to the cliff. She was roused by a little dog bustling gaily through the underwood and jumping upon her in recognition, whilst her own dog, whom she called Argus, immediately investigated the stranger's credentials. A moment or two later, pleasant cherry tones, which she had last heard on the deck of the steamer leaving Indian shores, reached her ear. "Hello, Miss Masserene. Whisky-nose, old friends. How are you, my dear? I was coming up to your house." She turned and saw Lord Framlingham with great pleasure. She had heard that he was in England for a few weeks, but had scarcely hoped to meet him, unless she went up to town for the purpose. "Did you really come down here, only to see me? That is very good of you," she said gratefully. "The goodness is to myself. Besides, I could not show my face to my girls if I went back without having a chat with you. No, thanks. I have lunched. If you're going for a walk, Whisky and I will go with you." "Is this big rough fellow yours?" he added, looking at Argus. "I dare say he's very devoted, but I can't say much for his breeding." Catherine laughed slightly. "How like an Englishman! Why are humans the only animals in whom you do not exact breeding?" They went on through the woods, talking of his family who had remained in India, and of the political matters which had brought him home for a personal conference with the home government. When they came out onto the head of the cliff, they sat down in sight of the sea. "How homelike it all looks! That brown lugger, those leaden clouds, that rainy distance." He was silent a minute or two, touched to the vague sadness of the exile. Then he turned to her. "Now, tell me of yourself. I have thought much of you since your father's death. It was a frightful end." "It was." "Do you remember our long talk under the magnolias? How little we thought then that his ambitions would so soon be over." "You don't look well. It must have been a great shock." She gave a gesture of assent. "And you are sole mistress of everything?" "Yes." "That is an immense burden." "Yes." "You must get someone to bear it with you. Pardon me, but I am as interested in your future as if you were one of my daughters. I saw something in a society paper about you this morning. I devoutly hope it's true." "What was it?" "That you were about to marry Lord Hurstmansoe." "What?" She rose from her seat as if a snake had bitten her. Her colourless skin grew red as a rose. Her eyes blazed with an indignation for which her companion was puzzled to account. "Whoever dare? Whoever dare?" she said breathlessly. Framlingham was astonished. Come, my dear. There's nothing in the report to put your back up like that. I don't know him personally, but I've always heard that he is a very fine fellow. Poor, but that wouldn't matter to you. On my word, I don't think you could possibly do better. You might get much higher rank, of course, but then you don't care about rank. Pray be seated and calm yourself." "How could such a falsehood possibly be put in print?" she said nervously. You might be more astonished if you saw a truth in print, said Framlingham with a chuckle. So, it's no foundation, eh? Do you know him? Slightly. He called on me on business a few weeks since, but he was the very last person on earth of whom a statement of that kind could ever possibly be true. Humph, said Framlingham, and he threw a dead stick for whisky to fetch. His sister played fast and loose with your father's money, didn't she? He asked. I would prefer not to speak of her. All right, said Framlingham, rather disappointed. But because you don't like the sister, that is no reason to refuse the brother. I have always heard that she is a thorn in his side. There could be no question of refusal or acceptance, said Catherine, exceedingly annoyed. Lord Hurstmonceux and I scarcely know each other, and there is no one who more thoroughly despises myself and my origin than he does. Framlingham was very astonished, and sent whisky after another stick. He can scarcely have told you so, he said. Hi, good dog, bring it. He has told me so, in most unmistakable terms. Pray don't think that I blame him for a moment, but you will understand that, knowing this, such a report as you speak of in the papers is incomprehensible to me, and most odious. Necessarily, said Framlingham, as he looked at her with his keen, sagacious grey eyes, and thought to himself, it is well to begin with a little aversion. He may be odious to her, but I doubt if he is indifferent. Catherine was silent. The momentary colour had faded out of her face. Her gaze followed the grimy canvas of the collier as he sailed slowly to westward. Well, I'm sorry, said her friend, as he patted his Skye terrier. He's a good man, and I should like to know you were in the hands of a good man, my dear. You will have all the royal and noble blackguards in Europe after you, and you have nobody, I think, to advise you, except your lawyers, who are all very well in their way, but— Catherine smiled a little, rather scornfully. The royal and noble people cannot marry me by force, and I should suppose they will understand a plain no, if they don't often hear one. Besides, if I do what I meditate, I shall soon lose all attraction for them. Good Lord, what's that? You alarm me, and remember you expressed very revolutionary ideas in India. I will tell you after dinner. You will dine with us, won't you, and stay a day or two? I will dine with pleasure, and sleep the night. But I must be back in town by the first morning train. I have to go down to Windsor at noon. What on earth can you be thinking of doing? Buying a kingdom in the South Seas? Or finishing the Panama? Something that you will perhaps think quite as eccentric. Let us talk of other things. The day is a real English day to welcome you. So dim, so sad, so still. The weather you sigh for in India. Yes, said Framlingham, falling in with her mood. One thinks of Lytton's verses, wandering lonely overseas, at shut of day in unfamiliar land, what time the serious light is on the leas, to me there comes a sighing after ease, much wanted, and an aching wish to stand knee-deep in English grass, and have at hand a little churchyard cool with native trees, and grassy mounds, thick laced with osier bands, wherein to rest at last, nor further stray. So, sad of heart, muse I at shut of day, on safe and quiet England, till thought ails, with inward groanings deep for meadows grey copses, cool with twilight, shady dales, home gardens full of rest, where never may come loud intrusions, and what chiefly fails my sick desire, old friendships fled away. I am much vexed with loss, kind memory. Lay my head upon thy lap and tell me tales. He was a very young man when he wrote these lines, said Framlingham, and the only criticism I would offer is that I should prefer close of day to shut of day. What say you? After dinner that evening, when Mrs. Masserene had retired to her room, not to offend a governor, who was spoken of as a future Governor-General by the sight of her nodding and dozing, Catherine turned to her guest and said briefly, I will tell you now what my wishes are, and what my one doubt is. I am all attention, said Framlingham, lifting the sleepy whisky onto his knee. I have found out, she continued, that the money got together by my late father was nearly all gained in bad ways, cruel ways, dishonest ways. That does not surprise me, said Framlingham. Most self-made men are made by questionable means. Go on. If he had his deserts, he would have been spurned by everyone, said Catherine, whose voice shook and was very low. I have reason to believe that the man who killed him had been cheated by him out of a tin mine. I traced that man. He was driven wild by want. His blood is on us and on the money. I thought no one knew who killed Masserene. No one does know. I found letters. I traced their writer. There would be no use in publicity. His case was not worse than that of others, but he was miserable and alone. He took his revenge. At least I believe so. His whole life was one course of selfish, merciless, unprincipled gain. His earlier economies were made out of the navvies and miners and squatters who frequented a low gambling den, which he kept in what was then the small township of Kerosene. All his money is a curse. It is all blood money. I cannot spend a sixpence of it without shame. She spoke still in low tones and gently, but with intense though restrained feeling. Framlington scarcely knew what to say. He had no doubt that she was perfectly right as to the sources of her father's wealth, and he was sorry that she had been able to arrive at such knowledge. These are your views, you said as she paused. Now let me hear your projects. They can be told in very few words, she replied. I think I may say I intend to free myself of the whole burden of the inheritance. Alas, I cannot undo its curse. You mean to beggar yourself? Exclaimed her companion, in amaze and consternation. If you call it so. I must leave my mother her yearly income, which is given her under the will, but I can do as I please with all the rest, and I shall restore it as far as possible to those from whom he gained it. Of course, few of his victims will be traceable, but some may be. So, at all events, the money shall go back to the poor from whom it was drained. Framlingham stared at her in silent stupefaction. You cannot be serious, he said at last. I am sorry you look at it in that way. I thought I should have had your sympathy. My sympathy? Certainly. You are a man of honour. Framlingham was silent. Cannot you pity my dishonour? She said in the same hushed, grave tones. My dear girl, said her friend, I pity acutely what you feel, and I can imagine nothing more painful to a sensitive nature than such a discovery as you have made. But you may have exaggerated your censure and your conclusions. The age we live in is lenient to such deeds when they are successful. Your father was a rude man, dwelling in rough society. You must not judge him by the standards of your own high ethics. As for what you propose to do, it is simply madness. I am sorry you take that view. How can I take any other? What man or woman of the world would take any other? You hold a magnificent position. You have the means of leading a life of extreme usefulness and beauty. You can marry and have children to whom your property can pass. If it has been defiled at its source, it will be purified and passing through your hands. Foul water going through a porcelain filter comes out clear. You are not responsible for what your father did. His crimes, if he committed any, lie buried with him. Neither God nor man can call you to account for them. I call myself. This is midsummer madness in midwinter. If you put your project into execution, you would be rooked, robbed, ruined on every side, and you would raise a hornet's nest of swindlers around you. No one would be grateful to you. All would turn you into ridicule and environ you with intrigue. My dear, you have had Aladdin's lamp given to you. For heaven's sake, use it for your own happiness and that of others. Do not break it because there is a flaw in the glass. There is your mother also to be considered, he added after a pause. What right have you to cause her such change of circumstance, such possible mortification as your abandonment of your inheritance would bring with it? In that, perhaps you're right, said Catherine, wearily, but in that only, and perhaps not even in that. You speak with a view of the world, and wisely, no doubt, but I am sorry you see it so. I should have hoped you would have understood me better. He strove to turn her, and to argue with her for more than 2 hours, but he failed to bring home his own convictions to her mind. "Marry, marry, marry," he said. "It is the only cure for distempered dreams." "I shall not marry," replied Catherine, "and I do not dream. What I have said to you are facts. What I mean to do is expiation." Framlingham shook his head. When a woman is once started on the road of self-sacrifice, an 80 horsepower would not hold her back from pursuing it. Good night, my dear. He went up the staircase to his own room, and when there, opened one of the windows and looked out. The night was dark, but he could hear the swell of the sea, and the homely smell of wet grass, of rotting leaves, of falling rain was agreeable to him because it was that of the country of his birth. What she wants to do is really very fine and very honourable, he thought. It is midsummer madness. But most honourable sentiments are. It is a pity that one's worldly wisdom obliges one to throw cold water on such a scheme. The next morning, very early, he went back to town. He left an additional sense of depression and uncertainty behind him in Catherine's mind. He had not altered her opinion, but he had increased her perplexities. If this was how a sagacious and experienced man of the world looked at her project, it was possible that there were obstacles in the way of its accomplishment which escaped her own sight. She had expected to have Framlingham's comprehension and concurrence, for in India he had felt so much sympathy with her revolt against her father's wealth. The worldly wisdom which he esteemed it his duty to preach chilled her with its egotism and its coldness. There was only one person living who would have understood her scruples and desires, and to that one person she would certainly never speak again. There had been a war between them before this mendacious report of which Framlingham had spoken. Since that report there was an abyss. She felt, if she met Hurstmansoe on a public road, they would by tacit mutual consent pass each other without visible recognition. Had her mother not been living, she would have had no hesitation in going straight to the end she had in view, but her mother constituted a duty of another and opposite kind. The rights of his wife had been almost entirely ignored by William Masserene, but her daughter could not ignore them morally, if the law would have allowed her, as it did, to do so legally. More than once she attempted to approach the subject, and was arrested by her own natural reserve, and by the slow comprehension to take a hint of her mother. Moreover, the memory of William Masserene was quite different to what his presence had been to the wife whom his last testament had insulted. With his coffin in the Wroxall crypt, all his offences had been buried in her eyes. A man to whose funeral princes had sent wreaths and a silver stick could not in her sight be other than assoiled. Her heart was much warmer than her mind was strong, and she was accessible to those charms of social greatness to which her daughter was wholly invulnerable. She had suffered in the great world, but she had liked it. "Would you mind being poor again?" Catherine asked her once, tentatively. Margaret Masserene was unpleasantly startled. "There aren't anything wrong about the money, is there?" she said anxiously. "I'm always afraid, now your dear father aren't here to hold it all together." "Oh, it's all solid enough," replied Catherine with some bitterness. "I merely asked you, would you dislike being poor if you were so?" "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Masserene, crossing her hands on her lap, "I can't say as I should like it. When I went over to Kilrathi, I did wish as how I'd stayed milking all my days, but that's neither here nor there, and the past is spilled milk as nobody can lap up, not even a cat. But to be honest with you, I think there's a good deal of pleasantness about money, and living well, and being warm in winter and cool in summer, and seeing everybody hat in hand, as 'twere. No, my dear, I shouldn't like to be poor, and you wouldn't either, if you'd ever known what 'twas." Catherine was silent. She had not expected any other answer, yet she was disappointed. "But," she said after a few moments, "but my dear mother, I think you must know, that this vast amount of money and possessions which you inherit, said Mrs. Masserene with a little asperity. "I'm struck out." "You or I, it is the same thing," said Catherine. "You must know, I think that it was not very creditably gained. You must, I suppose, have known many things, and many details of my father's life in Kerosene, Of his early life at any rate, of the foundations of his wealth. Perhaps I did, and perhaps I didn't, said her mother rather sullenly. Your good father never consulted me, my dear, and if I'd put myself forward, he'd have locked me up in the coal cellar and left me there. No doubt he never consulted you, said Catherine, but it is impossible that living with him, and working for him, as you have often told me you did, you can have been wholly ignorant of the beginning of his rise to wealth. You must know very well of the ways by which he first acquired it. Her mother was moved by divided feelings, of which, however, vexation was the chief. She was embarrassed because she was a very honest woman, but at the same time her buried lord was purified and exalted in her eyes. Had not a bishop laid him in his grave? "'Tis neither here nor there what I may have known, at leastways may have guessed," she said, sullenly and with some offence. "Your father never did nothing as the police could have laid hold of. Never." "Oh, mother," cried Catherine, "is that your standard of morality, of virtue?" The indignation in her voice increased her mother's annoyance. "I don't see, anyhow," she said very angrily, "that it is the place of a daughter to try and rake up things against her father. William was in a new country, where the morals is new, and maybe he did like his neighbours, but the first people in the old country thought much of him. He'd have died a lord if he'd lived a year more. The prince sent a wreath and a gentleman. When he's laid in his grave with all that pomp and honour, what for do you, his own child, go and try to throw mud on his coffin? I think it's shame of you, Kathleen. And if that's all your fine education has taught you, well, 'twas money ill spent, and you'd better look at the 5th commandment." With a sigh, her daughter rose and walked through the veranda into the gardens beyond, and thence into the pine woods. She felt the utter impossibility of ever bringing her mother's mind into any unison with her own. It was wholly useless to attempt to reach and touch a chord which did not exist. If she pursued the course which she thought right, she must do so in spite of her mother, and alone in her choice. Margaret Masserene loved her daughter. She thought Catherine was a crank. She could see no reason why they should not both of them enjoy the good things poor William had left behind him. She was a good and honest woman, but in Kerosene City the moral feelings lose their sensitiveness, and she could not follow Catherine's reasonings. She considered them high-flown and a pack of nonsense. "As for fortunes being made honest," said Margaret Masserene to herself, "'tis a pack of stuff to dream of it. You can't no more make a big fortune with clean hands than you can stack a dung-heap." But when the fortune, however accumulated, was made, it seemed to her flying in the face of an all-seeing Providence to quarrel with it and to climb down, whoever did climb down, if they could help it. "You would not like to visit America, mother?" Catherine said to her a few days later. Margaret Masserene gasped. "America? The States?" "The States, yes, Dakota." "Ropes shouldn't drag me," replied her mother, with unusual firmness. "Oh, Lord! The food served all higgledy-piggledy, sour and sweet, all running amuck. The trains appearing in at your 6th-floor window, the men hanging on to hooks in the crowd of the cars, the spittle all over the place, the rush and the crush and the pother, never still. Go back there. No, you should kill me first." She was roused to unusual self-assertion and emphasis. "Only for a visit," said Catherine timidly. "And what for? For a visit," repeated Mrs. Masserene. "Now I've got back, I'll stay where I am. Many a night I've lain awake in that hell. For hell 'tis, with the railways a-shrieking and rumbling past the windows, and the furnace chimneys a-bellowing fire and smoke, and the whistles a-screaming, and the pistons a-thumping, and I've thought of the old home and cried till I was blind, and said to myself if ever a good God let me go back, I'd stay at home if I swept the streets for a living. I don't fly in the face of Providence, Catherine." "But your home was in Ulster." "You don't want to be throwing that in my teeth. I wasn't brought up a fine English lady like you. Europe's Europe, and the States is the States, and I won't cross that grey wild water again. No, not if you kill me." "Of course, my dear mother, you shall do as you wish." "Oh, you're very soft-spoken, but you're that obstinate. What do you want with the States? You're so mighty pitiful of the poor. Almost a socialist, as one may say. Well, I can tell you there's harder lines there between rich and poor than there is in these old countries, and more hatred too. There aren't nowhere, continued Margaret Masserene, her pale face growing warm, where the luxury's more overdone and the selfishness crueler and the spending of money wickeder than in the States. Nowhere on earth where the black man is loathed and the poor white is scorned as they are in that canting free country. Catherine sighed. So I have always understood. But it only makes it a greater duty. What greater duty? Catherine hesitated. To go there, to see for oneself, to try and restore what one can. Duty never lies at home, my dear, we know, said Mrs. Masserene with sarcastic acerbity. I suppose you'll write to me once a month, and if anything happens to me while you're away, you'll give orders as they'll lay me by of poor dear father whom you're ashamed on. Her daughter felt that her path of duty, whether at home or abroad, was one which was not easy to discern in the gloaming of a finite humanity, through the tangled brushwood of conflicting demands and principles. Won't you? Can't you understand, mother? She said, with a wistful supplication in her voice. No, replied her mother sternly. I could have understood if you'd held your head high and married high and had a lot of nice little children. But a freakers will make you the laughing-stock of all the respectable newspapers on this side and the other. I don't understand, and don't want to understand, and 'tis an insult to poor William in his grave. I'm not speaking for myself, my dear, she added. It's very good of you not to have put me in the workhouse. Catherine felt that, though duty may be bracing and fortifying, it strongly resembles a cold salt bath where the thermometer is below 0. She spent many solitary hours walking in the little wood which led to the sea, or sitting where she had sat with Framlingham, thinking over the immense task which lay before her, and wondering how it was best to execute it. She searched her heart relentlessly for any selfish or unworthy motive which might lurk in it. All alone under the pine trees as she was, she felt herself flush with consciousness as she asked herself, was she moved by any personal desire? She felt that she would be glad to vindicate herself in the eyes of Hurstmansoe, to force him to acknowledge that one basely born might act well and with honour. She longed to show him that she could shake off the ill-gotten wealth which he despised and which the world adored. Something of this might move her, so much her conscience compelled her to admit. But with perfect honesty, she could also feel that, had she never seen him, she would none the less have desired to undo, as far as should be in her power, the evil which her father had done to the poor and helpless. Again, was she wronging her mother? Was she leaving the real duty which lay close at hand for the imaginary duty which lay far away? She knew that many a dreamer did so, that many an enthusiast left his own garden to weed and drought, whilst he went to sow in strange lands. She held in horror the religion which taught that the soul should be saved, however the hearth and home were deserted. These days of indecision and mental conflict were days of infinite pain, for her own nature was resolute and not wavering, and to such a temper irresolution seems a form of cowardice. Moreover, she, who had read widely and thought deeply, knew that it was easier to move the mountains or to arrest the tides than it is to do any real good to the mass of mankind. She had none of the illusions of the socialist, none of the distorted idealism of revolutionists and philanthropists. She was not sustained by any erroneous idolatry of humanity. She did not expect the seed she would sow to bring forth any fruit which would change the face of nature, but the impulse to cast from her the wealth acquired by fraud, by violence, and by usury was too strong in her for her to be able to resist it. She knew that what she wished to do was fraught with innumerable difficulties, and that might, unless well done, cause more evil than good. She had hoped to find in Framlingham some guidance, some help, but she saw that she must rely on no one but herself. It saddened her to know that it was so, but it did not entirely discourage her. Conscience is a lamp which burns low in the press of the world, but lights clearly enough the path of the solitary. In the autumn of that year, 16 months after the death of William Masserene, she sailed from Southampton for that dread northwest, which remained in the memories of her earliest childhood as a place of horror, whose summer meant sandstorms and drought and sunstroke, and the whirling of the mad tornado, and the scorching billows of the forest fires, and winter meant the pall of snow on hill and plain, the driving of the dreadful blizzard, the lowing of starved cattle, the mourning of famished wolves, the shapeless heaps upon the ice which were the bodies of frozen travellers and foundered caravans. It was terrible to her to return there and behold all which she must see there, but it was more terrible to her to remain possessor of the millions which had been acquired in that hell. "Why can that young woman be gone to America?" said Daddy Guyon. "Gone to look after her property, I presume," said Herstman So, whom he addressed. "It is a joli denier to look after. That cad was second only to Vanderbilt and Pullman. Why will you always talk about money, Daddy? It is a very vulgar habit." "Money's like robust health," said Daddy. "Vulgar if you like, but deuced comfortable to those who have got it." Herstman So, as he walked down Pall Mall a few moments later, felt irrationally disappointed that she had gone to America. No doubt she'd gone to look after her property there, but he did not think that the person he had seen, with her large, dark, calm eyes and her stately grace, ought to care whether those millions of acres and billions of dollars diminished or increased. If her attitude and expressions in his presence had been real and not affected, she could not care. He regretted that he had written that letter to her from Cowes. It had been written from his heart on a generous impulse, and he knew life well enough to know that our generous impulses are the costliest of all our indulgences. When he thought also of all which she might know, which she certainly must suspect, of the sister whom he had loved so well, he suffered as only a man of tender heart and sensitive honour can suffer when wounded in his family pride and his natural affections. End of chapter 36, read by BerthaMason, Nottingham, 2024.
Chapter 37 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Isaac Dickinson. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 37. With the following March, London saw once more the Duchess of Otterburn carrying her graceful presence to court and salon and theatre, having recovered her beauty, and with it her spirits. One of those fortunate incidents of which life is prodigal to its favourites had happened. An old aunt had died, and left her a legacy of a few thousands, enough thousands to make a year at least pass smoothly, without too much self-denial. She was pleased to have a little ready money, indisputably her own, which had come to her in a most respectable manner, and could be squandered just as she chose, without the interference of anybody. Millions do not really afford you the smallest satisfaction if somebody stands over you to see how you spend them. The insolence and the courage of her character brought her back to the scene of her slavery to William Massarene. She felt that it was necessary to show her brother that she did not care a straw for his condemnation, and to prove to society in general that her position was unshaken. Who could tell how that young woman, who had sent her the counterfoils and the acceptances, might not have talked? Besides, she wished to see her children. Her affection for them was genuine. It was not profound or unselfish, it was not tender or ideal, but it was a real affection in its way. And besides, she was proud of them. They were the handsomest little people in England, always well and always strong. Against Jack she bore a grudge, unreasoningly and unkindly, but still she wished to have him with her in London. The presence of the little Duke and his brothers and sister in her new house would prove to people that her conduct had always been perfectly correct. "One does miss one's children so cruelly," she said to her sister Carrie, who answered, "Yes, one does. It is like losing one's dressing-bag." She fully expected Herstman to forbid their coming to her, but he left the matter to the Ormses' decision. He was at Falden, and gave no opinion one way or the other. To her intimate friends she attributed her rupture with him to his extreme severity and unkindness about the Otterburns' diamonds and her own financial affairs. And as she was always a popular person, and he never was, her version was accepted and circulated, and the opinion of the world was indulgent to her. She took a pretty, furnished house in Eaton Place, and resumed the life which she had led when Cocky, like a ministering angel, had been behind her, to excuse her imprudence and share her extravagance. The Blenheims were left down at Whiteleaf, but Jack and his brothers and sister were brought to town. Boo, wild with delight, raced upstairs to a bedroom on the 3rd floor, and thought that altitude a 7th heaven. Jack was dull. He loved the country and hated London. Hated it doubly now that he had lost Harry, and he felt sure that his mother was the cause of Harry's disappearance. When he saw the lifeguards ride down through the park to Knightsbridge, the sight made him very sad, for there were no kind dark eyes looking at him with a smile in them from under the shining helmet. His mother, who was not harassed by such regrets, was very pleased to be in London again with a little money at her back. She was very tenacious of her social position, and she knew that it was necessary to be respectable now and then. She attended the first drawing room, went to the first receptions of some tiresome gros bonnets whom she called old dowdies, and reascended a social throne which for a moment had shaken under her. The Chapel Royal saw her every Sunday, and she began to think of making a pleasant second marriage before Catherine Masserene, who might spoil one, should return to society. Harrington House was shut up. Its porter alone, stripped of his gorgeous vestments, dwelt behind the gates, looking no more like himself than a grub looks like a butterfly. There was a hatchment above the door, large, imposing, majestic. It was there by Margaret Masserene's wish beyond the usual time to have it shown. All the great people and the smart people who had dined at that house, and pocketed cotillion presents, and drunk rare wines, and borrowed money and paid it by insolent jokes, now drove past in the sunshine or the fog, in the north wind or the east, had found other dupes and other butts for their needs and their jests, and did not even give a thought to Billy. He was gone, and there were always new people coming in from the States or the colonies, or even homemade, who were the natural manure wherewith to nourish starving genealogical trees. "I say, Sir Rosette, how was it that you got nothing under Billy's will?" said her cousin Wraxall to her one day as they rode in the park. "My dear Gerald," she answered with dignity, "I had not sold him an ancestral estate. If I had done so, I should not have taken it back as a gift from his daughter as you have done." "Oh, I say," muttered Wraxall, "that's a nasty one, but it isn't the fact. I've paid back half the purchase price, and the other half is on the land, and it's not you, Mousie, who have the right to say such things." Wraxall's mind reverted to the sale of Vale Royal at Homburg, when he had never looked too closely into the percentage received by the fair negotiatress of the sale. They were speaking as they rode down Rotten Row, and at that moment her mare became fidgety and carried her out of earshot. He rode after her. "You think you can say those things to me," he said, leaning a little toward her, "because I am a relative, and because I have always been a fool about you. But don't you put people's backs up like that, my dear, or you'll get more than you like some day." "My dear Gerald," said Mouse between her teeth, "fall back a little, please. I don't care to be seen riding with a person who has taken alms from Miss Masserene, even if he is my cousin." She was not afraid to be insolent to him. Wraxall would be no use any more to her, for he could never sell Vale Royal twice. Wraxall checked his horse and let her groom pass him. This was the woman for whom he had nearly broken his wife's heart, and more than nearly ruined himself. "What a confounded ass I was," he thought. "She isn't worth the tan that her mare kicks up. And yet, oh Lord, if she whistled me, I should run to her like a dog, I know I should." He was a clever, if careless man of the world, and he was sincerely attached to his wife, but he had been as wax in the hands of his cousin Mouse, and would be so again, he felt, if she cared to make him so. Neither philosophy nor psychology can explain fascination or the power it exercises in the teeth of common sense and to the root of conscience. She, who believed and disbelieved in a higher power, as most people do according to the favor or the frown which they consider the higher power gives them, was at this moment in the full fervor of belief, as she had enough money to let her do as she liked for a year or two. Wraxall could not touch her conscience. Hurstmonceux would not rouse her shame. The sight of the closed gates of Harrington House could not disturb that serenity which she had regained so successfully. But something did occur which momentarily disturbed and almost afflicted her. Jack had been usually kept down at Whiteleaf with his brothers, and a remote Northamptonshire country house amongst farmsteads, streams, and orchards is not a centre of news. No word or sign had come to him of his friend, and in his occasional visits to town he had heard nothing of him. Though years had passed since Harry had bade him goodbye under the elm tree, and children are usually forgetful, with little minds like sieves, Jack did not cease to lament his lost friend. If he had been sure where Harry had gone, he would have tried to get on board a ship and work his way out to the same place, like the cabin boys he read of in storybooks. But the South Pole was a vague destination, and he once heard some men saying, who had been Harry's friends, that he was now in Uganda or Rhodesia. It was all so vague that it was impossible to plan any wanderings and voyages on such data. Mammy must know, he thought, but he could not bring himself to ask her. He had a vague but positive sense that Harry's exile and disappearance were due to her, that she had been unkind and had hurt Harry in some way or another in some incurable and unmerciful manner. When Jack saw all the London life going on just the same, the lifeguards prancing, the ladies cycling or riding, the traffic filling up the streets, the carriages flashing toward the park, his young heart ached with a dull, painful sense of the heartlessness of things. Harry had always been there in the movement and glitter and rush, and now he was no more to be seen, and no one cared, not even his troop. Once he went up to Harry's late colonel, whom he knew by sight, and asked straight out for news of him. The colonel looked suspicious, for a long time had elapsed.
"My dear boy, I don't know at all where he is. He's gone on the make somewhere, I believe. Out of sight, out of mind, you know. More shame for us."
What unkind, indifferent people they all were, thought Jack. But in the middle of June, when he was on his visit to his mother, there was a telegram in a morning paper which disinterred the buried name so dear to him. It said, in the usual niggard brevity, Lord Brancepeth said to have been severely wounded fighting in Lumalia. Now Harry's late colonel was startled by that telegram as he sat at luncheon in his club, and as he walked an hour later across the Green Park he chanced to meet Jack and his tutor.
"Look here, my boy,"
he said, holding out the newspaper.
"You asked me once about this friend of yours."
Jack read the 2 lines through starting tears. "Thanks very much," he said in a low tone, and took off his hat to the colonel. Then he said to Mr. Lane, "If you please, we will go home."
"Our child's a good plucked one," thought the colonel. "It's hit him hard."
By that time many people in fashionable London had read the telegram, and were talking of it. "Who is this gentleman about whom you are so unhappy?" asked his tutor, who knew nothing of fashionable society and its rumors and traditions. Jack felt himself color. He could not have exactly analyzed what he felt. "He's Harry," he said in a low tone. "He was always very kind to us, kinder than anyone." The Colonial Office was applied to for information, and the Minister for the Colonies buttonholed in the lobby. The Minister was chill and careful. He remarked that Lord Brancepeth was acting as an amateur, on his own responsibility. Entirely on his own responsibility. He could not approve his action. The Lumalis were an insurrection. The Boers were the allies of England. There were treaties. Treaties must be respected, however individuals might suffer. The government could not be responsible for any adventurous gentleman fighting on his own hand. A similar answer was returned to Lord Inversay when he, a weary and infirm old man, came up to town and went to the Colonial Office and to the Premier. A little later, fuller particulars were telegraphed from the newspaper correspondents at Cape Town, and then everyone began again to talk of Harry at the dinner tables and clubhouses and pleasure places in which he had been once such a familiar figure. The Boers had, as usual, made an excuse of an imaginary transgression of boundary to attack a friendly tribe, of which they were bound to respect the neutrality. They had harried and ravaged the country, carried off herds and flocks, burned villages, and borne off to servitude old men, women, and children, with all those excesses of barbarous brutality which invariably characterize the introduction of civilization anywhere. This especial tribe was blameless, willing to be at peace, and contented to live in a simple and natural manner with the harvests of a bountiful soil, but that soil their neighbors wanted. It is the story of every war. Brancepeth had gone as a traveller, only to look on, but he was soon disgusted by the cruelty of the white men, touched by the helplessness of the natives, alienated by the avarice and violence of the former, and moved by the rights and sufferings of the latter. He had gone with no intention of taking a share in the strife, but when he saw the flaming kraals, the ravaged flocks, the fettered women, the starved and hunted old people and young children, the blood of a soldier grew hot in him. The sense of justice uprose in him. The generosity of a manly temper impelled him to take part with the weak, the oppressed, the natural owners of the vast plains, the solemn mountains, the trackless hills, the immense waters. He drew his sword on their side. He led them more than once to victory, If he had had a single troop of the men he had commanded at home, he would have driven the Dutchmen back over their own veldt and forced them to relinquish their prey. But the poor Lumalis had been already exhausted, demoralized, hopelessly weakened when he had first come into their land. They could not second his efforts or comprehend his tactics. Had he arrived a month earlier, he might perhaps have saved them. As it was, he could only die with them. He had fought side by side with their chief, Mahambel, hewing down the Boers with a saber when the last shots had been fired from his revolver, and not a single cartridge had been left.
"It is not your cause. Go, while you have life,"
said the African to him. "I'll be damned if I will," said Branspeth. "Right is right, and the right is on your side." So he fought like a knight of old, knee-deep in the heap of dead he had slain, and he fell at last as the sun went down, pierced by a score of wounds, and Mahambel dropped, shot through the forehead, across his body. The Boers retreated down the hillside, for he had mauled them terribly, and a few of the Lumalis ventured to carry off the body of their chief for burial. And as they removed it, they saw that the white leader was not quite dead, and in gratitude they bore him away to a cavern in the rocks, where their women tended him, until months afterward some English travelers, hearing of his deeds and of his fate, sought him out, and had him carried down the river to their camp many miles away. Thus it became known who he was, and how he had given away his life for these poor and persecuted people. The story moved his own London world when it was told in the columns of the great daily papers. Poor Harry. He had lived like a fool, but he had ended his life like a hero. For ended it surely was. He might rally, he might even live through a few months, a few years, but he had been shot and slashed like a desert animal slaughtered and maimed by 100 hands. He would never breathe without pain, never move without help, never stand upright again. So the surgeon who was with him telegraphed to his father, and the governor at Cape Town to the government at home. And for 10 minutes, in guardroom, in clubroom, in drawing room, his old friends were sorry and spoke of him in a hushed voice. Only the Colonial Office was annoyed, because it had been pledged to protect the Lumalis and had broken its word, and failed them in their need. And the fact that one English gentleman had stood by these poor Africans to the last disagreeably emphasized by contrast the bad faith and pusillanimity of England as an empire. The Duchess of Otterburn, like the Colonial Office, was much shocked and displeased. It was odious to have all London talking of Harry. It would, she knew, make people remember his relations with herself. When a woman has ordered a man out of her life, she prefers him to efface himself from other people's lives. Harry had effaced himself and gone docilely into oblivion, which was quite right, but that now, from that nether world, he should have sent a clarion blast echoing over the seas, as if he were one of Wagner's heroes, was distinctly irritating. Do what she would, too, she could often not sleep for thinking of him with his body hacked to pieces and his blood staining the yellow grass. To be sure, she could take chloral, but she was very prudent as regarded health, and she knew that chloral has two faces, one beneficent and the other malevolent, and is not a deity to be too frequently invoked. Meantime he was coming home. Every day the vessel drew nearer and nearer, whether it brought him living or brought him dead. It was too dreadfully irritating when she had been relieved from the incubus of William Masserene to have this revival of an old scandal. If his mother had said a word to her eldest son about their old friend, he would have laid his head on her lap and sobbed his heart out, and asked her why she had sent him to Africa. But she said not a word. He saw her always going out, here, there, and everywhere, beautifully dressed and gay and bright, and Jack hated her for her heartlessness and avoided her, which was easy to do, for she seldom asked for him. Boo she had frequently with her, and his little brothers were sometimes taken in her carriage, but for Jack she scarcely ever inquired. He was left to the care of Mr. Lane. Once she told him to go as a page to a cousin's wedding, the daughter of Mrs. Cecil Kersey, and Jack bluntly refused. "I won't be dressed up like a boy in a pantomime," he said to Boo, who brought him the order, and he was steadfast in his refusal, for how could he know that Harry might not be already dead? "You'd get a diamond pin," said Boo. "What do I want with pins?" replied Jack with scorn. "I won't be made a guy of. I'd sooner be a real page and help to clean the plate." "You are such a low boy, Jack," said Boo with disdain. "Mammy always says so." Jack's brows clouded at his mother's name. Was he a low boy? He wondered. He did not think so, but then his tutor had told him that no one has any knowledge of themselves. He liked real things. He liked people who told the truth. He hated being called Your Grace. He loved dogs and horses. He detested fine ladies and all their perfumes and pranks and pastimes. Perhaps he was a very low boy indeed. Jack, after the colonel had shown him that telegram, bought up all the newspapers he could when he was not watched, and read them with difficulty where the words were long, and understood that his friend had been behaving like a knight of old. How his heart ached, and how his blood thrilled. One thing, too, added greatly to his pain. The news was more than 4 months old. Intelligence traveled slowly from the land of the Lumalis, and people did so also. He could not tell at all how his friend was on these especial days, when he himself, seated on his own bed to be undisturbed, devoured the chronicles from Cape Town in one London journal after another. Jack had heard enough about wounds from shot and saber to know that they were often mortal, and that recovery, if it ensued, was terribly tedious and slow, and often too uncertain. In his ignorance and unhappiness he took a bold step. He wrote to Harry's father, whom he did not know. He composed a letter all out of his own head. The Duke of Otterburn presents his compliments to Lord Inversay, and wishes very much if you would tell him where Harry is, and if it is true that he is hurt among black men. I am so very, very anxious, and I want you please to tell me, and no one knows that the Duke of Otterburn is writing you, so please don't say, and excuse these blots. Please answer soon, and I am your very affectionate Jack. When he had read it over, it seemed to him not altogether right. He was afraid it was ungrammatical, but he could not tell where the mistakes were, and he put it in an envelope and addressed it to the Marquis of Inversay, looking out the address in the big red book so dear to Mrs. Masserene, and sealing it with a seal lent him by his friend Hannah, bearing the device of 2 doves and a rose. The little note would have gone to the heart of Harry's father, and would have certainly been answered, but as Jack's unlucky star would have it, his mother espied his letter lying on the hall table with her own, and seeing the address in the big childish calligraphy, took it, opened it, and consigned it in atoms to the waste-paper basket. She was agitated and irritated in an extreme degree by its perusal. What would old Inversay think if he got such a note? He would actually think that Jack knew. She was beyond measure annoyed and alarmed to see this impudent little fellow daring to act and write all by himself. In her own way, she was herself worried about Harry, although she concealed her worry successfully. It pained her to think of his wounds and his danger. Her anxiety did not prevent her from going to theaters and operas, and pastoral plays and dinner parties and state concerts and all the rest of it, but still the thought of him hurt her, and no doubt he would come home and be made a pet of by everybody, and be sent for to Windsor, and it would all be rather worrying and mal apropos, and perhaps some woman would get hold of him. Women are always mad about heroes, and then that woman would make him talk of herself. She said nothing about his letter to Jack, who, after watching with eagerness for the post in vain for a week, sadly decided that Lord Inversay must have been offended with a stranger for writing to him. He did not say anything about his disappointment to anyone, for Jack had already learned that our sorrows only bore other people. But he got all the newspapers he could and searched through them every day. Once he saw that Lord Brantspeth had been brought down from the interior, and had been carried on board a homeward-bound steamer at Cape Town, and although very weak and shattered, it was considered possible the voyage might save him, and that he might rally on reaching his native air. Through all those weeks of uncertainty, Jack was perpetually punished by Mr. Lane for inattention, for disobedience, for neglected tasks, for unlearned lessons, for bad spelling, for saying that 2 and 3 made 7, and that Caractacus was Julius Caesar's brother. The child's thoughts were far away on the big green rollers of the ocean on which the vessel which bore his friend homeward was rocking and panting. What sort of weather was it? Were the winds kind and the waves gentle? Were the hot calms he had read of very trying? Did Harry suffer when the ship pitched? Those were the questions he was always asking himself, and to which he could have no answer. And he began to grow thin and pale, and seemed a hopelessly naughty and unteachable little boy to Mr. Lane, who could beat nothing whatever into his head, and who, being a very conscientious person, wrote to Herstmonceux that he feared he should be obliged to relinquish his charge. "Don't encourage the Duke in his fancies for Africa, Mr. Lane, or we shall have him Africa mad like them all, and running off to Cecil Rhodes," his mother said once jestingly to his tutor, and although that gentleman was not used to smart ladies in their way of talking à bout de lèvres, he understood that the subject of the Black Continent was disagreeable to her. But the time came when she was forced to think about Africa herself. One day, rather early in the forenoon, when she was alone, They brought in to her the card of Lord Inversay. She was extremely astonished and somewhat embarrassed. Harry's father had never set foot in her house. She did not even know him to speak to. He had always obstinately avoided both her and her husband. He was poor and unfashionable, a man seldom seen in the smart world, and who lived almost all the year round on his estates on the border. For the moment she was inclined not to receive him, then curiosity conquered the vague apprehension which moved her. Moreover, she recollected with a chill that the newspapers had spoken of Harry as returning home. Was it possible that he had sent her a message? Inversay entered her presence without ceremony. He was a weary-looking man about 60, and the expression of his face was cold and greatly troubled. He declined with a great gesture her invitation to a seat beside her, and continued standing. She looked at him with the sense of apprehension weighing more heavily upon her. "To what am I indebted?" she began.
"Madam,"
said Inversay very coldly, though his voice was husky and almost inaudible,
"I bring you a request from my son. He has come home to die."
"To die? Harry?" She grew very pale. There were genuine horror and emotion in the cry, if there was also some personal terror of a baser kind. Dying men are so garrulous sometimes. She was not unprepared for such a statement, but its clear and hard expression, as of an unalterable fact, gave her a great shock. Poor, silly Harry.
"Madam," said his father, "you may be quite sure that nothing short of the greatest extremity would have brought me to your house. He is dying, I repeat. I doubt if he can live an hour longer. That he can live a day is impossible."
"How very horrible," she said nervously. She trembled visibly. She felt that Inversay intended to insult her, and she had not the courage to resent and reprove it. Harry dying. Such a possibility had presented itself to her, and she had thoughts, even when she had read in the papers that he was coming home wounded, that perhaps he would be better, safer, dead. But now that the actual tragedy of his end was coming home to her, it seemed to her extremely dreadful. Poor Harry. He was only a year older than herself. Inversay looked at her with loathing and hatred. But for her, what a happy and simple life this boy might have led.
"I have a favor from you to ask for in his name,"
he said huskily.
"Nothing less could have made me leave him. But he cannot die in peace if he cannot see your son, the eldest boy. He would like to see all the children."
She checked the nervous tremor in her limbs and braved herself to combat and composure. She felt all that the stern eyes of the old man said to her, while his lips limited themselves to those few harmless words. "He was always very fond of the children," she said quite naturally, with marvelous self-possession. "But I don't think I can send them to see him. It would look very odd, and a deathbed frightens small boys so much. Jack was ill for weeks after seeing his father die." This tremendous falsehood glided smoothly off her lips in the purposed introduction of her husband's name. Inversay moved a step nearer to her, and the scathing scorn of his gaze would have struck to the earth a woman less sure of herself, less safe in the surety of duplicity, less confident in the silence of the dying man who had her reputation in his hands.
"Madam," he said with a bitter scorn and wrath unspoken, "my son may breathe his last while you make me dawdle here. Let your eldest boy come with me at once. At once! Do you hear?"
"Lord Branspeth was very fond of all children," she said again, a little nervously. "But it will seem very odd to people."
"He loved yours, madam,"
said Inversay curtly. The 3 words cut her pride like a sword, seemed to bear down through all her hypocrisies and falsehoods and devices, as she had seen the sabres of Harry's troopers cut through a veil of gauze and sever a lemon in 2.
"Send for your son,"
he said with stern passion.
"Send at once, madam. Do you hear me?"
She was awed and quailed under his fixed gaze. She did not dare to refuse his command, strange as the thing would look. She rang, and to the servant who entered said, "Tell Mr. Lane to come to me, and to bring his grace." A moment or 2 later the tutor came into the room, and Jack also. "Jack, you are to go with this gentleman where he wishes to take you. Mr. Lane, will you be so good as to accompany the Duke and bring him home?" Where are we going to? Asked Jack as they went downstairs. He did not know who Lord Inversay was, but he was a little afraid of the strange, stern look on the old man's face. He felt that he was in the presence of some great grief, and his thoughts flew to Harry, vaguely hoping and fearing he knew not what.
You will soon know,
said Inversay, whose voice was choked in his throat as he looked at the handsome child with the soft black eyes, so like the eyes of another boy of the same age who, 20 years or so before this day, had run beside him over the sunny lawns of his old home. The old home was mortgaged to its last sod, and the boy had come home in the flower of his manhood to die, ruined by a woman. They were driven quickly to the door of a well-known hotel. Inversay begged the tutor to wait below in the reading room, and went alone upstairs with Jack, who caught his breath and felt his heart quake a little. A vague terror had seized him. He recalled all the papers had said of the fighting in Lumalia. Was it, perhaps? The child's warm blood turned cold. Before the closed door of a bedroom, Inversay paused.
It is someone you like, who is very ill,
he said in a broken voice.
Don't be frightened, and don't cry out for heaven's sake.
He opened the door and motioned to the boy to precede him and enter. There were 2 bay windows in the chamber. They were open, and the light shone onto the bed where an emaciated form was lying. A hand wasted and bony lay on the coverlid. A face, which had a ghastly beauty in it, was like marble on the snow of the pillows. Some women, his mothers and sisters, were kneeling beside the bed. "Harry!" cried the child with a shrill scream, and swift as the wind he sprang across the room and leaped on the bed and covered the cold, still face with kisses. "Oh, Harry, Harry, wake up!" he sobbed. "Oh, speak to me, Harry! Look at me! It's Jack! It's Jack that's here!" His voice found its way to the fading memories of the dying man. Harry's closed eyes opened and smiled at him.
You dear little bugger,
he murmured.
How you've grown! I'm glad.
His strengthless hands tried to clasp the child and draw him closer.
I've left you cuckoo-pin, Jack,
he said faintly.
Don't forget what I told you in the park. Try and grow like your Uncle Ronnie. It'll help you to keep straight.
His voice was scarce louder than a breath. His feeble heart was straining to force the blood through its vessels. The tired eyelids fell and closed once more. They gave him oxygen and he revived slightly, enough to know that Jack's head was lying on the pillow by his own, and that Jack's arm was round his throat.
Don't cry, he murmured. Kiss the others for me. They never cared as you did.
There was a long silence, only broken by the passionate sobbing of the child and the subdued weeping of those present.
Keep clear of women, Jack,
he said huskily, painfully, as he tried to draw the boy still closer.
Tell your mother. No, never mind. Thank her for letting you come. Where are you, dear? I can't see you. Kiss me again.
Then his mouth opened, gasping, and his last breath passed out into the summer air. He had died silent, as a gentleman must. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by robcyoung, The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 38. When Jack entered his mother's house that afternoon, he looked as if he had left boyhood behind him forever. His face was drawn and pinched, his eyes were swollen with weeping, his rosy mouth was pale and compressed. "His Grace is to go up to the Duchess at once, and alone, if you please, sir," said one of the servants. "Go upstairs to your mother," said Mr. Lane to the child. But Jack stood irresolute, his hands clenched involuntarily. His breath was uneven. "Go," repeated his tutor. Jack obeyed, and mounted the staircase with slow, unwilling steps. His heart was aching as it had never ached in his life. "It's hit him hard, hasn't it, sir?" said the servant to the tutor, and smiled a discreet but eloquent smile. Mr. Lane seemed not to hear, and went into the study. The boy passed out of sight amongst the heaths and poinsettias on the staircase. A stray, pale London sunbeam followed his golden head. His mother was alone. She was seated at the other end of the room, with her back to the little light there was. She looked haggard and apprehensive. "Is he dead?" she said in a low, awed tone. She knew he was by the face of her little son. "Is he dead, dear?" Jack looked at her in silence. His eyes had a seriousness in them which was rather a man's than a child's, stern, scornful, reproachful. "Jack, don't stare like that. Speak to me. Is Harry dead?" As she spoke, she crossed the distance between them and tried to take the child in her embrace. She was alarmed and nervous. What had the dying man said? Jack recoiled from her outstretched arms and continued to look at her with the gaze she sought to evade. His expression terrified her extremely. What could the boy know that he was old enough to understand? "Jack, darling, speak to me," she said faintly. I don't know much," said the child slowly in a voice which seemed no more his own. "I don't know much, but I think you are wicked, wicked, wicked woman, and you killed him." Then, without waiting for any answer or remonstrance, Jack turned his back on her and went slowly to the door. His mother was agitated beyond expression. She was for the moment paralyzed and could think of nothing which she could do or say. She let her son pass out of the room without censure or inquiry or punishment. She threw herself down upon the cushions of a couch and wept. Her sorrow was real for the moment. As far as she had ever really cared for anyone in a sense of tenderness, she had loved Harry. But it was not long before her grief gave way to violent indignation. How ungenerous, how ungentlemanlike it had been of him to speak ill of her to her child. She had no doubt that he had done so, for it never occurred to her that Jack's active mind had unaided arrived at its just estimate of herself, and that the instincts of the boy had made him see in her the true assassin of his dear dead friend. The bitterness of her anger dried the wellsprings of her grief. When she felt herself injured, she always thought that the whole world should rise up and do battle for her. For a man base enough to set her son against her, there could be no occasion to mourn, especially when to mourn would compromise her before others. She had no anxiety about what correspondence Harry might have left behind him, for when he had gone to Africa, he had sent her all her letters and other mementos. She ordered her carriage and drove into the park as usual. Then she dined early at a club with some friends, and did a theatre, and went afterward with a merry party to supper at the Papillon Club. That is how Helen mourns for Paris, nowadays. The obligation to laugh a little louder than usual, for fear people should suppose you are sorry, a little shiver of regret when you are coming home alone in your brougham, a few drops more chloral than usual when you do get home. These are the only sacrifices that need to be made on the funeral pyre of the lover of today. Jack did not sleep all night. He had sobbed himself into a heavy, agitated slumber as the day dawned, and his tutor had given orders that he should not be disturbed. When he had risen, had bathed, and been dressed, it was 11 o'clock in the forenoon, and he slipped out of sight of his servant, and instead of going to breakfast with Mr. Lane, ran out of the house and came to seek his Uncle Ronald, who happened to be in town on business. He was seldom in town for anything else. As Hurstmonceau opened the hall door of his rooms to go down into the street, he saw with surprise the figure of a boy in sailor clothes standing on the head of the stairs. "Is that you, Jack?" he said, recognizing his nephew. "You don't look well. Is anything the matter?" "May I speak to you?" said Jack, standing on the threshold, with his sailor hat in his hand. "Certainly. Come in," replied Hurstmonceux, surprised to see the boy unaccompanied. "Are you alone?" "Yes," said Jack. And he came and stood before his uncle. His face was grave. His eyes had dark circles under them. He looked very still, pale and spiritless. "Harry is dead," he said heavily, with a strange hopefulness tone in his voice. "I have heard so," replied Ronald, coldly and unfeelingly as he felt. "Is that what you have come to say?" "No," said Jack. "I have come to tell you I will not live with my mother any longer." It was the first time he had called her formally mother. Hurstmonceux looked at him in great surprise. "That is a very grave statement," he said at last. "Don't you know that you have no will of your own? You are a minor." Jack was silent, but his face grew very resolute. His uncle saw that he was in earnest. "You wish to live no longer with your mother?" said Ronald slowly. "May I ask your reasons?" "I shall not tell my reasons," said Jack haughtily, with the color coming back into his face, hotly and painfully. Hurstmonceux appreciated the answer. It did not anger him, as it would have done most men. "Did you see Lord Bransapeth before he died?" he asked. "Yes." "Did he tell you to say this?" "No." Jack's lips quivered, but he manfully strove not to cry. Hurstmonceux was perplexed. He dimly perceived the workings of the boy's mind, and he sympathized with him, but he could not let his sympathy be shown. "Put me down in the country somewhere," said Jack, seeing his auditor was with him. "I don't want grooms and watches and dressing cases and rubbish. I want to be alone down in the country." "My dear child," said Ronald, "what is this new idea? Why do you want to bury yourself in a hermitage at your age? I am not your only guardian, Jack. There's Lord Augustus." "Then send me to school," said Jack desperately. "People as young as I go to schools, I tell you," he added, and his teeth were shut tight as he said it. "I tell you I will not live with her." Hurstmonceux was silent, extremely perplexed, but moved to more feeling for the boy than he had ever felt. "I will not live with her," Jack repeated between his teeth. "I know I am a minor at present, and that you can lock me up, and all that sort of thing, but if you make me live with her, I will kill myself. A quite little boy, littler than I, killed himself the other day, only because his pensum was too hard. It was put in the papers. It is quite easy, and it doesn't hurt much." Hurstmonceux was still silent. Other men would have seized the occasion to point out the unlawfulness of suicide, but he refrained from any rebuke. He saw that the boy was in that kind of mood when nothing which is said in censure can pierce through the heavy fog of a dull, despairing sorrow. The fog can only be penetrated by the sunshine of sympathy. "You don't like me, do you, Jack?" he said at last. Jack was silent through truthfulness and courtesy. "If you did," said Hurstmonceux, "I would take you to live with me at Fulden, and give you an Oxford friend of mine for a tutor. I don't like the man you have. This is, of course, subject to Lord Augustus's approval. Would Fulden suit you, if he did not disapprove?" "Yes," said Jack rather coldly. "He told me to try and grow up like you, so I suppose he would have liked me to live with you." "Who said that?" "He did. Harry." Hurstmonceux felt an embarrassment which Jack was quick to perceive. He moved a little nearer to his uncle with the first impulse of confidence he had ever shown in him. "He gave me Cuckoo Point," he said, with the tears gushing from his eyes. The cob Cuckoo Point. May he go to Falden? But I'll groom him myself, if you please. I want to be a man, not a fool. He told me to—" Then Jack's voice broke down with a great sob in his throat. "I beg your pardon," he said in a suffocated voice, and turned that Hurstmonceux should not see his grief. "I think you will be a man," said Hurstmonceux as he laid his hand on the child's shoulder. "Don't sob so. It will vex your friend, if he knows." "Yes, but will he know?" cried Jack wildly. "Will anyone tell him I remember? Oh, I loved him," cried the boy with a piteous wail. "And she killed him. She killed him, I'm sure." "Hush," said Hurstmonceux. "You are not old enough to judge of these things. I am very sorry for you are too young to have so much pain. Look, Ossian, too, is sorry. He is coming up to you. Lie down on that bearskin and try to compose yourself. I will do all I can. You do not like me, I know, but I think you feel you can trust me." Jack made a sign of assent. His face was hidden in his hands. "My poor boy, I am very, very sorry," said Hurstmonceux, whose own voice was unsteady. "Whatever Lord Bransapeth's life may have been, its end was that of a hero. Think of that, dear, always. You cannot have better or truer consolation." Alberic Orme, who Hurstmonceux always consulted, approved the project, and Lord Augustus had found that the easiest way for his own convenience of discharging his duties to his wards was to say in a benign ecclesiastical manner, "My dear Hurstmonceux, I have every confidence in your judgment. Whatever you decide, I shall ratify, secure that in such acquiescence will lie my best provision for the welfare of my poor nephew's children." Therefore he made but little difficulty in allowing Jack's residence to be moved to Falden, and a new tutor substituted for the learned gentleman who had on his part found the little Duke insupportable. Cuckoo Point went also to Falden, and Jack, by his own wish, was instructed in the stable science of bedding, feeding, grooming, and watering. Of course Jack was only a boy, and his spirits came back to him in time, and his laugh rang through the old oak hall of his uncle's house, but he did not forget. He never forgot. When he had been left alone for the night, he got up in his bed and knelt on it, and said in a whisper, for fear his servant who slept in the next chamber should hear, "Please God, be good to Harry, and tell him I remember. O fair illusion fair, however false, happy is the dead soul which has left its image enshrined in the tender heart of a child." End of chapter 38.
Section 39 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 39. "We are here," wrote Boo to her eldest brother half a year later. "It's quite hot. One wants summer frocks. There are no end of Germans and Russes to play with, but I don't like them. Mommy's got a new man made of millions, or rather she has not got him, and it makes her cross. He gave me a gold Cupid seal, so pretty. She took it away from me and sent it as a wedding present to Daisy Fiennes. Wasn't that like Mommy? She never speaks of you. She says Uncle Ronnie has made you a bad boy." The letter was dated from Cannes. Jack had good sense enough to put the note in the roaring fire of old salt-encrusted ship logs which was burning on the great hearth of Falden's central hall, before which he and many dogs were lying in the gloom of the December afternoon. He did not envy his sister the roses and mimosa and white lilac of Cannes. His mother had gone there because everybody in the winter does go there, or to Egypt or to India, but she was out of temper with fate, as her little daughter had said. She did not wish for more adventures. She dreaded other tyrants. She wanted to have two things in one, liberty and money. Of marriage she was afraid. Where find another cocky? Still, in her moments of sober reflection, she knew that she must marry or risk drifting into an insecure, shifty, and discreditable position. Liaisons, however agreeable and amusing, are not sheet anchors. Besides, she had been on the verge of losing her reputation. She knew what the danger feels like, and to become one of the throng of people who live on their knees outside the gates, which once opened wide to them, would have been infinitely more odious to her than an overdose of chloral. She was Duchess of Otterbourne, but she was very much more in her own sight and that of her family. She was a Courcy of Falden. That memory had been powerless to keep her feet straight in the path of honor, but it was strong enough to make her feel that she would die sooner than go down in the dust amongst the discrowned who live in Pyrenean watering places, or second-rate Italian cities, or German baths out of their season, and are made much of at the hands of consuls' wives and British chaplains, and who sneak back to their people's country house in England, and are received there as a family obligation, and never more are seen in London between Easter and Goodwood. Such an existence she would no more have led than she would have worn a 3-guinea ready-made gown bought at an annual sale. She had always led the first flight in the hunting field or out of it. She had, though a very unpoetic personage, this in common with poets and grasshoppers, that she seldom looked beyond the immediate day. But now the immediate day frowned on her, gray and ugly, and grasshopper-like she began to feel the shiver and the rime of frost. Her income under settlement was enough, as her brother had more than once told her, to enable her to live very quietly at her dower house, or at any quiet rural place with her children. But as she would infinitely have preferred a fatal dose of chloral to such an existence, her future vaguely terrified her. It was no longer possible to rely upon Ronald, and she found bankers and lenders were all fully alive to the fact that the widowed Duchess of Otterbourne, with only her jointure, was a very different person to Lady Kenilworth, who had always had the money potentialities of her lord's future inheritance behind her, and had also had the ingenious ability in matters financial of Cocky at her back. Poor Cocky! Whoever would have thought that she would have so sincerely missed his support as she now did? Her aunt's legacy was well nigh finished. She had spent it recklessly. When it had come to her, it had seemed inexhaustible, but it actually dissolved as fast as a water ice in a ballroom. She was much tormented by the sense of her poverty. She felt that she could not afford to run any more risks in supplying the deficiencies in her exchequer. She knew that her brother was now aware of her tendency to replace resources by ingenious intrigue, and any step which would compromise her afresh she was afraid to take. What on earth could she do? What a wretch William Massarenes had been not to leave her some portion of his immense wealth. She thought about it until she persuaded herself that she had been deeply wronged. After torturing her as he had done, surely he should have left her at peace for the rest of her actual life. She really thought so. If he had only left his fortune to his wife, she could have mesmerized that dull, simple soul into anything. But the fortune had all gone to the woman she hated the most in the world, that stately, lily-like, silent person who had considered that her own songs were not good enough to be sung at the Harrington House concerts, and who had sent her all those receipts and counterfoils without even her compliments, just as you might send her boxes after a dismissed maid. She had no inclination to write good or bad music now. She was absorbed in the discords of her life. Her tradespeople in Paris and London were no longer pliant. They even wrote rudely. Beaumont, no doubt, had talked. Meanwhile, she wanted money every moment as a plant wants air. There was a man near her in Cannes who was made of money and of whom she often thought, Adrian Vanderlyn. But how to reach him she did not know. He was a hermit. He had a beautiful place 3 miles from Cannes, and was at that moment in residence there. So much she learned from an archduke who had been to see him, but the rest was not easy even to her audacity. Vanderlyn, who had divorced his wife and was a financier, would scarcely, she reasoned, be an ingenue. If she could see him, well, she had few doubts as to the effect she produced on those who saw her. Experience had justified her optimism. One day she drove through the olive woods which were on his estate and through which a drive had been cut which was open to the public. She saw the chateau at a distance. It was built in the style of Francois Premier and was at once elegant and stately. It had long terraces which looked out onto the sea. It was precisely the sort of place to which she would like to come when east winds were blowing down Piccadilly and north winds down the Champs-Élysées. How could that woman be so stupid as to separate from him? She said to the Archduke, in whose carriage she was. That gentleman smiled. As to give him any cause to separate from her? Well, no one knows the rights of the drama. She was very young and extremely beautiful. Many suppose that she was sacrificed to intrigue of her father's. But there must have been some evidence against her, said Mouse, who had a great dislike for this woman whom she had never seen. There is such a thing as suborned witnesses, replied the Archduke. Besides, in German courts, divorce is given on slight grounds. Myself, I think Vanderlyn regrets it, or else I do not know why a man of his years and his wealth should shut himself up away from the world as he does. But he must be seen in Paris. By men of business, scarcely anyone else. He never goes into society. But you see him, sir. On business, on business. Could you not show me the chateau? I grieve to refuse you, but I should not venture. I should look like Mephisto leading a temptress of the Venusberg to disturb an anchorite in Paraclete. What a fool he must be, said Mouse with sincere conviction. The Archduke laughed. Dear Duchess, there are people, even men, to whom, when the affections go wrong, life seems worthless. Of course you do not understand that. Your mission is to inspire despairing passions, not to feel them. You are a charming creature, he thought as he spoke, but you are as keen after gold as a stoat after poultry. I shall not put you on the track of Vanderlyn's. He is a great capitalist, but such women as you would eat up the treasure of an empire and still cry, give. Daughter of the horse leech as you are, with your innocent eyes and your childlike smile. Mouse said no more on the subject, but she carefully surveyed the approaches of the chateau and the shore which stretched immediately beneath its terraces. She had a plan in her fertile mind. She was at home in the water as a fish. The family at Falden had always lived half their days in the sea. Early the next morning she rowed herself out in a small rowing boat which belonged to one of her friends. She had Boo with her. We will go and have a bathe in deep water, she said to the child. They frequently did so, but she did not go out very far, and she steered eastward where the woods of Vanderlyn's chateau rose above the shore. In front of the house and in sight of it, she took advantage of a moment in which Boo was busy clapping her hands at some gulls to pull up the plug in the bottom of the boat. It began to leak and then to fill. She gave a cry as the water welled up over her ankles, and drawing the child to her rapidly pulled off Boo's clothes, leaving her in her chemise and drawers. Jump on my back and put your arms around my throat. Don't hold too hard to choke me. Don't be frightened. I will take you to shore. With the little girl on her shoulders, she cleared herself of the boat as it filled to its edges, and let herself go into the sea, which was quite calm and not very cold in the noontide. Boo, who had her mother's high spirit and was used to dance about in sea surf, was not nervous and did not cling too closely. Mouse struck out toward the beach somewhat embarrassed by her clothing, but swimming with the skill which she had acquired in childish days in the rougher waters of the Irish Channel. She knew that if anyone was looking through a binocular on the terrace above she might make a very effective picture, like Venus Aphrodite bearing Eros. Boo, who was amused, rode triumphant, keeping her golden hair and her black Gainsborough hat out of the water. Some men who were on the beach hallooed and ran to get a boat out of a boathouse lower on the shore, but before they could launch it, Mouse and her little daughter had come ashore laughing and dripping like two playfellows. Their little skiff, turning keel upward, was floating away to the eastward as the wind drove it. There will be several Napoleons to pay for that, she thought, as she saw the derelict going fast out of sight. Never mind if one gets into the enchanted castle. At that moment of her landing, while she stood shaking the salt water off her onto the sand, a voice addressed her from the marble sea-wall above. "Have you had an accident, madam? You have displayed great courage. Pray come up those steps. My house is at your disposal." God helps those who help themselves, thought Mouse, as she looked up and saw a man above who, she felt certain, must be Adrian Vanderlyn. "I shall be glad to dry my little daughter's clothes," she said, as she began to ascend the stone steps. "The plug of the boat was rotten. It filled before one could call out even. If you have any outhouse you could put us in, we are as wet as two Newfoundlands." Boo, feeling that it would be more interesting to do so, had begun to tremble a little and cry, looking a very pretty watery baby siren. "Don't cry, Boo," said her mother. "You know you're not frightened a bit, only cold." "I've sent to my women servants to bring you cloaks," said the owner of the chateau as he came down the steps to meet her, unconscious of the comedy which had been acted for him. "It was very venturesome," he added, "to come in a rowing boat with no one to aid you." "It was very stupid of me not to examine the condition of the boat," she replied. "As for danger, there was none. I kept close to land, and my child and I swim like fish." "So I have seen. But the Mediterranean, if only a salt-water lake as some say, can be a very turbulent one." At that moment his servants came, bringing wraps in which they hastened to enfold the lady and her little girl, who were beginning to feel really chilly. They went up to the house, over whose facade the appreciative eyes of Mouse ranged enviously. "Pray consider everything here at your disposal," he said courteously. "My housekeeper will take you upstairs, and if you will allow me to advise you, you will go to bed. Meantime, can I send to inform your people?" She thanked him gracefully, not too warmly, and gave him her address in cans. "If you could get my maid over with some clothes, I should be glad," she said, as she went up the staircase looking, as no other woman would have looked, lovely despite the thick wraps and the soaked hair. "But you have not told me your name." "Duchess of Otterbourne," she called back to him, whilst she went up the stairs followed by Boo, who by this time had grown cold and equally cross. She was taken into a beautiful bedchamber of the Louis Quinze style, with silver dogs on the hearth where a wood fire already blazed. It was really very well done, she thought, with self-complacency. I only hope to goodness Boo will not take cold. That man must be Vanderlyn himself. He is more good-looking than I expected, and for an anchorite he is civil. "They are silver," said Boo, surveying the andirons, whilst two maids were rubbing dry her rosy limbs. "So's the mirror," she added as she looked around her after drinking a cup of hot milk, after which she allowed herself to be put to bed and soon fell fast asleep. Her mother sat by the fire wrapped in blankets and eiderdown. Even to Boo's busy and suspicious intelligence it did not occur that the plug had been pulled out on purpose. The little secret was quite safe in her mother's own brain. "This is a very nice house," said Boo with condescension to the owner of it when, 3 hours later, the maid and the clothes having arrived from Cannes, they went downstairs with no trace in either of their late immersion in salt water, and saw their host in his library. "I am honored by your approval," said Vanderlyn. "Boo is a great connoisseur," said her mother. Vanderlyn was a tall and slender man, with a handsome face, spoiled by melancholy and fatigue. His eyes were dreamy and gentle. His manner was grave and gave the impression that his thoughts were not greatly in what he was saying. He at all times spoke little. He smiled at the child indulgently. I hope she has felt no ill effects, he said to her mother, nor yourself. They took too good care of us, replied Mouse. It is so very kind of you to have been so hospitable to two drowned rats. I am happy to have been of use, he said with perfect politeness, but the tone suggested to her that he would be grateful if she went away and left him to his solitude. The indifference stimulated her vanity. You have not told me who you are, she said with that abruptness which in her was graceful. But I think I know. You are Baron Vanderlyn. He assented. Why do you not see people? She asked brusquely. Why do you shut yourself up all alone in this beautiful place? I come here for rest. But even in Paris or London or Berlin you shun society? I do not care for it. What a pity. Do you think so? Certainly I do. No one should live alone who is not old and blind and poor. He smiled slightly. If one were old and blind and poor, one would be probably left alone. Maigre soi. Ah, you are a pessimist. I am not. I think the world very delightful and people very good. Your experiences have been fortunate and brief. He looked vaguely round the room as if he looked for somebody to take her away. Boo, who had been examining the library, came up to him with a little agate cupid, a paperweight. The cupid had gold wings and quiver, and was a delicate work of art. It's pretty, she said. Will you let me have it? Pray keep it, said Vanderlyn. Her mother scolded her and protested. She was indeed considerably annoyed at the child's effrontery, but Boo kept tight hold on the cupid. Gentlemen don't want it, she said. He's too old for toys. He laughed. He had not laughed for a long time. Have you any children? Asked Boo. No, my dear. Why haven't you? They are treasures not accorded to all. Treasure is a great anxiety, whether it is your kind of treasure or mine, Monsieur Vanderlyn, said Boo's mother. You have been very kind to this naughty little girl, and we have trespassed too long on your hospitality. Yet if it wouldn't bore you too much, I should like to see something of the house before I go. I have often wished to enter as I sailed past it or drove through your olive woods. He assented to her wish with a reluctance which she ignored, and he showed her over the chief part of his chateau, which contained much which was beautiful and rare. Boo, wishing for everything she saw, but warned by her mother's eyes not to ask for anything more, went jumping and running through the rooms, her hat in her hand and the light on her golden head. You have several children, I think, said Vanderlyn to her mother. 4, replied Mouse, and she felt that she would have preferred for this hermit to know nothing about her by reputation. Are they all with you? No, they are little boys. Their guardians have more to do with them than I. There was a sadness in her tone which made him look at her with a certain interest. Law is very hard on women, she added, especially as regards their offspring. She was, to men of serious temper, most interesting in her maternal feeling, and it was genuine in a sense, though used with artifice. Vanderlyn looked at her with less indifference and unwillingness, but she made little way in his intimacy. He remained distant in his courtesy, and as she drove away with baskets of roses for herself and of fruit for her little daughter, she felt discontentedly that she had gone through the trouble of her invention and spent the money which the lost boat would cost for small purpose. Boo turned and looked back at the turrets of the chateau already distant above its woods. That's a nice man, she said decidedly. Won't you marry him, Mommy? Her eyes colored at such unexpected divination of her own projects. What odious things you say, Boo, she answered, and how odiously you behaved, asking for things in that bare-faced way. I have told you 50 times never to ask. I shouldn't have got it else, replied Boo, calmly and unmoved, taking the cupid out of the pocket of her fur paletot and contemplating it with satisfaction. She had improved in the science of looting since the day when her mother had made her give back the gold box to Mrs. Massarenes. As the carriage drove along the sea road, Vanderlyn returned to the solitude of his library. It had been unwelcome to him to be obliged to entertain them, and yet now that they were gone he momentarily missed them, the gay bright presence of the child and the graceful nonchalance in speech and movement of the woman. It was years since either child or woman had been in the rooms of Les Mouettes. The days passed and brought her no recompense whatever for her self-inflicted immersion in the cold January waves. The boat had been found and restored to its owner, so it did not cost her very much, but the sense of failure irritated her exceedingly. Boo importuned her several times to return to the chateau of the Silver Dogs, but only encountered a sharp reprimand and was scolded for effrontery. The Cupid had been taken away from her and found its home in the mother's dispatch box till it was sent as a wedding gift to somebody who was being married in the fog in Belgravia. Boo resented the injustice bitterly and meditated compensation or revenge. More than once she was on the point of starting by herself for Les Mouettes, but it was far off, her feet would not take her there, and she could not get away in a boat because her governess or her maid was always after her. If I could only get there alone, he'd give me a lot of things, she thought. She could see the promontory on which it stood some 5 miles off to westward, but she had to stay in Cannes and be walked out by her women and play stupid games with little Muscovite princesses, pale and peevish, and little German countesses, rustic and rosy. Mommy took little notice of her. She's always nasty when she's got no money, reflected Boo. Boo knew that there was a scarcity of money. One day as she was walking with her governess, which she hated, she saw 2 gentlemen on the other side of a myrtle hedge. She kissed her hand to one of them and rushed headlong to where a break in the hedge enabled her to join them. "Good morning," she cried, rapturously throwing her arms about Vanderlyn. He looked down at her, surprised at such a welcome. "Is it you, my little friend? How is your mother?" "Why haven't you been to see us?" asked Boo. He smiled. "I am remiss in those matters. I need education." "I'll tell you what to do," said Boo. "I know what people ought to do. Come and see Mammy now." "Not now, my dear. I have other engagements." Boo's brows knit together. "People break engagements when I tell them," she said with hauteur. "Mine are business engagements." "Come," she said, with a stamp of one small foot. "No, my dear. I will call on you at 3 if you wish it so much." "That is a rude way to speak." "I am not a courtier, my dear. Run away now. I am occupied. I will call on you at 3. Boo was forced to be content with this compromise. She looked after him as he walked on with his companion, a prime minister. "He's made of millions," she said to her governess, and her little face had a reverential look upon it. Her mother was at home at 3 o'clock in the pretty room with its windows opening onto a flower-filled balcony which cost so much in the first hotel in Cannes. She was reading, and Boo, at the table, was dabbling with some watercolor paints when he who was made of millions entered, being faithful to his word. "Your little daughter reminded me that I have been to blame and not earlier doing myself this honor," he said as he bent over her hand. She thought that he did not look either honored or enthusiastic. She had a vague sense of hostility to her and him, which stimulated her interest and her intentions. "You owe no duty to 2 shipwrecked waifs whom you entertain only too amiably," she said with a charming smile. "I am surprised that you have given us a thought." He had scarcely given her a thought, but he could not tell her so. He remained with her half an hour, talking in a somewhat absent manner of French literature and of German music. "What do you give me, Mammy?" said Boo when he had taken his leave, as she dropped down at her mother's feet. "Give you? What do you mean?" said Mouse, who was irritated that he had not invited her to his chateau. "What'll you give me, Mammy?" repeated Boo, and her upraised, saucy, imperious eyes said plainly, "Reward me for bringing the person you wanted, or I shall tell him you've sent his Cupid, my Cupid, as a wedding present to Daisy Fiennes." "I will give you a kiss first," said Mouse, with apparent ignorance of the meaning of the upraised eyes, "and then I will give you a drive. Run away." To Boo, the recompense seemed small besides the greatness of the service rendered, but her short years of life had been long enough to convince her that people were not grateful. "Man's made of millions," she said dreamily when she was seated by her mother's side in the Victoria, and Bandolin, driving a pair of horses on his homeward way, passed them. "I believe he is," said her mother, "but his millions are nothing to us." Boo turned her head away that she might grin unrepressed, showing all her pretty teeth to an eucalyptus tree on the road. Her mother did not like Vanderlyn. His grave, abstracted manner, his visible indifference to herself, his somewhat ceremonious words bored her, chilled her. She felt in his presence very much as she did when in church. But she intended him to marry her. She fancied he was weak and unintelligent. She thought she would do as she liked with him and the millions which were undoubtedly his. On his part he would benefit, for he wanted rousing and being reconciled to the world. What was the use of the millions if there were nobody to spend them? She knew that no one could distance her in the art of making money fly about and diffuse itself. She would much sooner have married Wuffy. Wuffy was His Serene Highness, Prince Wolfram of Karstein Lowenthal. He was 24 years old, very good-looking, very mirthful and pleasant-loving, very popular and sociable. He was extremely in love with her, and would have given all he possessed with rapture. But alas, that all was represented by a rank which was negotiable in the marriage market, and bills which were not negotiable anywhere. He was a fourth son, and his parents were so poor that Daddy Gwillian declared he knew for a fact that, when they were dining alone, they had the Volkszeitung outspread for a tablecloth to save their palatial damask. Wuffy was charming, but matrimonially he was impossible. Wuffy was then at Cannes, floating himself in the best society, as penniless princes of his fatherland alone can do. She liked him, she had even more than liking for him, but she kept him at a respectful distance, for he did not accord with the grave intentions with which she had swum toward the terraces of Les Mouettes. In racing parlance, she did not dare put her money on him for any big event. "Why am I out in the cold, darling?" he asked sorrowfully of Boo, who was always consulted by her mother's admirers as an unfailing aneroid. Boo shook her head and pursed her lips. "Why?" insisted the poor prince. "You know everything, Boo." This appeal to her omniscience prevailed. "You're very pretty, Wuffy," she said, caressing his golden hair, which was as bright as her own. "You're very pretty, and you're great fun. But you know, poor Wuffy, you haven't got a pfennig to spend." "Come and see, Boo," said Wuffy, stung by such a statement into mad expenditure, which resulted in the purchase for Boo of a toy opera house with orchestra, costumes, and personages complete, which had for 3 days been the object of her ardent desire in a shop window in Nice. "I'll sing all the parts myself," she said rapturously. "You must give the tenors to me," said the purchaser of it, with a double meaning. "Tenors is always spitted," said Boo solemnly. "They're always spitted, or poisoned." Her mother passed some days in perplexed meditation. She felt that all the charms of her ever irresistible sorcery would be thrown away on the owner of that delicious sea palace, and that, as matters now stood, there was not a shadow of reason for the threat of Prince Christoph to be put into execution. But she was tenacious and did not like to acknowledge herself beaten. She could not readily believe that Vanderlyn was so different to other men that he could in the end remain wholly uninfluenced by her. The great difficulty was to approach him, for she felt that she had already committed herself to more than was wise or was delicate in her advances to him in his solitude. She cast about her for some deus ex machina that she could set in motion, and decided on the old Austrian Archduke. The Archduke was an old man in years, but not in temperament, and he was highly sensible of her attractions. She did very much as she pleased with him, and he, sternest of marionnettes and harshest of commanding officers, was like a ball of feathers in her hands. With great adroitness and the magnetism which every charming woman exercises, she so interested him by her descriptions of Les Muettes that he was inspired by a desire of seeing the place for himself, and was induced to overcome both his well-bred dislike to intruding on a recluse and his imperial reluctance to cross the threshold of a man not noble. In the end, so well did she know how to turn men and things to her own purposes, that, despite the mutual reluctance of both the guest and the host, Vanderlyn did, taken at a disadvantage one day, when he met them all three together, invite the old general to breakfast, and invited also herself and her little girl, and the invitations were promptly accepted. It was impossible to be more perfectly courteous than Vanderlyn was on the occasion, or to show more urbanity and tact than he did in his reception of them. But even she, who could easily persuade herself of most things which she wished to believe, could not fail to see that the entertainment was a weariness to him, a concession, and an unwilling one, to the wishes of an aged prince, with whom his banking house had, for many years, had relations. No one was ever, she thought, so gracefully courteous and so impenetrably indifferent as her host was. The child alone seemed to interest him, and Boo, who had taken her cue unbidden from her mother, was charming, subdued, almost shy, and wholly bewitching. She had a genuine respect for the man made of millions. The Archduke, after the luncheon, tired by his perambulations over the large house, and having eaten and drunk largely, fell asleep on a sofa with some miniatures, which he was looking at, lying on his knees. He was sunk in the heavy slumber of age and defective digestion. Not to disturb him, Vanderlyn and she conversed in low tones at some distance from him, whilst the gentlemen of the household, who had accompanied him, discreetly played a noiseless game of ball with Boo on the terrace outside the windows. She, who was greatly daring, thought that now or never was the moment to find out what her host's feelings were toward the woman whom he had divorced. It was difficult, and she knew that it was shockingly ill-bred to invade the privacy of such a subject, but she felt that it was the only way to get even with Chris Carr. They were in a room consecrated to the portraits of women, a collection made by Vanderlyn's father, chiefly portraits of the 18th century, some oils, some pastels, some crayons, and most of them French work, except a Romney or two and several Conway miniatures. She had looked, admired, criticized them with that superficial knowledge of the technique and jargon of art which is so easily acquired in the world by people to whom art, qua art, is absolutely indifferent. She said the right thing in the right place, displaying culture and accurate criticism, and looking, as she always did, like a brilliant Romney herself, very simply attired with a white gown, a blue ribbon round her waist, and a straw hat covered with forget-me-nots on her hair. The room was in shade and silence, full of sweetness from great china bowls of lilies of the valley. The old man slept on with his chin on his chest. The sound of the sea and the smothered ripple of childish laughter came from without. Now or never, she thought, and turned to Vanderlyn. What an exquisite place this is! What a pity you are all alone in it! Solitude has its compensations, if not its distractions, he answered. He was profoundly distrustful of her simple, natural, friendly manner, which seemed to him more dangerous than any other. He believed it to be assumed on purpose to put him off his guard. He thought the Circe, who now endeavored to beguile him, one of the loveliest women he had ever seen, and he felt convinced that she was also one of the most dangerous. But she aroused neither interest nor curiosity in him, though his mind acknowledged her potent charms. "Do you never regret?" she asked abruptly. "Who can outlive youth without regret?" he replied. He was hostile to her in his mind. He felt her charm, but he resented her approaches. He could not but perceive her desire to draw him into confidential conversation, and the reserve which was natural to him increased in proportion to her persistent endeavor to overcome it. In herself she was irritated and discouraged, but she concealed both feelings and summoned all her courage. "Is there a portrait of your wife here?" she asked abruptly, turning and facing him. He grew pale to his lips, and an expression of intense pain passed over his countenance. "Madame," he said very coldly, "that lady's name must not be mentioned to me." "Oh, you know I am a very impertinent person," she answered lightly. "Perhaps you will say I am a very ill-bred one. But her story has always had a fascination for me. They say she is such a very beautiful person." He said nothing, but retained his composure with difficulty. This audacious stranger probed a wound which he would not have allowed his most intimate friend to touch. "I know her father very well," she continued, disregarding the visible offense and suffering with which he heard her. "He has sometimes spoken of her to me. He is not very scrupulous. Don't you think there may have been some misunderstanding, some misrepresentation, some intentional mischief?" Vanderlyn, with increasing difficulty, controlled his anger and his emotion. "I do not discuss these matters," he said with great chillness. "Allow me, madam, to remind you that the privilege of your acquaintance is to me a very recent honor. And you think me very intrusive and insupportable. Oh, I quite understand that. But I have heard things, and it seems a pity you are not old enough to mope all by yourself like this, and if there was any mistake—" "There is none." He said it between his teeth. The recollections she evoked were fraught for him with intolerable torture, and he could have taken his intruder by her shoulders and thrust her out of his presence if he had not been restrained by the habits and self-command of a man of the world. "But she ruins your life. You do not forget her?" said his unwelcome visitant. "I shall not replace her, madam," replied Vanderlyn curtly, weary of the cross-examination and wondering, half divining, what the scope of it might be. "Ah, there you are so right," Mouse murmured. "How can the ruling of a judge undo what is done, efface what is written on the heart, or make the past a tabula rasa? You think me an impertinent, tiresome person, I am sure, but I must say to you how very glad I should be, if I could ever prove to you that you wronged the Countess Sulinar." "Why do you speak of such things?" said Vanderlyn, his self-control momentarily deserting him. "Does one put out the light of one's life or of one's soul on mere suspicion? You do not know what you are saying. You torture me. You will make me forget myself. Be silent, I tell you, be silent." She looked at him very sweetly, without offense. "I understand. You love this woman still. She was the mother of your dead child. I understand. Oh, so completely. Well, if ever I can prove to you that I am right and you are wrong, I shall be very glad, for I am quite sure that you will never care for any other person. It may seem to you very impertinent, but I have an idea. Never mind if there be any grounds for it. Time will show." "You speak very strangely, madam," said Vanderlyn, agitated to a degree which it was hard for him to conceal, yet extremely suspicious of her motives. "I dare say I do," she answered without offense, "for I know nothing whatever, and I conjecture a great deal. Very feminine that, you will say. Hush! The Archduke is stirring." At that moment the Archduke awoke from his slumber, astonished to find himself where he was, and looking round for his missing gentleman. Vanderlyn hastened, of course, to his side, and the tete-a-tete was over, but it had lasted long enough for her to be certain that it would be as easy to raise the sunken galleys of Carthage from the violet seas beyond the windows as to revive passion in the heart of her host. She hastened to leave him and go out on to the terrace to tell Boo to be quiet, for she had, as she had truly said, No knowledge whatever, and merely some vague impressions suggested by the visit and the warning of Prince Chris. But she had gleaned two certainties from her conversation with Vanderlyn. One, that he had never ceased to regret his divorced wife, the other that it would be as much use to woo a marble statue as to attempt to fascinate this man, whose heart was buried in the deep-sea grave of a shipwrecked passion. She had read of such passions and seen them represented on the stage, but she had never before believed in their existence. Now that she did believe in them, such a waste of opportunity seemed to her supremely idiotic. The idea of a financier, a man of the world, a Croesus of Paris and Berlin, sitting down to weep for the broken jug of spilt milk, for the shattered basket of eggs, like the farm girl in the fable. What could be sillier or less remunerative? But she remembered she had often heard that the cleverest men in public business were always the greatest fools in private life. She drove away in the radiance of the late afternoon in the Archduke's carriage, Boo sitting opposite to her, holding disconsolately a bouquet of orchids, of which the rarity did not compensate to her for not having got anything else. "What a pity that man does not marry again," said the old gentleman, as they passed through the olive and ilex woods of the park. "I believe he's in love with his lost wife," said Mouse. "Very possibly," replied the Archduke. "I remember her as a young girl. Her beauty was quite extraordinary. It was the cause of her misfortune, for it was the cause of his jealousy." Jealous? That serene, impassive man? The serenity is acquired, and the impassiveness is an armor. He is a person of strong passions and deep affections. He adored his wife, and I have always supposed that his susceptibilities were played upon by some Iago. But what Iago, and why? Her father, perhaps, and out of spite. But I really know nothing, said the Archduke, recollecting himself, the good wines of Les Muettes having loosened his tongue to unusual loquacity. "He didn't give me anything today," said Boo woefully from the front seat. She was unrewarded for her painful goodness, for her sweetly imitated shyness, for the self-denial with which she had held her tongue, and bored herself to play ball noiselessly with that stout, bald, florid aide-de-camp. The Archduke laughed. "Giving is a delightful privilege," he said, "but when we know that all the world is expecting us to give, the pastime palls. Adrian Vanderlyn has felt that from the time he was in his nursery. You must allow me to remedy his omission in this instance, my charming little friend." Mouse went home sorely out of temper. It seemed to her quite monstrous that two persons, like this man and Billy's daughter, should each have had command given them of a vast fortune by which they were each only bored, whilst she who would have spent such a fortune so well, and with so much enjoyment, was left a victim to the most sordid anxieties. There was certainly something wrong in the construction of the universe. She felt almost disposed to be a socialist. As she went up the staircase of her hotel, she was roused from her meditations by Boo's voice, which was saying plaintively again, "He didn't give me anything today." "I am very glad he did not," said her mother. "You are a greedy, shameless, gobbling little cat." "You're the cat and I'm the kitten," thought her young daughter, but Boo, saucy and bold as she was, never dared to be impudent to her mother. When they left him, Vanderlyn went up to his bedchamber, unlocked a drawer in a cabinet, and took out of it two portraits, one of his divorced wife, the other of her dead child. He looked at them long, with slow, hot tears welling up into his eyes. He would have given all the millions which men envied him to have had the child playing at his side, and the mother with her hand in his. A sorrow of the affections might not affect the health, the strength, the mind, the occupations, or the general life of a man, but it embitters it, as a single drop of wormwood can embitter the whole clearness and brightness of a bowl of pure water. The bowl may be of silver, may be of gold, but the water in it is spoilt forever. and he who must drink from it envies the peasant, the wooden cup which he fills and refills at a purling stream. End of section 39, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Section 40 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 40. Prince Chris of Carstane was at Monte Carlo playing continuously, losing almost always, living in a miserable lodging over a small shop, and devoting to that blind goddess with 1,000 hands who is called Play, his clothes, his sustenance, his last rings and shirt studs. He did this every winter, and every spring he was supplied afresh through his daughter's means, and went to Spa or Lucan and did the same. From Germany he was banned. One day at the casino he saw the Duchess of Otterborn stretching out a slender hand between a Jew broker and a Paris cocotte to put some gold upon the red. Ah, blonde devil, he thought to himself, and wished he might see her lose her last farthing and crawl under a hedge to drink a last dose of morphia. But this he knew he was not likely to see, nor anyone else, for she was not the kind of person who kills herself, and at play she generally won, for she kept quite cool at it and never let it run away with her judgment. He hated her intensely. He had never liked her, but when she had shut Harrington House to him, she had excited and merited his most bitter detestation. She had not played fair, and Prince Chris, though he might cheat, abhorred being cheated. He felt it an insult to his intelligence. He had discovered the Massarenes before she had done so. They had been his place of claim, his treasure isle, his silver mine. She had come after him and profited and plundered. This he might have pardoned if she had kept faith with him and gone shares, but she had acted treacherously. She had mined the ground under his feet. She had taught these ignorant people to know him as he was. She had made them understand that they must drop him, shake him off, that to be seen with him did them social harm, not good. She had annexed them and made them hers. She had created a monopoly in them for herself. She had taken them into her spheres, the entrance into which had long been forfeited by himself. And all this had been done so skilfully, with so much coolness and acumen, that he had been powerless to oppose it. The dinners of Harrington House had become to him things of the past. The Clodion falconer, which he had found for them, saw him no more pass up their staircase. They were ungrateful like all low-bred people, and she triumphed. The blonde devil, he said with a curse. But for her, they would in all likelihood have remained unknown to immaculate society, and would to the end of time have believed in himself as a semi-royal divinity, knowing nothing of the stains on his purples, nothing of the cankered breast which rotted under the ribbons of his orders. She had not been so clever as a groom of the chamber at Harrington House had taught her. She had not gone shares fairly with her predecessor in the exploitation of the Masserene vein. She had made an enemy of him. She thought his enmity was of no consequence because he was a person wholly discredited and despised, but in this she was greatly mistaken. Because water is muddy, it is not therefore incapable of drowning you. Chris Carr, who was a person of extreme intelligence, guessed all her motives and all her modes of action, and divined exactly all she said against him. It is always a dangerous and difficult thing to drop people, and neither the master nor the mistress of Harrington House had tact and experience enough to do it in the least offensive manner. Indeed, Masserene himself enjoyed doing it offensively. It made him feel a greater swell than ever to be able to be rude and slighting to a person of the original rank of Prince Chris. It afflicted the tenderer heart of his wife, but she did not dare to disobey orders, and despite his rage, the old prince could not be otherwise than amused to note the elaborate devices with which she shifted her parasol so as not to see him in the park, and fumbled with a handkerchief or a fan as he approached at a concert or a theatre to avoid offering him a hand. He read his fair forced tactics in the stiff and frightened manner of the Massarenes toward him. He saw that they had been warned he was a bird of prey, that they were afraid to say anything to his face, and could only clumsily draw away from him. He was used to this treatment from his equals, but in these low creatures it stung him painfully. He felt like a disabled hawk having its eyes pecked out by a crow. As he watched, as time went on, the upward progress of these people into that higher world, forever close to himself, he knew that she had done for them what he had lost all power of doing for them or for anyone. He acknowledged her superiority, but her treachery he intended to repay at the earliest opportunity. One does not pull a ferret out of a rabbit burrow without being bitten. As it chanced, there came into his hands a weekly journal published at Nice, which contained such items of social intelligence as it was thought would interest the visitors to the Riviera, and amongst these was a paragraph which spoke of the boating accident to the Duchess of Otterbourne and the coolness and courage displayed by that lady. It mentioned that the accident had happened off the terraces of the Muets. As he read, he thought he saw between the lines. He suspected the accident was one of design. He suspected the rescue of the child by a mother was a brilliant coup d'etat done with intention to arouse the interest of a solitary. He made a few careful, discreet inquiries. He found that Gwendoline had been to see her at a hotel. He learned that the circumstances of the fair swimmer were embarrassed, which did not surprise him. He heard some gossiper laugh and say that she was intending to marry the great banker. He saw as completely into her mind and soul as if he had been Mephistopheles. He promised himself that she should not succeed. Some remorseful regret occasionally stirred in him when he thought of his daughter's lonely life, and when he remembered the passionate love which had been ruptured when she and Gwendoline had parted. He was a bad old man with a shriveled heart and a numbed conscience, but he was human. Mouse was at that time especially irritated and depressed. There had come to Cannes that week a young beauty, a mere child, but of extreme loveliness and wonderful colouring, very much what Boo would be in a few more years. This young girl, an Austrian just married to a Russian thrice her age, had turned all heads and occupied all tongues at Cannes, and Mouse, for the first time in her life, had the uncomfortable sensation of being eclipsed, of being rather out of it, as she would have said in her own phraseology. It was a dull and unpleasant feeling which filled her with resentment and made her stare into a mirror with an anxiety and uncertainty wholly new to her. She was in this kind of mood when Prince Chris walked up the steps of a hotel. She had come in from driving, fretful and disposed to think that life is more trouble than it was worth, when they brought her a card and said the gentleman who owned it was waiting downstairs. Chris Carr. What can he possibly want with me? She wondered. She was disposed to let him remain downstairs, and she was in no mood for visitors, especially those who could be of no possible use or amusement to her. Then she reflected that she had not behaved very well to him, that he had at one time been very intimate at Harrington House, and also that he had been the father-in-law, at all events for a few years, of the master of Les Muets. "Show him up," she said irritably to her servant. In another minute the old man entered, frailer, thinner, with the gold dye on his hair more visible, but bland and polished as before, with the same keen, intent gleam in his pale blue eyes. She welcomed him sweetly, suppressing a yawn, and seemed as if it were the most natural thing in the world to receive a man against whom society had long closed all its doors. Who could tell what old Chris might know? She was well aware that she had ousted him out of Harrington House. "You're not looking well, Prince," she said with solicitude, offering him a little silver tray of cigarettes. Old age, said Prince Chris airily as he took a cigarette and lighted it. "How happy you are, Duchess, who are in all the wonder blossoming of your youth." That's a nasty one, thought Mouse, for she knew that when your children are growing up, speeches of this kind have a subacid flavor, which it is intended should be distinctly tasted by you. He settled himself comfortably in the lounging chair he occupied and blew the perfume smoke into the air. "I'm especially fortunate to find you alone," he said. "May I at once mention the purport of my visit? For I know how rare it is to be favored by a tete-a-tete with you when one is, alas, old and uninteresting." "Pray say anything you like," she replied, the sweetness beginning to go out of her manner and the softness out of her voice, for she felt that whatever his purpose might be, it was not amiable. "Allow me, then," said the old man very suavely, "to ask you if it be true what people say in these places, that you intend to marry my ex-son-in-law, Adrian Gwendoline?" She was silent from astonishment and annoyance. She did not want to have the keen eyes of the old gambler watching her cards. "There's not the smallest authority for such a statement," she answered with hauteur, "and I think you might phrase your inquiry more courteously." He smiled and made a little gesture with a cigarette, indicative of apology or derision as she chose to take it. "Why should not either or both of them marry again?" she asked, her anxiety on the manner getting the better of her prudence and good taste. "Dear lady," replied Prince Chris, "it seems incredible to properly constituted minds, but there are actually persons so disposed by nature that they only love once. It's a lamentable limitation of what was intended to be a most agreeable and varied pastime, but so it is. You know, there are some persons who take everything seriously and drink sparkling Moselle with a long face. Perhaps they will remarry each other. It's not against the law, I believe." "No, it's not against the law. Probably because no lawmakers ever thought such a case possible. How he dislikes them both," she thought. "Perhaps because they didn't give him enough money. Or perhaps because they are maintaining him now." It seemed to her experienced mind that you would naturally hate anybody who maintained you. "I heard of a boat upset beneath the terraces of Les Muets, of an intrepid suetage of your lovely little girl on your own fair shoulders," murmured Prince Chris. "I hope the master of the chateau was grateful, but I doubt it. Men of business are skeptical rather than impressionable. I hope you took no cold?" "None whatever," said Mouse crossly and curtly, for she felt herself déveinée, and this sensation is never soothing to the nerves. "I'm charmed to hear it. But is it true that you have an intention to render still richer than he is the singularly ungrateful person who is called the Christian Rothschild?" "I don't know what you mean," she said sullenly, "and I don't know what this man, Christian or Jew, can matter to you. He divorced your daughter." It was more than a rude thing. It was an ill-bred thing to say, and she knew that it was so, but her temper got the better of her prudence, as it had done in an interview with Beaumont. Prince Chris remained unmoved. "That is matter of history," he said serenely. "The man, as you call him, who is unquestionably a Christian, may have been touched by that heroic spectacle of a modern Aphrodite battling with the waves. No doubt it was intended that he should be touched. All that I wish to say, dear Duchess, is this, that if the report be true that you intend to marry him, and it may be, for millionaires are the only men worth marrying, I merely venture to say that well, in a word, I should prevent it. That's all." She stared at him in unaffected amazement, and her anger was as real as her surprise. "How dare you say such things to me?" she said in great offense. "You would venture to imply that the boat was upset on purpose." He laughed a little softly. An unaided apropos is rarely of occurrence in this life, but perhaps Monsieur Vanderlyn was impressed by the accident. Men of finance are sometimes children in matters outside their counting houses. However, all I desire, Duchess, is to intimate to you that if you have any intention of marrying the man who, as you remarked, divorced my daughter, I shall not permit the marriage to take place." "How can you prevent it?" "That's my affair. Rest assured only that I can and that I shall." She was silent, intensely irritated, and uncertain how to treat him. She was aware that there was something ludicrous and undignified in her position. She could not allege that Vanderlyn had any intention to marry her. She had been taken off her guard and placed in a position of absurd embarrassment. What could this old man mean? He was too keen and experienced a person to menace what he had not the ability to carry out. Had he known anything of her relations with Massarenes? She knew that he had a long score against her to pay off, that he must hate her and would make her feel its hatred if he could, but he was not a man to indulge in unprofitable rancor. She said between her teeth, "Do you suppose if I wished to marry any man I shouldn't do it?" "It's impossible to say," murmured Prince Chris. "There are some persons so perverted that they do not like new mown hay or early strawberries. There may be also persons so dead to beauty and to virtue that they do not appreciate the exquisite qualities of the Duchess of Otterbourne." "You old wretch," she thought, with difficulty controlling herself from ordering him out of the room. "I had not the remotest intention of annexing your ci devant son-in-law," she said aloud, "but as you have put the idea in my head, perhaps I shall do it. "Are you sure it is I who put it there?" said Prince Chris, smiling. "Then allow me to take it out again. I do not intend you to marry Adrian Vanderlyn." "What business would it be of yours if I did? He disgraced your daughter before all Europe." His face remained impassive. "You cannot wonder, then, if only out of vengeance I shall deny him the paradise of your embrace. Be my motive what it will, dear lady, take this for certain. I shall not allow you to carry out your present scheme." "Sir!" Anger flashed from her sapphire eyes. Her voice was stifled by rage. Her scheme! As if she were an intriguing horizontale, a nameless adventuress. He laid down the cigarette which he had appreciated and finished. "Remember," he said serenely, "I can say that to Vanderlyn which will prevent him from marrying you or any other woman. I shall tell him that is your boast. You can tell him if you like. He will not believe you, and he certainly will not question me. But what could his marriage, were there any question of it, matter to you?" Her curiosity got the better of her rage. "That is my affair," he replied. "To be quite frank with you, it does not matter to me in the least, but I do not intend you to step into my daughter's place. She is my daughter, though many years have passed since I saw her, and you, madame, shall not sit where she sat, love where she loved, sleep where she slept. You shall not do her that injury. A sentimentalism, you think? No, I am not sentimental, though I come of the land of Werther. But a few years ago you did me a bad turn when I was weak enough to trust you, and I do not forget easily. I can prevent you from reaching the Canaan of Vanderlyn's wealth, and I intend to do so. I know what you would do. You would entice him with exquisite skill, and it is possible that you would make him your dupe. In finance he is clever, but in the affections he is a child. Well, take warning. Let him alone. For if you attempt to succeed with him, I shall intervene. That is all. I have told you to desist because I am not desirous of approaching the man who, as you observed, dishonored my daughter before all Europe. But if you do not listen to good counsels, I shall do so. For I repeat, I do not intend you ever to reach the canon of his riches." Then, without waiting for any reply from her, he rose, bowed with a courtly grace which to the last distinguished him, and left her presence, walking with that feebleness which infirmity and years entailed, but with a pleased smile upon his face, and as much alacrity as he could command, for he was in his haste to return to the tables of Monte Carlo. She remained in a sort of stupor, staring at the smoked-out cigarette which he had left behind him on the ash-tray. She had been so utterly astonished, humiliated, and disgusted that she had not had presence of mind enough to charge him with having brought about his daughter's ruin by his own intrigues and falsehoods. Unfortunately, too, she knew so little, so very little, only what the Archduke Franz had hinted to her, and with that weak weapon of mere conjecture she could not have discomfited so skilled and accomplished a master of fence as was Prince Christopher of Castine. How she wished, oh, how she wished that she had let him have his fair share of the spoils of Harrington House! There are few things more utterly painful than to have done mean, ungenerous, and dishonourable acts, and find them all, like a nest of vipers, torpid from cold, which have been warmed on your heart, and uncurl and hiss at you. "My great-uncle came to call on you?" said young Prince Wolfram with astonishment and curiosity. "I saw him in the hall. I don't speak to him, you know. We none of us do. But I felt sorry." "So do I, whenever I see him," said Mouse in the frankest and sweetest manner. "I've always stood by him, you know. He is so courtly and charming, and now so old. It's horribly cruel, I think, to shut one's door on a man of that age. He may have been old, they say. I suppose he has, but his sins must have been over before we were born. And when anybody is so old as that, I, for one, really cannot be unkind." What an angel she was, thought the young grandnephew of Prince Chris, an angel of modern make, with wings of chiffon that would not perhaps stand a shower of rain or a buffet of wind, but still an angel. The end of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 41. Lord, my dear Ronnie, exclaimed Daddy Gwyllion, what poor-sighted creatures we are, with all our worldly wisdom. To think that I ever advised you to do such a thing. Lord, I might have ruined you. His astonishment and repentance were so extreme and sincere that Hurstmansow was bewildered. What did you ever advise me to do, he asked, that would have ruined me? I told you to marry her. To marry whom? Massarene's daughter. Hurstmansow's face changed. I believe you did, he said stiffly. I am glad you see the impropriety of telling a poor man to marry a rich woman. But she isn't a rich woman, cried the poor matchmaker in almost a shriek of remorse. I might have led you to your ruin. She has gone and given it all away. Hurstmansow turned quickly to him with animation. What do you say? Given what away? Her father's fortune? Read that, said Gwyllion. Oh, Lord, that fools should ever have money, and sensible folks be worn into their graves for want of it. What he gave Ronald to read was a column in the leading journal of Paris and New York, an article adorned by a woodcut which was labelled a portrait of Catherine Massarene, and resembled her as much as did a Burmese idol or a face on a door-knocker. The article, which was long, abounded in large capital letters and startling italics, its hyperbolic and hysterical language being translated into the language of sober sense, stated that the daughter of the bulldozing boss, so well known in the States as William Massarene, having inherited the whole of his vast wealth, had come over to America incognita, had spent some months in the study of life as seen in the city of Kerosene and the adjacent townships and provinces, and having made herself intimately acquainted with the people and the institutions, had divided 2/3 of her inheritance between those who had shared in any way in the making of that wealth, or whose descendants were in want. She had devoted another large portion of it to the creation of various asylums and institutions and provision for human and animal needs in both Great Britain and Ireland, whilst the valuable remainder had been divided amongst many poor families of County Down. The journal said, in conclusion, that she had purchased an annuity for her mother, which would give that lady double the annual income allotted to her under William Massarene's will, and that for herself she had kept nothing, not a red cent. The editor added a personal note, stating that Miss Massarene had certainly made no provision for her own maintenance, since she had forgotten to endow a lunatic asylum. The column closed with the total in plain figures of the enormous property which had thus been broken up and distributed. Hurstmansow read it in silence, from the first line to the last, then in silence returned it to Daddy Gwyllion. Isn't it heaven's mercy you didn't marry her? Cried Daddy. To be sure you would have prevented this. She must be stark staring mad, you know. The paper hints as much. If she had consulted the 7 sages and the 4 evangelists, she could not have been advised by them to act more wisely or more well, replied Hurstmansow with emphasis. Goodbye, Daddy. Leave off matchmaking, or you may burn your fingers at it. He went away without more comment, and Daddy stood staring after him with round, wide-open eyes. Was it possible that anybody lived who could consider such a course of action praiseworthy or sane? But Ronnie was always as mad as a hatter himself, he thought sorrowfully, as he buttonholed another friend and displayed his Parisian American paper. Oh, yes, frightful insanity, said the newcomer. I've just seen it in Truth. It was wired. Enough to make old Billy get out of his grave, don't you think? Sic transit gloria mundi. Damn socialist thing to do, said a third, who joined them and who also had seen Truth. Horrible bad example. If property isn't inviolate to your heirs, where are you? If there isn't solidarity amongst the holders of property, what can keep back the nationalisation of property? No one could say what would. This is what comes of young women reading Herbert Spencer and Goldwin Smith, said a fourth. These men are not communists. said the previous speaker. "This lady's act is rank communism." "Can't one do what one likes with one's own?" asked another. "Certainly not," replied the gentleman, who dreaded the nationalisation of property. "We should first consider the effect of what we do on the world at large. This young woman, I never liked her, has said practically to the many millions of operatives all over the world that capital is a crime." "Capital acquired, as Billy's was, is uncommonly near a crime," murmured the first speaker. "Capital by its mere consolidation becomes purified," said the other angrily, "as carbon becomes by crystallization a diamond. This young woman has practically told every beggar throughout both hemispheres that he has a right to grind the diamonds into dust." "I always thought her plain," said a more frivolous listener. "Fine eyes, fine figure, but plain," said another. "And she was always so rude to the prince." "Rude to everybody, and always looked bored," said a person whose hand she had rejected. "Subversive," said the upholder of property. "Very odd. Her father was so sound in all his views." "I think Billy'll wake and walk," said the gentleman who had before expressed this opinion. "All his piles split up into matchwood." Daddy Gwyllion felt so vexed that he left them discussing the matter and went home. Why could not Ronnie have made himself agreeable to her before this horrible socialistic idea had come into her head, and so have held all that marvellously solid fortune together? It made him quite sad to think of these millions of good money frittered away in asylums and refuges and the dirty hands of a lot of hungry people. Even Harrington House was sold, they said, just as it stood, with all its admirable works of art and the beckoning falconer of Clodion at the head of the staircase. At the same moment, the Duchess of Otterbourne was also reading this article in the Paris New York Journal. She thought it a hoax, a yarn spun by some mischievous spinner of sensational stories. When she heard, however, from all sides that it was true, she felt a kind of relief. Nobody will know her now, she thought, so she won't be able to talk. It is really enough to wake that brute in his grave. I always considered her odious, but I should never have supposed she was mad. What do you think of it? She asked Vanderlyn, whom she met the day she had read of this amazing piece of folly. He had not heard of it. She described the salient features of the narrative. I know nothing of the lady, or of the sources of the fortune she has broken up, he replied, so I cannot judge. But if she wishes to be at peace, she has acted very wisely for herself. Mouse heard with an impatience which she could not conceal. Do you mean, she asked point blank, that you would like to lose your fortune? One must never say those things aloud, madame, he replied, for the boutade of the discontented moment may be repeated in print by these Paul Prees of the press as the serious conviction of a lifetime. How I loathe your diplomatic answers, she thought, much irritated at her perpetual failure to entice him out of his habitual reserve. One cannot talk at all unless one says what one thinks, she answered impatiently. He smiled slightly again. I should rather have supposed that the chief necessity in social intercourse was to successfully repress one's sincerity. Is it not so? You are a very tantalizing person to talk to, she said with a chagrin, which was real. Why insist on talking to me then, thought Vanderlyn, and he let the conversation drop. It was too personal for his taste. Her verdict, more or less softened, was the verdict of the world in general on Catherine Massarenes' action. The action was insane, and to English and American society, offensive. The world considered it had warmed an adder in its breast. Everybody had known her only because of her money. Now she had stripped herself of her money, and would expect to know them just the same. Besides, what a shocking example! Ought big brewers, instead of ascending to the celestial regions of the upper house, strip themselves of their capital and build inebriate asylums? Ought big bankers, instead of going to court and marrying dukes' daughters, live on bread and cheese and give their millions in pensions and bonuses? Ought big manufacturers, instead of receiving baronetcies and having princes in their shooting parties, to go in sackcloth and ashes and spend all their profits in making the deadly trades healthy? Were all the titled railway directors to pull off their bath ribbons and melt down the silver spades with which they had cut the sods of new lines, in order to give all they possessed to maimed stokers or dazed signalmen or passengers who'd lost their legs or their arms in accidents. Forbid it, heaven! Society shook on its very foundations. Never had there been set precedent fraught with such disastrous example. It was something worse than socialism. They couldn't give it a name. Socialism knocked you down and picked your pocket. But this act of hers was a voluntary eating of dust. She, who had supposed that she would be able to do what she chose, with her inheritance unremarked, was astonished at the storm of indignation raised by the intolerable example she was considered to have set. American capitalists were as furious as English aristocracy and plutocracy, and the chief organs of the American press asked her if she could seriously suppose that anybody would take the trouble to put money together if they had to give it away as soon as they got it. The publicity and hostility roused in two nations by an act which she had endeavoured to make as private as possible disconcerted her exceedingly, and the encomiums she received from anonymous correspondents were not more welcome. What most annoyed her were the political deductions and accusations which were roused by her action and roared around it. She was claimed by the collectivists, praised by the positivists, seized by the socialists, and admired by the anarchists. She was supposed to belong to every new creed to which the latter years of the 19th century has given birth, and such creeds are multitudinous as ants' eggs in an ant-hill. A ton weight of subversive literature and another ton weight of begging letters were sent to her, and she was requested to forward funds for a monument to Jesus Ravachol and Harmodius Caserio. The Fabian philosophers wept with joy over her, but the upholders of property said that nothing more profoundly immoral than this dispersion of wealth had ever been accomplished since Propriété Nationale was written on the facade of the Tuileries. Tolstoy dedicated a work to her, Cuvalotti wrote her an ode, Brunetière consecrated an article to her, Mr. Mallock stigmatized her action as the most immoral of the age, whilst Oberon Herbert considered it the most admirable instance of high-spirited individualism. Mr. Gladstone wrote a beautiful epistle on a postcard, and Mr. Swinburne a poem in which her charity was likened to the sea, in a score of magnificent imageries and rolling hexameters. She was overwhelmed with shame at her position, and was only sustained in the pillory of such publicity by the knowledge that the world forgets and discards as rapidly as it adores and enthrones. She felt that she deserved as little the praises of those who lauded her generosity as she did the censure of others who blamed her for subversive designs and example. Her strongest motive power had been the desire to atone, in such measure as possible, for the evil her father had done, and to rid herself of an overwhelming burden. Deep down in her soul, too, scarcely acknowledged to herself, was the desire that the Duchess of Otterbourne's brother should know that, if she could not understand the finer gradations of honour as old races can do, she yet had nothing of that mercenary passion which a woman of his own race showed so unblushingly. She longed with more force than she had ever wished for anything that her husband so should be justified in that higher appreciation of her which his letter had expressed. Why should I care what that man thinks? She had asked herself as the steamship glided over the moonlit waters of the Atlantic. I shall never speak to him again, as long as our lives last. But she did care. This result of her acts annoyed, harassed, and depressed her, for she was afraid that in trying to do well she had only done ill. But our path is so steep, and our light is so dim, she thought. We can only go where it seems right for us to go, and if we fail in our aims, we must not mind failure if our intent was good. 'Tis not in mortals to command success. But her heart was sometimes heavy, and she felt the want of sympathy and comprehension. Only one message soothed and reassured her. It was a telegram from Framlingham. Now the thing is done, I may venture to tell you that I both approve and admire what I considered it my duty theoretically to oppose. It was the only sympathy she received. From her mother, although she had met no active opposition, she felt that she had no forgiveness because she had no comprehension. You have done what you chose, and I hope you'll never regret it. You've your poor father's dogged will and your poor father's hard heart, said Margaret Masserene, very unkindly, on the day that her daughter landed at Southampton. If she had had an attack of diphtheria or had broken her arm, no one would have been kinder or more devoted than her mother. But for the sorrows of the soul, the maladies of the mind, the nervousness of conscience, her mother had no compassion, because she had no comprehension. To such troubles as those of Catherine, least of all, because to the practical views of Margaret Masserene, it seemed that her daughter was moonstruck, nothing less, just like poor Ophelia, for whom she had wept at the Lyceum. To be sure, Catherine was not at all strange in her ways. She dressed like other people, walked, ate, spoke, and behaved like other people. She could not be altogether in her proper mind, to give away right and left all the fruits of poor William's many years of toil and of self-denial. The pile might have been got together by questionable means, but that was not for William's heiress to think or to judge. She had nothing to do but to be grateful. Her mother watched anxiously for straws in her hair, and rosemary, that's for remembrance, in her hand. Yet she was almost reconciled to her daughter's acts by this uproar over them. "Well," she said with a certain dogged satisfaction, "well, Kathleen, you meant to degrade your father, and to despite him, and to undo all he'd done, and to drag his memory through the mud. But it's all turned to his honour and glory. 'Tis of him they must think when they talk of you." But in the middle of the night, after this utterance, Catherine was awakened by the entrance into her chamber of her mother, who came up to the side of her bed in silence. "Are you ill?" said Catherine, starting up from her pillow. "No, my dear," said Mrs. Masserene, sitting down heavily on a low chair and putting aside the volumes which were upon its cushions. "No, my dear. But I couldn't let the night go on without telling you, my dear, as how you're right and I'm wrong, and I beg your pardon for my temper and the lies I've told you." "Oh, mother, pray don't," said her daughter, infinitely distressed. "I'm sure you never said anything which you did not think it your duty to say." "Well, my dear, we dress up many bad passions and vanities as duty, but that's neither here nor there," said Margaret Masserene, a white, cumbrous, shapeless figure, enveloped in cheddar shawls. "I've been wrong to be out of temper with you, and to deny to you as your father's money was ill-got. Ill-got it was, and all the princes and nobles in the world can't alter that, though it did seem to me as how they did when I see 'em all a-kneeling and a-sighing around his coffin. Ill-got it was, and maybe you've done well to get rid of it, though most folks will call it a pack of stuff to scatter away millions, as if you were scattering barley to chicks. No, hear me out. I shouldn't have done this thing myself, and I think 'twould have been better to do it more gradual-like, and less highfalutin, for it has set all the world gossiping and grubbing in the past. But 'tis done, and I won't let it be a bone of contention between you and me." "I thank you very much," said Catherine humbly, the tears rising to her eyes. "There aren't anything to thank me for," said her mother. "I'm an ignorant body, and you're a learned fine lady. A blue stocking, as people say, and your ways of looking at things I can't follow. I suppose you found 'em in your Greek books. For when I told ye I didn't know as your poor father's pile was ill-got, I told you a lie. For many and many's the night I've been kep awake, thinking of the poor souls as he'd turned out of house and home. He was a hard man, smart, as they say over there, and he bought the lawyers right and left, and nobody ever did naught to him till that man shot him at Gloucester Gate." "Mother," said Catherine in a hushed voice, "I have learnt who that man was. Did you ever know Robert Early?" Margaret Masserene reflected a minute or two. "Yes, my dear, I mind him well. A long, thin man, soft-spoken and harmless, with a pretty young wife. They came from the north. Your father bought his bitter land, his placer clay, as they say out there, and found tin on it, and 'tis now in full work, is that lode. 'Tis called the Penamunic mine." "I know," said Catherine, and she told her mother how she had learned the request of Robert Early, and what she believed to have been his errand to England. The mother listened without surprise. "I mind him well," she said again. "He must have been driven desperate indeed, for he was a gentle soul, and wouldn't have hurt a fly when I knew him. I always thought, my dear, as how your father would lose his life through some of those he'd injured, but he'd never no fear himself. He was a great man in many ways, Catherine." "As modern life measures greatness," said Catherine. Margaret Masserene was crying noiselessly. "'Tis so dreadful to think as he got his death through one he wronged," she murmured between her sobs. "Yes, mother," said Catherine gravely, "and that is why I told you all the money was blood money, and I could not keep it. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps you are right that I should have done this thing more gradually, more wisely, more secretly. But I acted for the best. I felt as if a curse were on me, so long as I did nothing in atonement." "I won't say no more against it, my dear," said Margaret Masserene with a heavy sense of resignation. "But you haven't left yourself a jointure even. And who will ever marry you now?" Catherine smiled. "Do not let that vex you. I will live with you, and you will give me £20 a year for my clothes, and it will be wholesome discipline for me, and I shall be able to have a new gown once a year, which ought to be quite enough." "Oh, Catherine, how can you jest?" said her mother with fresh tears. For though the great world had laughed at her, worried her, tortured her, robbed her, harassed her, she had been pleased and proud to be in it, and now she was to climb down, and be nobody in particular, and have a penniless daughter who talked of dressing on £20 a year, and who would never marry. "We will be very happy together, mother," said Catherine, with a caressing tenderness of tone, wearing her, as she took her mother's hand, which was resting on the eiderdown coverlet of the bed. "I may have done this thing too quickly and not wisely, but I breathe freely and am content." Margaret Masserene sighed. "My dear, you won't be happy. You'll repent. 'Tis a pity you weren't made like the Duchess of Otterbourne. She wouldn't have quarrelled with your father's pile." "Certainly she would not," said Catherine bitterly, "and I'm sorry you wish me like her, mother." Margaret Masserene reflected a moment, drying her tears. "My dear, it would be better for you. People only call you odd and queer. You see, Kathleen," she added with that shrewdness which early life had taught her, "in what you've done, you've as good as said to all other people that they are knaves. It's very bad to be thought above one's generation, my dear. Jesus cleared the temple with a scourge, but they paid him out for it, my dear. They paid him out for it on Calvary." The excitement which had sustained her throughout her arduous and self-imposed task had subsided and left, as all spent forces do, a sense of lassitude and weariness behind them. A fatigued impression of failure and of loneliness was upon her. She had done what had seemed to her right, in the very best way which had been open to her, but she could not be sure of the result. She had used great volition, great energy, great resistance in her late work, and her strength had, for the time, spent itself. It had left a solitude round her, in which her personal ego seemed to awake and cry, like a lost child in the dark. Her future wore no smile, and offered her no companionship. Whilst her mother lived, she felt that she must not leave her, and Margaret Masserene was strong and hale, and likely to live long. Whilst her mother lived, she could never herself attempt to lead any other existence than that which she led now. True, in it she could study as much as she pleased, but study in this moment of depression did not seem to her the alpha and omega of life, as it always had done. All that she had heard, seen, and learned of brutal practical appetites and needs within the past 12 months haunted her, and had cast from her her father's wealth. But she could not shake off the shadow of his sins. His memory pursued her like a ghost. It was a morbid and exaggerated idea, she knew that. No one shunned her. No one execrated her. At the utmost, people thought her an absurd, quixotic young woman, absolutely uninteresting, now that she had divested herself of her golden ornaments. She knew that, but she felt herself in spirit and in destiny, like the hangman's daughter, as Hurstman so had said, who through no fault of her own was shunned by all, and execrated by all, merely because she was the hangman's daughter. One day, soon after her return, she was walking again through that pine wood on the little estate in which nearly a year earlier she had been greeted by Framlingham. She had a reefer's jacket on her arm, and held a white sunshade over her head, for the air was very mild. Her gown was of that pale, silvery grey which she often wore. There were a few Malmaison roses, and a ruffle of old lace at her throat. She walked slowly, and with no energy suggested in her movements. In truth, she felt weary and spiritless. For many months, both her intelligence and her volition had been stretched like a bent bow. And now that they were spent, the inevitable reaction set in, with both her will and her mind. She had accomplished her great task. It was done, and could not be undone. She had no illusions about its success. She could only hope that it might bear good fruit. The grey, still, windless day was without a sound. Even the sea was voiceless. The weather and the landscape seemed languid and mournful like herself. She could not regain her lost energy. She felt as if she had given it away with her father's fortune. As regarded her own future, she had no illusions either. She expected nothing agreeable from it. She knew that her mother had said quite rightly, she would never be happy. Her nature was proud, and everything connected with her caused her shame. Her affections would have been strong, but they had no object. Her talents were unusual, but they were out of harmony with her destiny and her generation. It seemed to her that she had been only created to carry on in her own soul a mute and barren revolt against all the received opinions and objects of the world in general. Was the world right, and was she wrong? Had she been presumptuous and vainglorious in opposing her own single opinion to the vast, serried masses of human prejudice and custom? She made her way slowly through the pine trees and the rhododendrons to the bench where she sat with Framlingham, from which the sea was seen and the shores of Tennyson's Island were visible. It was a fine, calm day, with diaphanous mists in the silvery offing. She thought of the line in the Prometheus, and of Lecomte de Lisle's beautiful rendering of it. Le sourire infini des flots marins. Some fishing couples were half a mile off, trawling. In the offing, a white-winged vessel, a yacht no doubt, was bearing towards the island. Inland, some church bells were ringing far away, but sweet as a lark's song. She sat still, and wished that she could feel as poets felt, which was perhaps being more near them than she knew. She had sat there some time, the roses fading in the light, and she was so motionless that some wrens in the pine boughs over her head picked larvae off the branches without heeding her. She had been there an hour or more, Argus sometimes chasing imaginary rabbits, sometimes lying at her feet, when steps crushing the carpet of pine needles behind her made her turn her head. A tall man wearing yachting clothes was coming through the shadow of the trees. He uncovered his head as he approached, evidently knowing that she was there. "I beg your pardon," he said vaguely, with some embarrassment. Then he came behind her and stood still. It was Hurstmanso. She was so much surprised that she said nothing. He came round the trees and stood in front of the bench on which he was sitting. The light shone on his fair hair, and the colour rose slightly in his face. "I beg your pardon," he said again. "I am an intruder on your privacy. But I have come here on purpose to say to you—" He hesitated, then continued, "to say to you how much admiration and esteem I feel for your noble action." She was still too surprised to reply, and almost too troubled by various conflicting and obscure emotions to comprehend him. She could not believe her own ears, and the memory of that false report of which Framlingham had spoken seemed buzzing and stinging about her like a swarm of bees. "I do not suppose you can care for my approval," he added, as she remained silent. "But such as it is worth, you command it, and my most sincere respect." "Everyone thinks me mad," she said with a passing smile as she strove to recover her composure. "Do swine see the stars?" he said, with impatient contempt. "Of course it looks madness to the world. May I ask one thing? Does your mother's income die with her?" "Yes," replied Catherine, more and more surprised, and vaguely offended at the unceremonious interrogation. "Then, if she died tomorrow, you would be penniless?" "A very odd question," she said, recovering her self-possession. "Certainly I should be so, but I could maintain myself." "What would you do?" "I really cannot say at this moment. Play at concerts, perhaps, or teach Latin or Greek to children. I do not see that it can concern anyone except myself." His questions, which seemed to her rude and intrusive, had restored her to her natural calmness, though her heart beat a little nervously against the Malmaison roses. The sun was in her eyes, and she did not look at him, or she would have understood the expression in his own. He came nearer to her. His head was still uncovered. I'm afraid I have forgotten my Greek. Will you teach it to me? I really cannot understand you, she replied, vaguely annoyed and much astonished. If he had been any other man, she would have thought he'd taken too much wine at luncheon. I must speak more clearly then, said Ronald with some embarrassment. Will you marry me? How can you jest? I should scarcely jest on such a subject, said Hurstmansoe. I mean absolutely what I say. I admire you more than I could tell you. Your memory has haunted me ever since that winter walk in the snow. But I, of course, could have never told you so if your father had lived, or if he being dead you had kept his money. She was silent. She breathed with difficulty. Tremor shook her from head to foot. She was so utterly amazed, so thunderstruck and stunned, that the light and the sea and the stems of trees and the green woodland shadows all went round her in dizzy circling mists. Why are you so surprised? You must have heard many men before now express the same wish as mine. Oh, only for one reason. That reason exists no longer. In putting away from you your father's wealth, you at least acquire the certainty of being sought for yourself. You speak in derision, or in compassion. Derision? Who could dare deride you? Your worst enemy, if you have one, must admire you. As for compassion, if there be any in the desire I have ventured to express to you, it is for myself. She was still silent. She was so violently startled and shocked that a sensation of faintness had come over her. Her lips lost colour, her sight was troubled. It is utterly impossible, she said, after a long silence, in a low, hoarse voice. You cannot mean it. You must be out of your mind. I always mean what I say, and I cannot see what there is to surprise you so greatly. True, you know me very little, and the few times I have seen you, I have been rude to you. I cannot believe you. It is wholly impossible. It may seem so to you, because our only previous interviews have been stormy and cold, and my expressed opinions were offensive, though you were generous enough to say that you agreed with them. But from those interviews I bore away an impression against which I contend in vain. As long as you were the heiress or holder of Mr. Massarenes' fortune, my lips were sealed. But now that you stand in voluntary and honourable poverty, looking forward to work for your living when your mother dies, I see nothing to prevent my saying to you what I have said. I am not less my father's daughter. No, and I will not say what is untrue. I wish that you were the daughter of any other man. But in the East I have seen beautiful lilies growing out of heaps of potsherds. You are the lily which I wish to gather. Your purity and stately grace are your own. Your fine temper and your unsullied character are your own. William Masserene is dead. Let his sins be buried with him. After all, he was not worse than the great world which flattered and plundered him. You've done all you could to atone for his crimes. Do not let his ghost arise to stand between you and me. That is, at least, if you could care for me. Perhaps it's impossible. She breathed heavily. She felt faint. Her sight was obscured. You say this to me, the daughter of William Masserene. I will not lie to you. I wish to heaven you were the daughter of any other man. But his vileness cannot affect your honour. You know me very slightly, and I insulted you when we did meet. But there are sympathies which overstep time and efface all injuries. As long as you held your father's fortune, I could say nothing to you. But now there is no barrier between us, unless it exist in your own will. But there is your sister. His face darkened. If you mean the Duchess of Otterbourne, I have no acquaintance with her. But all your family. I have long borne all the burdens of my family. I am not disposed to consult them on a matter which concerns myself alone. My wife will be respected by all of them. Do not fear otherwise. And, he added with a smile, we will not sell our game to Leadenhall, or send our Shetland ponies to the mines. The allusion to their walk through the snowy lanes made the absolute reality of what he was saying break in on her like a burst of light, bewildering and unbearable. You must be out of your mind, she said in a broken voice, or you are playing a cruel comedy. I am not a comedian, and why should you suppose it unlikely for a man to love you and respect you? But you, I'm his daughter. You said once it was like being the hangman's daughter. I'm low-born, lame-bred. I'm utterly unworthy in my own sight. She was painfully agitated. She could not control her emotion. Her heart beat tumultuously. Her lips were white and trembled. Madam, said her husband so very gravely and with extreme grace, you are the woman that I love. If you accept what I offer, I swear to you that my family and the world will receive and reverence my wife. I can say no more. My future is in your hands. It was impossible for her to doubt his sincerity. She was silent, overcome by emotion. She did not look at him as she answered. I am deeply touched, she said in a low tone. I am honoured. He gave an impatient movement. Yes, honoured, she repeated, and her lips quivered. She paused a moment to steady her voice. I appreciate your generosity and your confidence. She added, I cannot wrong either. I cannot do what you say. Why? Why? For innumerable reasons. For reasons as countless as those sands. One will do. Do you dislike me? Do you resent? She shook her head. No, oh no. Do you think you would not be happy with me? I am certain that you would be miserable, and I so too to know that I had caused your misery. Allow me to judge for myself. There could be no question of misery for either. She made the same gesture of protest and dissent. What fantastic folly comes between us, he said angrily, for he was not a patient man. You must surely allow me to know my own mind. No doubt you think you know it. I'm sure you are wholly sincere, I tell you. You honour me. But the future you wish for would make you wretched. You think you would forget my origin, but you could not do so. You would reproach yourself for having brought base blood into your race. You are prouder than you know. Justly proud, I think. You'd be too kind to show it, but you would regret every hour of your life. And I could not live to see that and know myself the cause. You must think me a poor, weak, flickering fool. Not at all. But you are speaking on impulse, and in cold blood you would lament your impulse. I am not speaking on impulse. I came here in deliberate choice, after long reflection. And can you say that, when you thus reflected, you did not feel that marriage with me would sully your race? He was silent. He could not and would not lie to her. You are nobility and purity yourself, he answered, after that silence. You are not responsible for the sins of your father. She smiled a little, very sadly. Nevertheless, I am the hangman's daughter, and a courtier Falden must not wed with me. Go. God be with you. Thank you for the trust you have shown in me, and I do not abuse it. Is that your last word? Yes, it must be so. He grew very white, and his eyes darkened with anger. He was annoyed and indignant. An immense offence was his first and dominant feeling. He was misunderstood, doubted, rejected, when he had, in the fullness of his heart, brought and laid at her feet the greatest gift he could offer. He did not stoop to plead with an ingrate. He bowed low to her, and in perfect silence turned away. The sound of his steps on the fawn and fir needles made a faint crackling noise on the still air. She stood looking seaward, but of sea and of sky seeing nothing. Her dog whined wistfully in sympathy, knowing that her motionless serenity was sorrow. End of chapter 41.
Section 16 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 16. There was an old friend of his mother to whom Hurstmonceux was much attached, a Mrs. Raby of Bedloes, with whom he invariably spent a few days at Whitsuntide. Bedloes was a romantic and historic old manor in Hampshire, famous for its gigantic yew trees, and a bowling green on which Charles I had played. To this elderly lady, Mouse frankly unfolded her budget of matrimonial projects, and Mrs. Raby, who shared the prejudices of Hurstmonceux against novi homines, but was persuaded to conquer them for the general good, consented to allow the Massarenes to be presented to her at a Marlborough House party, and graciously invited them to go to her for a couple of days in Whitsun week. When the time came, Mr. Massarene, who was told nothing, but surmised that this was the place at which the meeting with Hurstmonceux was arranged, took his daughter down to this historic and romantic old house. It had belonged to John of Gaunt, and had sheltered in the centuries of its existence many noble and unfortunate personages, the tradition of whose sojourn did not agree with the visit of blasted blizzard to its stately guest chambers and its tapestried halls. Mrs. Raby was a person genial, kind-hearted, and of great simplicity of manner and taste, who pleased Catherine and did not alarm her father. Indeed, he thought irreverentially to himself, "Blast me if she doesn't look like an old New England Shaker sempstress," for the chatelaine of Bedloes wore her own grey hair in the fashion of the year 40, had plain black gowns made by her women, and a very simple and homely manner. There was a large party assembled of notable and interesting people, amongst whom William Massarene was as a false note in a Beethoven rendering. But society, even the best society, has grown used to such false notes, and does not mind them. There is the ring of gold in the discord. Daddy Gwyllion, who was there, as where was he not, said to his hostess, who was his cousin, as were 99 out of every 100 persons, "Why, bless us and save us, my dear Adela, have you been brought to recognise the new man from North Dakota? I thought you were the last Tory stronghold still left standing in the country. Do you mean you have capitulated to Harrenden House?" Mrs. Raby's sweet temper was a little ruffled. "The man is a sound Tory," she said pettishly. "If I have him here, I have a very good reason for doing so." Daddy drew back a step and stared at her in mock amazement. "Everybody who has him anywhere has a very good reason for doing so. But do you mean to say, Adela, that you want to get on a company, or sell a spavined racer, or read your gallery of dubious Holbeins or spurious Romneys at a profit, or get useful hints as to Canadian or Pacific booms?" Mrs. Raby laughed. "No, I don't want to do any of those things. I want Ronald to have a chance to admire his daughter." Daddy laughed his inward chuckling laughter, and indulged in a prolonged whistle. "Well, my dear Adela, you won't want a commission for bringing the match about as most of 'em would do, but I think I know who'd get a pretty high one if it ever came off. Lady Kenny set you on, of course." His hostess, who did not like the phrase "set on," as applied to herself, replied stiffly, "It would be a good thing in many ways. She is charming. She could not look more thoroughbred if she were an archduchess, and you know he is very poor despite all his self-denial. I would not for worlds," she continued with warmth, "be privy to any marriage in which either the man or the woman were sacrificed for mere money, but if they would like each other there could be no harm done, but a great deal of good. And you know that any woman who marries Ronnie will have a heart of gold in her keeping." Daddy nodded. "Ronnie's all right, but he's a horse you may lead to the water. He ain't a horse you can make drink. When is he coming?" "Tonight. You know he is the most punctual and faithful of persons. He has spent the Whitsun week with me ever since his first year at Eton." Daddy chuckled. "Lord, it will be a rare sight when he finds out what you've let him in for. His sister has been hammering at him for 2 years to make him know those people." "It is well to begin with a little aversion," quoted Mrs. Raby. "Don't say anything to him, pray. You would spoil it all." "I never say anything indiscreet," replied Daddy with truth. "But he'll twig it for himself in a jiffy. Ronnie's real sharp." "What odious vulgarisms," said Mrs. Raby. "You grow very vulgar, Daddy." "Must keep pace with the times," replied Daddy. "Secret of keeping young, as Bulwer says somewhere. It's kind of you to give me this little bit of comedy. Why on earth do people go to nasty, draughty theatres and get cricks in their neck when they have society all around 'em to make 'em laugh?" It was the tea hour on the following day when Hurstmonceux arrived. Everyone was in the library, a long, fine room worthy of the volumes it enshrined, of which many were rare and all well chosen. Daddy, comfortably ensconced in a corner, with a cup in his hand and some hot buttered scone at his elbow, waited for the coming scene. The library was dimly lighted by the descending sun, which itself was dim, and he saw that Hurstmonceux did not on his entry perceived the Massarenes, and stood by Mrs. Raby's chair for some minutes, talking with her and greeting old friends. But he also saw, which surprised him, that Catherine Massarene, who was at some distance from that table and seated at another, changed countenance visibly, and rose as if to leave the room, then sat down again, with a pained and startled expression on her face. She aren't in the game, thought Daddy, but why the deuce does she look like that because he's come into the room? Mr. Massarene drew near his daughter and whispered to her, "That man just come in is Hurstman, so. Mrs. Raby'll bring him up to us. Be civil." Daddy was far too off to hear the words, but he guessed what they were. He saw that Catherine looked distressed, annoyed, perplexed, and began hurriedly to talk with the people round her. She knows what they're after, and she don't like, thought Daddy. He could not tell that in her ears and in her memory were resounding the scornful sentences, the withering sarcasms, which had been spoken to her in the walk over the frozen fields to Great Thorpe. After a time, while Daddy watched them from his snug corner, Mrs. Raby rose and put her hand on Hurstmonceau's arm. "Let me present you to some friends of Claire's, whom I think you don't know as yet," she murmured softly, and ere he could be aware of what was being done with him, he was led off to Catherine and her father. Daddy watched the arrival of the unsuspecting chief actor with that lively interest which he always felt in his own amusement. He had no kind of sympathy with such prejudices as Ronald's. He would have himself dined with a sweep if the sweep could have given him something unusually good to eat. But he liked prejudices in others as an element of human comedy, which frequently produced the most diverting situations. "That's the toughest fellow in creation," he thought. "They'll no more change him than they'll make an ironclad into a lady's slipper." Ronald, although the most easy-going and unconventional of men in intimacy, had the coldness and the stiffness of the Englishman of rank when he was annoyed or felt himself outwitted. He was perfectly correct in his manner, but that manner was glacial as he realized the trap which had been laid in his path. He looked 8 feet in height as he bent his head in recognition of Catherine Massarene and her father. She was as cold as himself, and Mr. Massarene was divided between a feeling of great embarrassment and a desire to propitiate a person whom he saw was not easy to win over by any means. In his difficulty he said the worst thing he could have said. "I hope, Lord Hurso," he stammered, pronouncing correctly the name as society pronounced it, Hurso. "I venture to hope we shall be friends. Your sister, Lady Kenilworth, wishes it so much." "My sister's friends are seldom mine," replied Ronald with extreme incivility. Then, fearing he might be thought to imply, as he did, something to her prejudice, added in icy accents, "I mean that her set is not mine." "Indeed, is that so, sir?" said Mr. Massarene, surprised, for the mystery of sets was still unmastered by him. He only understood classes. "The prince is coming to stay with me at Vale Royal," he added. "Might I hope that you too—" "I am not in the prince's set," said Hurso curtly, and seeming to the eyes of Mr. Massarene to become 10 feet in height. The reply was altogether beyond him. Not in the prince's set, he thought to himself. What on earth can the fellow mean? "Don't you go to court, my lord?" he said aloud in his bewilderment. Ronald's severity relaxed despite himself. He laughed outright. Catherine stood by, indignant, ashamed, frozen by humiliation and anger into a statue. At last, in desperation, she turned to her father. "Lord Hurso would hardly care to come to us at his cousin's place. He must have shot there many seasons. I think Mrs. Raby is looking for you. Somebody has arrived." Mr. Massarene hurried toward his hostess at her tea-table. With a chilly inclination of the head, his daughter followed him, and left Hurso to his own reflections. The foremost of these was, that it was a pity so thoroughbred-looking a woman had some unutterable brute for a sire. The second was that he had been guilty himself of discourtesy and incivility toward a lady to whom he already owed some apology, but he was extremely angry at the snare which had been spread for him in this innocent old house of Bedloes. He stayed 3 days in the same house with them, because he had no decent pretext to hasten his departure, but he avoided all chance of increased acquaintance, as he would have avoided the bubonic plague in his travels through Tibet. "He's only a second-class earl, and gives him such airs at that," said Mr. Masserene in great displeasure to his daughter when he could speak to her unheard. "What do you mean by a second-class earl? It is an expression unknown in Burke," asked his daughter in her coldest accents. Mr. Masserene explained that he meant an earl who had very little money, whose chief estates were in Ireland, and who was not a knight of any order or anything of that decorative kind. "And he says he doesn't even go to court," he ended as a climax. "He said nothing of the kind," replied Catherine. "He said he was not in the prince's set, which means, never mind what it means. As for his rank, it is a very old creation, at least, very old for England. The courses of fooldom go back to the Conqueror." Mr. Masserene looked sharply at his daughter. "I thought you didn't like the man." "I neither like nor dislike him. I do not know him." Then, as this seemed to her sensitive conscience something approaching to an untruth, she added, "I met Lord Herso as I came to Vale Royal in the train that snowy day, but that can scarcely be called an acquaintance. I think you had better not ask him there, if you will allow me to say so, for he seemed much irritated at his cousin's sale of the place to you." "The damned starched puppy! What is the sale to him? Wroxall's old enough to know his own business, eh?" muttered Mr. Masserene, as he thought to himself that the pet project of Lady Kenilworth would not be easy of realisation. It was certainly not farther advanced by her careful arrangement of the visit to Bedloe's. "Why did you set up your back like that, Ronnie?" said Daddy to him in the evening. "Man is a beast, but girl is good form." "I have not a word to say against her," replied Herso, "but as it is impossible to know her without knowing her father, I relinquish the pleasure of doing so." "Buckram," said Daddy. "'Tisn't worn nowadays. Even soldiers don't have stocks any longer." "It is not buckram, it is common decency. That infernal cad is living in Gerald's house." "Well, that is Gerald's fault, I suppose, for selling it. You are wrong, Ronnie, quite wrong. Miss Masserene is well bred enough to get her father accepted. In point of fact, he is accepted. He goes everywhere." "She is very distinguished looking, but I don't know what that has to do with it," said Herso, in his stiffest and crossest manner. "As for your seeing him anywhere, you won't see him at Folden. I wish Mrs. Raby had told me of her intentions. I should not have come here. I have avoided these people everywhere for 2 years." "People don't send a list of their guests on approval, except to royalty. They'd never fill their houses if they did. Miss Masserene knows your sentiments, don't she? Her back was up as well as yours." "Certainly she knows them. I have never made a secret of them. Who could suppose that at Bedloe's of all places one would come across that cad?" Daddy yawned and shut his eyes. "I think you know," he said drowsily, "that as your sister has run 'em, you ought to back 'em. Must back one's own stable." "My sister's stable is not mine," replied Herso quickly. "She runs her dark 'uns wholly on her own responsibility." Of course," said Daddy, "but the young woman's fit for any stables. How she came by it, I don't know, but she's uncommonly well bred." "She appears so," said Ronald, "but she must dree her weird. She can no more escape the penalty of being her father's daughter than a hangman's daughter can escape hers." It was not a liberal sentiment, but it was one which seemed perfectly natural and just to the views which he took of life. He was deeply angry with his sister and Mrs. Raby. It seemed to him a monstrously barefaced piece of intrigue to have brought him and the Massarenes under the same roof. He did not think Catherine herself privy to it. There had been surprise and trouble as well as embarrassment in her eyes when he had been led up to her, but he was sure that her father had been in the plot. He spoke in his usual tone, not loud, but not very low. He had his back turned to a grand piano of Erard's, which stood in a recess, but Daddy Gwyllion had his face turned to it, and he could see through his sleepy eyes that Catherine Masserene, who with some men around her was at that moment approaching the instrument, had, though at some distance, heard the last part of this speech regarding the hangman's daughter. He was certain that she had done so by a flush which rose over her face and a momentary pause which she made. In another instant she had reached the Erard and seated herself by it. If she had felt any emotion, it did not make her touch less clear, her memory less perfect, as she played through the grand passage of Beethoven's sonata in E flat. Daddy did not hear the sonata. He was away in the land of dreams, comfortably hidden behind a huge African palm tree, his placid round face looking as innocent as a babe's in his slumber. Even his curiosity could not keep him awake any longer. Herso, who loved and understood good music, listened charmed despite himself, but when the last chords thrilled through the air, he did not join the group which gathered round her, but walked away to another of the drawing-rooms. From the distance he could see her as she sat at the pianoforte receiving the compliments of the men about her, but the expression of her countenance was proud, cold, and bored. She had looked very different on the Woldside high-road and in the market-place of the little town. He felt sorry for her. There was something in her bearing, in her manner, in her countenance, so far superior to her parentage and position. She looked like the last scion of some great unfortunate race, rather than the heiress of new ill-gotten millions. Où prenez-vous ce temps qui n'appartient qu'à vous? He thought, and he acquitted her of any conspiracy in the cross-country walk, any complicity in his sister's manoeuvres, to make her meet him at Bedloe's. She was undoubtedly a victim of circumstance, a square-cut ivory peg which was ill-fitted to the round gilded hole in which it was forced. He did not for a moment doubt the sincerity of her dislike to her position. His own nature was one which enabled him to understand the revolt of hers. But she must dree her weird, he thought again. Why are you so uncivil to that charming person who renders Beethoven so perfectly? Said his hostess to him that evening. There is no harm in the charming person, but there is a great deal in her antecedents, replied Herso very coldly. Oh, antecedents, my dear Ronnie, who can look at them? Royalty itself disregards them when there's money enough. I am not bound to follow the example of royalty. You did what was unworthy of you, my dear old friend, he added. Of course Mouse egged you on, but you should know what Mouse is by this time. Indeed, she meant no harm in this instance. She knows that you want money. I do not want money. I have got very much at my command. That is another matter. But the boys are such a drag on you. Oh, no, they are fine fellows. They interest me, and they do very much what I tell them. You are a good man, Ronald, but you are obstinate and prejudiced. On a les défauts de ses qualités. I am not sure that I can boast any especial qualité, but I do know this, that I would be shot tomorrow rather than shake hands with a low brute who comes from God knows where with probably untold crimes upon his conscience. Mrs. Raby shuddered and gave a nervous glance to the far distance where Mr. Masserene was playing whist. She was a delicate, aged woman, and the idea of entertaining an undetected criminal was extremely painful to her. He does look very like Crookshank's burglars in Oliver Twist, she thought, regarding the round bullet head and Camus nose of her guest as he scowled down on the cards which he held. He was losing, and losing to the principal of an Oxford college, while a cabinet minister was his very inefficient partner. But Mr. Masserene did not like losing, even at half-crown points, and in the best company. He had not had much practice at whist, but he possessed a mathematical brain and grasped its combinations admirably, and he would have made his inferior hand do the work of a good one if the cabinet minister had not been an ass, but had been able to second him. They put men in the government here, he thought, who over yonder we should not think had brains enough to drive a sweet-stuffed barrow on a plank walk. For despite the deference which he really felt for the world into which he had entered, he could not help the shrewd good sense in him boiling up sometimes into a savage contempt. To his rough, strong temper and his unscrupulous keenness, the gentlemen who were now his companions in life did seem very poor creatures. If I ever get into the cabinet, I'll show them the time of day, he thought very often. There was no reason why he should not get into the cabinet, as he had once got into the House. He was made of the solid metal and the plebeian respectability, with which patrician conservatism, trembling in its shoes for its own existence, is delighted to ally itself, and knew that he would make a very good minister of the type which works hard, pleases the public, is always mentioned with praise by the press of the party, and lends itself to the illustration of admirable public dinner speeches in praise of the Constitution, and of that constitutional bulwark, the middle class. He was a very shrewd man, and had the golden gift of silence. He knew his shortcomings better than his wife knew hers, and so concealed his ambitions more successfully. Nobody could draw him. Men in the smoking room of his own or other houses often tried after dinner to make him give himself away, but they never succeeded. He was never warmed by wine or friendship into indiscreet reminiscences or revelations. Moreover, in business he was facile prince, for no one could beat him in the supreme knowledge of money or how to make it. And indeed, the thorough knowledge of and capacity for business does carry its own weight with it in an age in which Mercurius of mart and change is chief of all the goods. In society he was a heavy, awkward, common-looking man who did not know what to do with his hands, and always sat on the edge of his chair with his legs very wide apart. But in a club-room, a committee-room, a board-room, a bank-parlour, anywhere where there was a question of the sowing and reaping of gold, he was a totally different person. He was at his ease, on his ground, master of his subject and of his hearers. His hands rested on his knees with a firm grip. His words were trenchant, convincing, logical, and on his pallid, fleshy, expressionless face there came a look very hard, very unmerciful, very cunning, but a look of intelligence and power, and of entire command of his object. The mind showed through the envelope of flesh. It was a money-making mind, a harsh, astute, grasping mind, a mean, ignoble, greedy mind, but it was a master-mind in its way, and as such impressed itself on all those who encountered it on its field of combat. And the men that came into contact with him knew that he had been a day-labourer who had, entirely by his own ability and industry, become the possessor of a colossal fortune, and all men respect this successful self-help, and few inquire if the self-help had been made with clean hands. He was what is called an essentially worthy man, and he was an essentially modern product of modern energies. He had no perceivable sins. He conformed to all religious observances. He had always kept on the right side of the law. He never made a jest, and he never lost a shilling. As a husband he was faithful, as a father exemplary, as a Christian devout, and as a citizen blameless. If thousands of people had cursed him, if tens of thousands of workmen had sweated for him, if hundreds of thousands of cattle had perished for him, if gambling hells and drinking shops and opium dens had enriched him, if rotten ships and starved crews and poisonous trades and famished families had helped to make the splendours of Harrowden House and the glories of Vale Royal, these facts did not matter to either society or Christianity, and were mere personal details into which nobody could enter. William Masserene was one of those persons who are the pillars of the great middle class and the sources of that healthy plebeian blood from which a decaying patriciate is recruited. "I stand by all as upholds property," he said one day to Lord Greatrex, the great Conservative leader. "The northern farmer has said it before you," murmured that gentleman. "The creed is sound and simple, if not popular." Masserene dared not swear in such a presence, but he thought, damn popularity. He did not want to be popular. He despised the people, which was very natural, for he had come from them. He liked to drive behind his sleek, high-bred carriage horses and see the crowd part in the Strand or on the Embankment, and women and children scurry and stumble to make way for his progress. It made him realise the vast distance which now separated himself from the common multitude. He would have liked, if it had been possible, to knock down half a dozen of the rabble as a sign of his superiority, but he was in a country full of policemen and prejudices, and so he had to show his superiority in another manner. One morning, when he was driving to a meeting in the city, with a member of Parliament, who was a noted philanthropist, in his brougham, his high-stepping bays did knock down an old woman, lame and very poorly clad. William Masserene held all women in slight esteem, but old women were in his estimate wholly useless and obnoxious. He would have put them all at 40 years old in lethal chambers. When cattle were past bearing, they went to the shambles, But having a philanthropist beside him and 2 policemen at his carriage door, he busied himself about this maimed old female, had her put in a cab, told his footman to go on the box with her, and ordered his card to be given to the authorities of the nearest hospital. "Say I will provide for her for life," he said to his servant rather loudly. The people in the street cheered him. "That's a real German," said a baker's boy. William Masserene threw the discerning lad a shilling. "Dear friend," said the religious philanthropist with emotion, "how glad I am to see that your immense prosperity has not driven out the warmth of human sympathy from your heart." Masserene was sorely tempted to put his tongue in his cheek, but as he saw that the philanthropist's face was quite grave, he kept his own equally serious. "You've an uncommon lot of bare-backed poor for a Christian country, sir," he said in return, a reply which somewhat disconcerted the philanthropist. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 43 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Massarenes by Ouida. 43. When she reached the hotel, everyone was already gone to the concert at the casino. It was Thursday night. She got to her own rooms unperceived, and told her maid that she had lost her way in the olive woods, was terribly tired, and only wished for some hot soup and a cutlet. She was indeed fatigued and worn out. She had found the good consul's cab dreadfully slow and rickety. His greatcoat had smelt unpleasantly of very coarse tobacco, and the night was cold, and the way into the town seemed endless. She did not venture to look at the packet she had stolen until she was safely in the warmth of her bed with a reading lamp beside her and an eiderdown quilt over her. She did not feel at ease, and she was haunted by vague terrors. The steel blue eyes of the dying man haunted her, hatred, powerless, but only the more intense for its impotency, had stared at her with a look which she felt that she would never forget if she lived for 100 years. Moreover, she knew that she had committed a crime, or what people would call a crime if they knew of it. She knew that it had been an ugly thing to do, the kind of thing which people who were well-born and well-bred do not do. There is a class of sins which are well-bred. There is another class which is caddish. She knew that this act of hers belonged in the latter category. Nevertheless, she opened the packet when she was quite safe from interruption, whilst the mellow light of her reading lamp shed its soft radiance on her pillow, and the billets of olive wood were burning fragrantly upon the hearth. Her pulses beat unevenly as she opened it, for it was very possible that she had gone through all this agitation and danger quite uselessly. There might be nothing in it whatever of interest or value. She undid it with great care so as to leave the seals unbroken. Oddly enough, there recurred to her at that moment the memory of her little son looking at her with his sorrowful, angry eyes and saying, "I don't know much, but I think you are a wicked, wicked woman." Was she a wicked woman? It was a very unpleasant kind of thing to be. She had always thought that wicked women belonged exclusively to the lower classes. The idea that she might be wicked was disagreeable to her. It was as though she had been forced to wear a cheap gown or carry a cotton umbrella. The stare of the dying man had brought the same charge against her. She did not think the charge was true. She was only a woman, all alone, in difficult circumstances, who tried to help herself. That was all. The fault was clearly with those who had placed her in those circumstances. The cocky first of all, with Ronald next, and above all with that dreadful brute whose bones lay in the crypt at Vale Royale. The documents were all in German, but she knew that language well and read them easily. There was nothing dubious in them. They were confessions of Chris of Carstein, of the wickedness he had done in bringing about the separation of his daughter from Adrian Vanderlyn, and the proofs of the false testimony he had caused to be brought against her. They were indisputably genuine, attested, and positive. They had been lying in his dispatch box for years. Perhaps his remorse had not been strong enough to impel him to condemn himself, or perhaps he had reserved them all for still greater stress of want, when he could use them to obtain subsidies, or perhaps, seeing nothing of van der Lynne, he had been in doubt as to how far they would be welcome. She, who had now possessed herself of them, did know how precious they would be esteemed. But would she dare to give them to either van der Lynne or Olga zu Linnar? What history could she invent, plausible enough, probable enough, to account naturally for her possession of them? Would she, if she could think of one, would she have the courage, some people would call it the effrontery, to carry through such a piece of comedy? Her nerve had been shaken by all she had suffered from William Masarene. She was no longer as sure of her own audacity and dexterity as she once had been. She would have burnt these papers without the slightest hesitation, if burning them would have done her any good. But their disposal, unburnt, cost her much torturing indecision, and she could not forget the glare of old Chris's dying eyes, so full of impotent hatred. On the other hand, as they were genuine, and bore internal evidence of their bona fides, there could not be any doubt thrown on their accuracy, nor on the unblemished motives of her intervention. No one could blame her for giving documents to the person to whom they were addressed. She understood that they were worth many millions to the man made of millions, as Boo called him. She read them all twice over to be sure that she had made no mistake in her perusal and estimate of them. No, she had made none. Their meaning was clear as crystal. There could not be two constructions of their text and import. What should she do with them? She was uncertain. Where is van der Lynne? In Paris, they said. Burn them and continue her scheme of marriage? Tell him and withhold them until she got what she wanted? Either choice had its drawbacks. She was conscious that both were what people would call discreditable. She endeavored to think of something which should not be discreditable, yet should be profitable. Sitting up against her pillows with a pink plush dressing jacket trimmed with swan's down on her shoulders, and her bright hair rolled closely around her head, she looked a charming, innocent, poetic picture in the warm and fragrant atmosphere of her chamber. Painful emotions were odious to her, tragic events still more so. She liked her life to be all dressing and dining and flirting, doing theaters, leading cotillions, hunting with the best horses, laughing and being amused, the whole sprinkled intrigue and stimulated by exciting much passion and feeling a little. But anything serious she detested, anything painful annoyed her. She wished she had let the despatch box alone. She was alarmed and discouraged. The papers were all which she had expected to find them. But she had not courage to use them. She was like a person who steals jewels and then is afraid to sell them, or pawn them, or wear them, for fear of inquiry. She cried a little from the wretched tension of her nerves and over-fatigue. She took a few drops of chloral and put the documents under her pillow and decided to try and go to sleep. Night brings counsel. In the morning, after her bath and her coffee, things wore a different aspect. She did not see the old man's dying stare, nor the boy's reproachful sad eyes any longer. She made up her mind suddenly. She said to her maid, "Pack up a day gown and an evening gown. I am going away for 2 days." And said to Boo's governess, "Take care of Lady Beatrix, and don't let her get into mischief. And take care nobody lets her go to the casino." She wrote a telegram to Wolfie et Khan. "So thankful I came. I could soothe his dying hours, and persuaded him to a tardy repentance. I go to Paris on his errand. The consul is charged with his burial. Will explain on return." The consul's name looked well, she thought, in this message. The young cuirassier did not recognize his correspondent in this mood, but he was simple and sentimental by temperament, and he was in love. He put the note in his pocket with a photograph of her which he had carried for 3 months next to his heart, and went to the golfing ground. He could not resist speaking of her there to a cousin, a very big cousin, no less a person than the gentleman with the glassy eyes whom Catherine Masarene once had snubbed. "Is it not good of her?" he said enthusiastically to this very big cousin. "Extremely good," replied the gentleman. "So very good indeed that I have difficulty in picturing the Duchess with such a role. But women are protean." Wolfie pondered on the reply and failed to understand it. She, meanwhile, of whom the great personage spoke so irreverently, was rushing swiftly across central France, her strength sustained by a well-filled tea-basket of the latest invention and most extensive resources. With her traveled the dead man's papers. She was alone nearly all the way. At that season everyone was coming southward. Few were going northward, except some English members leaving Monte Carlo play and pigeon shooting for the opening of Parliament, rueful and gloomy at their lot. Her mind was filled with unformed plans and conflicting projects. She formed a fresh one every minute. She could not decide what would be the surest wisdom, and she felt so afraid of her own indecision that Paris was reached all too soon for her. She went to her favorite hotel and had a night's rest. There was snow in Paris and on the surrounding country. The temperature seemed very low after that of the Alps Maritimes, and her spirits sank with the mercury. But in the morning she had herself dressed becomingly, with sable furs which enhanced the beauty and delicacy of her complexion and the golden gleam of her hair, and went out of the cour d'honneur of the great caravanserai on foot. It was not very far from the end of the Rue de Rivoli, in which there was situated the vast and imposing building called the Maison van der Lynne, where ministers were suppliants and kings were debtors. Her heart quaked within her as she ascended its broad white steps. Even yet she had not decided what it would be best to say, but inside her muff were the documents which she had taken from the despatch box. "Is Monsieur van der Lynne in Paris?" she asked the stately functionary who waited beside the inner glass doors. "Yes, madame," he answered. "Is he in the bank this morning?" "Yes, madame." She passed within. She gave her card. "I require to see him alone," she said to the officials who received her. "It will be impossible," they answered her. "Monsieur van der Lynne sees no one except by appointment." "Try," she urged on them. "Take my card. Say that I come on an urgent matter." "It is impossible, madame," they reiterated. "He never receives anyone without previous arrangement, often weeks in advance. At this moment the Minister of Foreign Affairs is with him." "Gallois? Oh, I know him well. Show me to a private room, and when Monsieur Gallois comes out, bring him to me." The officials were moved by the beauty and grace of the suppliant, and consented to let her wait in a small apartment, warmed as all the building was by hot air, and looking on an inner court where a fountain played. The time that she waited was not more than 20 minutes, but it seemed to her to be hours. At last the minister was ushered into her presence, an agreeable, sagacious, unscrupulous man of the south of France, who had begun life as an advocate in the town of Dax. He was her humble servant. He was at her feet. He would move heaven and earth to do her bidding. But if it were a question of seeing van der Lynne, that was impossible. He regretted it profoundly, but it was impossible. 2 ambassadors, a nuncio, an Orleans prince, and an English banker were all waiting their turn of audience. "One would think that he was a king," she said irritably, while tears of rage and disappointment started in her eyes. "Alas, madame, He exercises the only sovereignty truly potent in modern life, that of wealth, said the minister. He is greatly occupied, and the rules which regulate his interviews are rigorously observed. May I ask if you know him? I know him, yes, she added after a moment's hesitation. I require to see him. Prince Christoph of Karstein-Lowenthal is dead. Galois was astonished. That was the father of the lady he divorced. His death can have nothing to do with Vanderlyn. Yes, it has. I require to see him. Galois was perplexed. At last he reluctantly consented to return to Vanderlyn's room and inform him of her presence and her desire. She was again left alone, the rippling of the fountain the only sound on the silence. She had burnt her boats. She could not turn back now. The time again appeared to her interminable, though it was not more than 8 minutes before the minister returned. Dearest lady, I have done my uttermost, but it is impossible that he can receive you here. If you will leave word where you are staying, he will have the honor of waiting on you at 4 o'clock. Alas, men of business are insensible and farouche. Allow me, Duchess, to profit by Vanderlyn's austerity and enjoy the felicity of driving you home. There was nothing else to be done. She was forced to let the loquacious and amiable Galois conduct her to his coupe, and was obliged to laugh and talk with him, and consent to be carried by him to breakfast with his wife at his official residence on the Quai d'Orsay. Since William Masarene had passed out of her life, she had never found it so hard to counterfeit the gaiety and interest which are necessary in social intercourse. "Did you tell Monsieur Vanderlyn of Prince Christoph's death?" she asked of Galois as he accompanied her downstairs at breakfast. "Ah, mon Dieu, no!" exclaimed the minister. "Who speaks to any man of a divorced wife's family?" "I was wondering if he had any feeling at all for the poor old man," she said with much pathos. "I should think none, very pardonably," replied the minister. "The poor old man drew an allowance of 1,000 francs a month from Vanderlyn, and it all went in play." "But the poor prince had some conscience." "Had he indeed? He concealed it very carefully throughout a long life. Ma belle Sourzette, he thought, what secret have you got hold of that you are going to try to sell to Vanderlyn?" He had been a lawyer, he was now a statesman. Despite his loquacity, he was very discreet. He told no one that he had met her at the great banking house at the Rue de Rivoli. By the time breakfast was over, it was nearly 3 o'clock, and when she returned to her hotel, she gave an hour to her toilette. She was conscious that she looked what Parisians called défait. She was nervous and undecided, and she dreaded the visit of Vanderlyn whilst she desired it. It was only a little after 3 when she went into her salon, which looked on the Rue Roger de Lille, and sat down to wait for him, vainly trying to read the morning journals. She always dressed in accordance with the character she assumed, and she wore a rather sombre loose gown of grey velvet trimmed with chinchilla and old Mechlin lace, a kind of gown that Vittoria Colonna or Blanche of Castile might have worn. Her own personality only revealed itself in the diamond arrow run through the coils of her hair and the little bouquet of heliotrope at her throat. She was melancholy, but she was preeminently seductive. Punctually as the timepiece struck 4, Vanderlyn was announced. He entered and saluted her with his usual grave and distant courtesy. "You desired to see me, madame? I am at your commands, of course. I hope Mr. Galois explained that it was impossible for me to receive you this morning." No one could have been more courteous, but she felt that he was on his guard against her, and that he saw her desire to see him singular. The perception of that did not decrease the embarrassment she felt. She was Venus, but he would never be Tannhäuser. After all, she did not want him to be Tannhäuser. She only wanted some small share of his millions, some little mouse-like nibbling at his golden store. "You must have been much surprised at my request," she said as she motioned him to be seated. "But I have a communication to make to you. I was present at the death of Prince Christoph of Karstein." The expression of van der Linde's features grew very cold. "The fact of that death was telegraphed to me," he replied. "It cannot concern me in any way." "Are you sure of that?" "Perfectly sure. Nor can I conceive why you, a total stranger, were with him." "I was not a stranger to him. I have known him many years, and I am about to marry his grandnephew. He was altogether abandoned. He had not even a servant or a nurse. I did what I could." Van der Linde was silent. He, like the royal person on the golfing ground, had difficulty in imagining her in these circumstances. He wondered what she was aiming at, what she desired. "I did what I could," she repeated. He suffered greatly. He was completely paralyzed, but for a few moments he recovered his speech a little, and he made me understand various things. She paused, hoping to excite his curiosity, wishing to induce him to interrogate her. But he remained mute. He was used to listening in silence whilst people revealed to him their necessities, described their projects, or endeavored to awaken his sympathies. She was discouraged and embarrassed. Changing her manner, she said with her natural abruptness, "You were much attached to your wife, were you not?" She had the pleasure of seeing his composure rudely disturbed. An expression of extreme pain, a flush of extreme offense came on his face. An unhealed wound had been roughly touched. "On that subject," he said briefly, "I allow no one to speak to me. I told you so at Les Muettes." "But I am going to speak to you," said Mouse with her more natural manner, "whether you allow it or whether you don't. As I tell you, I will be quite frank with you," she continued with a graceful embarrassment which became her infinitely. "I had wished to know you, to attract you if I could. Say it was vanity, necessity, love of money, what you will. I admit that I had that idea when I was so hospitably received by you." A gesture of impatience escaped him. She was telling him nothing that he did not know. "But," she pursued, "when I had that brief conversation with you after luncheon at your house, I understood that your heart was closed to all except one memory. With the prior knowledge I possessed of your wife's father, and the recollection of certain hints he had given me, I conceived the idea that he could, if he chose, establish her innocence. I determined to try and persuade him to do so if he possessed the power as I thought. I went for that purpose to Monte Carlo, and on reaching there I learned that he had been struck down by hemiplegia at the tables." He was now listening to her with great intentness, his eyes dwelling on her with a searching interrogation which did not make her part the easier to play. They were eyes trained to read the minds and penetrate the falsehoods of others. "I found the poor old prince all alone in a miserable room with a bear of a doctor, and not a nun even present to see to his wants. I am not a very susceptible person, but it hurt me to think of what he was, and all he might have been. I did what little I could for him, and he recognized me, and was pleased. One could see that by his eyes. I sent all over the place for nurses, for physicians, for the German consul, for the Lutheran pastor, but no one came until the end, too late. He had lodgings in an out-of-the-way country road. I suppose he could not afford any better. Everything went at the tables. Well, he recovered his faculties a little, and he made me understand that he was repentant and wretched because he had wronged his daughter and separated her from you. He was almost inarticulate, but I managed to make out his meaning. I know German very well. I gathered that your wife was innocent, that she was the victim of suborned witnesses, and that her father had been the chief fabricator of the testimony which ruined her. Vanderlyn with difficulty controlled his emotion. He was used to conceal his thoughts, but for once his reserve broke down, and he was unable to conceal his anxiety. Go on, he said in a breathless vein. Are there any proofs of what you say? Hear me out, she said with some impatience. What Chris said was mumbled, incoherent rambling. His tongue moved with difficulty. But I understood so much as this, that the lady they call Countess Olga Zulinar, and whom, as you gave me to understand, you have never ceased to regret, is absolutely innocent of any offense against you. Your jealousy was wickedly aroused, and your credulity abused. These are words, cried Vanderlyn. I want proof. What proof did he give you? He was always a knave and a comedian. Poor old Chris, said Mouse softly and sadly. He was sincere on his deathbed, at any rate, for he confessed to sins which no one would wittingly assume. Then she added with a certain embarrassed but graceful câlinerie, I have proof positive, his attestation and those of his bribed witnesses. But what will you give me for them? I am a very poor woman, Monsieur Vanderlyn, and you are a very rich man. Vanderlyn rose impetuously. He looked 20 years younger. The mask of impassive coldness which he had worn for so long dropped. His natural expression was revealed. His eyes shone with the light of hope and expectation. I will give you anything you wish, he answered. Anything. Of what use is wealth without happiness? She changed her tactics, for she knew that to make any demand was dangerous and unseemly, and she realized that this man's gratitude would be boundless and his generosity as great. It was only my jest, she said with a smile. I am not the cabrioleuse. Here are the documents. I am, of course, not a very good judge of such things, but they seem to be quite indisputable. Then, risking everything on one chance, she gave him the packet. He turned away from her and went to one of the windows and stood so that she could not see his countenance, whilst he examined the papers with the swift but unerring perusal of a man accustomed every day of his life to examine and adjudicate upon important documents. It seemed to her years that he stood thus, the curtain falling so that she could not see his face. Her anxiety was terrible. If the paper should not satisfy him, if he did not desire reunion with his wife, if her own acts should appear to him, as well they might do, effrontery, interference, attempt at extortion, above all, if he should not believe the description she had given him of the last moments of Christoph of Karstein, she was safe from all risk of contradiction. The doctor would not declare that the dying man had not recovered speech during his absence. The counsel had only arrived when he was already dead. The women of the house could testify to the presence of the foreign lady in the chamber from early afternoon to late evening. Her narrative was absolutely safe from any discovery of its falsity, but still she felt afraid of Vanderlyn. Since she had seen the interior of that great establishment of the Rue de Rivoli, and had heard of all those great personages waiting in his antechamber, he seemed a much more imposing individuality to her than had seemed the sad and solitary master of Les Muets. But her conscience was clear. If she had cheated him in the manner, She had not cheated him in the matter of her revelations. The papers were genuine. That was her great point. The one solid and indisputable truth which underlay like a rock of safety her whole impudent fabric of lies. After what seemed to her a century of silence and suspense, he left the embrasure of the window and turned towards her. His face was still pale and grave, but there was a light of great happiness upon it, of an immense relief. The frozen snows of an endless sorrow had melted in a moment. The sun shone on his path once more. "Madame, I thank you," he said in a low voice which had a tremor in it. "For 8 years I have not lived. You have given me back to life." She had the supreme tact, the supreme self-control to dismiss him as though she had had no other purpose in her action than to do simply what was natural and kind in obedience to a dead sinner's trust. "I am very glad," she said simply, with that perfect intuition which had so often served her purpose so well. "And now, go. I am sure you must wish to be alone. I am very, very glad to have been of use to you, and glad that the poor old man did make some true atonement at the last." Profoundly touched, Vanderlyn kissed her hands. "I will return tomorrow at this hour. You must tell me your embarrassments and employ my resources as you will. Command my friendship as long as my life lasts." He hesitated a moment, then added with an infinite tenderness of tone, "I am sure you will also command that of Olga." Left alone as the door closed on him, she buried her face on the sofa cushions and cried and laughed hysterically, for the strain on her nerves had been very great. Then she threw her tear-wet handkerchief into the air and played ball with it. What fools men were! Oh, what fools! Taking their passions and affections so seriously and tragically, and letting a love and its loss spoil all the gains of the world to them. Then pride in her own genius and success danced like a band of elves before her eyes. Sarah Bernhardt herself could not have played that part with more exquisite art. She touched the electric bell, bade them telephone for a coupe and a box at the Gymnase, and then had herself put in visiting trim, and when the coupe pulled up by the peristyle, went out to see some friends of Faubourg Saint-Germain, whose day for afternoon reception it happened to be. In the circles of the old aristocracy she was sure not to meet the Republican minister Gallois. She did not wish to see him. She felt as if he would read in her eyes that she had triumphed in her interview with Vanderlyn. She was a little ashamed of what she had done, not much, for success and shame are not sisters, but a little. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 44. 2 days later, Olga Zulinar was seated by her fireside in the home of her choice in the Swabian Alb, where the March day had none of the sunlight and fragrance of Monte Carlo. Snow was still deep in the passes of the hills, and blocks of ice were breaking up on all the rivers. The great oak and pine woods were black against the heavy storm clouds, and enclosed the landscape on all sides save one, where they were cleft abruptly by a narrow gorge, which alone gave access to the world beyond. The news of her father's end at Monte Carlo had intensified the melancholy of her thoughts. She had always hoped, whilst he lived, that some revelation, some atonement might come from him. He was dead, and death carries with it its own depression, its own hopelessness. Death in her father's case seemed to her intensified in horror, because it was the end of a base, valueless, miserable life. It filled her with the same sort of despair which Hurst Manceau had felt on hearing that Cocky was dying at Staghurst. Nothing could be undone, nothing could be atoned for, nothing could be explained. He was dead in a gambling place and had left no message for her. The German consul had telegraphed to her that there had been no papers found anywhere except the official declarations of his birth and rank. She had never expected anything, and yet now that he was dead, in unforgiving and unconfessing silence, she felt as if some added hopelessness settled down on her. She was still young in years. She had the kind of beauty which never wholly passes away. She had wealth, and she could have found many who would have willingly aided her to forget and make her life anew. But she had no wish to do so. She was proud, and she would not have returned to the world on sufferance, to be pointed out and whispered about. She preferred the sombre medieval loneliness of her Swabian solitude, where the household honored and the peasantry loved her. To them she was the Countess Olga Zulinar, whom they had served and cherished and admired ever since she had been a young child riding through the forests and climbing up the Brize. For them she was the daughter of their dear and revered lady. Of Prince Chris they had known little. Their affection and respect were feudal, and if any stranger had said an injurious word of her in the woods round Schloss Linar, he would have found a deep and sure grave in the rushing waters of their mountain streams. Here, if she did not find peace, she found what most resembled it: security, repose, and uninterrupted thought. The death of her father rudely disturbed that calmness, because it awakened the passion and sorrows of the past as a single rifle shot would wake all the sleeping echoes of the hills and woods. She sat beside the hearth, a boarhound stretched out in the warmth at her feet, the dull gray day seeming evening as its light came through the panes of the deep mullioned windows. Where she sat was the old Rittersaal of the castle, with the armor, the shields, and the banners of 100 forgotten battles ranged down the oaken walls. She had touched nothing. She had left it all as her grandfather had found and left it. It was gloomy, but she liked the gloom. It hurt her less than light and movement and modern luxuries, which were in such cruelly ironical mockery of her own sorrow. As she sat thus, her long cloth fur-bordered skirts falling about her feet, and the firelight shining on her face, the dog sprang up with a loud rolling bark and rushed from the hall. She heard wheels on the rarely used and lonely drive, which passed under the trees to the chief entrance on the other side of the house. Who could it be? No one ever came there except some man of business. No doubt it was some consul or some lawyer come to speak of Prince Christoph's funeral and be paid for it. But she heard a voice say in the outer hall beyond, in speaking to the dog, "What, Oscar, good Oscar, have you not forgotten?" The sound of the voice made her heart stand still. It was 8 long years since she had heard it. Was she sane? Was she in her senses? Did she only dream, awake as she had so often dreamed in sleep, all vainly? She stood in the center of the great dark hall and saw, as through a mist, a person enter. She saw him put back the servants with a gesture. She saw him turn and close the door and remain motionless, the dog leaping upon him. But she saw it all as in a cloud, as though many, many miles away, and she felt that it was only a vision which would fade and pass, like so many other visions of her lonely nights. He who had entered hesitated still some moments, then he grew nearer. "Olga," he said timidly, "Olga, can you forgive?" She fell forward insensible into his outstretched arms. She had dreamed vainly of reunion for so long, and at last the dream had come true. End of chapter 44. Read by Christine Rottger, February 3rd, 2024, Westford, Massachusetts.
Chapter 45 of The Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Massarenes by Ouida. Chapter 45. "I'll marry you, Woofy," said Mouse. 3 days later, as she walked along a secluded alley of the casino gardens, whilst the sun sparkled on marble balustrades and glossy orange leaves. "No, pray, spare me those ecstasies, and for goodness' sake, don't use German endearments. It sets my nerves on edge. Listen, there's a condition. Perhaps you'll set your back up at it, and if you do, I shall marry somebody else. Il n'y a que l'embarras du choix." She only cared for Wolfram's consent because he was the only one amongst her adorers who could be brought with decent reason to accept Vandelin's money. The only one also who combined the poverty which could be bought with the high rank which would conceal the sale. Besides, he was, as she said, a very pretty boy, with a Cupidon's face and a grenadier's frame, and she thought that he would make a bon ménage, i.e., do exactly as he was told to do. She knew society too well not to know that an English duchess is a really much greater person than a German serenissime, but she was tired of being Duchess of Otterbourne, on 2d halfpenny a year, and being under tutelage and coercion, and there were 1 or 2 royal princesses, whom she especially detested, to whom it would be amusing to be cousin by marriage. She could scratch them so deftly with the softest of velvet paws. On the whole, she thought, it was the best thing to do. So she spoke coldly and rudely to the young prince as he walked beside her. It was the way she managed her men, and it had always succeeded, except once. "Every wish of yours is law," said Prince Wolfram, radiant and submissive, for he was extremely in love, and had never seen any way of inducing his siren to accept his sword and his title, which were all he possessed in the world. She had always told him that he was a nice-looking boy and wore a pretty uniform, and might follow her about and carry her wraps, but was good for nothing more serious. "Let us walk a little quicker, and don't keep kissing my hand. It is ridiculous," she said, with some acerbity. "For when you are going to marry a man, it is always best not to be too civil to him. Now listen here. Your great-uncle Chris is dead. I was with him when he died. I persuaded him to do an act of very tardy justice to his daughter. I knew the whole story long ago, and that was why I went to see him. I wanted to try and persuade him to undo the harm he had done." The young man was silent. He was surprised, and could not grasp her meaning, for he knew that it must be something other than what her mere words expressed. "You never knew Olga, did you?" he said, rather stupidly. "No," said Mouse, keeping both hands in her muff. "I never knew her, but I have always pitied her profoundly, and I knew her wicked old father could set things right if he chose. For once he almost confessed as much to me, but all this does not matter to you. It is an old story, and they are now going to live happy ever afterwards, like people in a fairy tale. That is their idea of felicity. It wouldn't be mine. If you were to believe it, that man has never cared about anybody else. It seems impossible, but it is so. I suppose men of business are not like other people." "I don't understand," said the young prince humbly and in great perplexity. "Who are going to live happily ever after? Who are you speaking of? Please tell me more." "Nobody wants you to understand. You are to listen," said Mouse, with her brilliant eyes flashing on him above her sable collar. "I tell you, I was with your great-uncle when he died, and he gave me his confession to take to Adrian Vandelin and the proof of the false witness which he had bribed people to bear against his daughter, because he was so angry that she did so little to get her husband's money for him. When you think of it, that was natural enough, for one don't give one's daughter into the bourgeoisie without expecting to be paid for it. He played Iago's part, you know, and Vandelin was jealous, and your cousin Olga was too proud to clear herself, and so they were made very miserable and separated. Well, this is what he did, and what he confessed, and if I had not been there he would have had the papers burned. He was a bad, vindictive old man to the last. This she said with great sincerity and emphasis, for she saw in memory the glare of those steel-blue eyes in the yellow-drawn face. "But why should you have been the intermediary?" asked the young man, bewildered. "Why did not poor old Chris send to my Uncle Ernst, his nephew, you know, who has always remained a devoted friend of Olga's?" "I don't know why he didn't. I know he did not," she replied irritably, for she was not disposed to submit to cross-examination, and she had by this time come to believe in her narrative as actual fact. "I was there, and he was mortally ill. I doubt if anyone else would have had patience to unravel his confused confessions." "Well," said the young prince anxiously. "While I have done Vandelin an enormous service," she continued. "That is to say, with his peculiar ideas of fidelity, he thinks it enormous. He is the one man, one vote theory, don't you know? One life, one love, that sort of thing. One has read of it. Great bosh, but still. No, pray, don't go on like that, or you will bore me to extinction. Listen, you and I can't marry as we are. We are as poor as church mice. My people won't, and your people can't do anything for us. But Vandelin will." "Vandelin?" exclaimed Woofy. He was dismayed and horrified. He was a young man of easy principles, but there are some scruples which women dance over like a stool at a cotillon, and which men jib at violently, as their hunters do at brick walls. "If your pater ordered you to marry a royal schoolgirl, you'd take her dower fast enough," she continued. "And yet what disgraceful sources it would come from. Opium taxes, and gin palace taxes, and dog taxes, and poor men's sixpences and shillings, and nail-makers' and glass-workers' pennies. The real coinage, as one may say, out of vice and misery and want." "You can't be a Republican, a Socialist," cried Prince Woofer in horror. "I don't know whether I am or not. I dare say I may be. Anybody would be, to see a little German princeling, with 2 halfpenny a year, and whose granduncle has just died without money to pay his doctor's bill, giving himself airs as if he was somebody." "How dreadfully unkind you are," murmured the young man. "If you don't like home truths, you can go and amuse yourself any way you like," she replied, in a severe tone, her hands folded inside her muff, and her coldest and most resolute expression on her face. His heart sank into his boots. He walked on beside her, crestfallen and conquered. "I was quite frank with Cocky beforehand, and I am quite frank with you. It is much the best way. There are no disappointments and no recriminations." Prince Wolfram did not reply. He did not care to fill the role which had suited Cocky so admirably, and he was, moreover, blindly in love with her. Men in love do not like to be mere lay figures, but he was weak by disposition, and both his poverty and passion made him weaker still. "Vandelin will do whatever I wish," said Mouse sharply, with an accent of inflexible authority. "He's made of millions, as Boo says, and he is immensely grateful to me. He wants to give me half his fortune, but of course he can't give it to me. So I told him that I was going to marry you, and that he might give it to you, quite secretly, you understand, and you will always consider that it is mine. That must be very distinctly understood." The young man was silent. He was, indeed, overwhelmed with astonishment and confusion. It seemed odd to hear that another man had been told of her intention to marry him before he himself had been informed of his future happiness. Moreover, there was something about the projected arrangement which struck jarringly, on his not very sensitive conscience, and appalled him, and his proposed benefactor had divorced a woman of his race. He stammered some German phrases, embarrassed and apprehensive of her displeasure, for he was afraid of her, keenly and childishly afraid. "Don't use that ridiculous language," said Mouse, with a boundless scorn for the mother tongue of Goethe and of Kant. "Have you understood all I have been saying? If you accept what Vanderlyn will do for us, and he will do a great deal, I will marry you. If you won't, I shall never see you any more. Pray make no mistake about that." "But if you love me—" "I never said I loved you. I don't love people. I like you in a way, and I will marry you on certain conditions, but I will not marry you, my good Woofy, to live on an empty title and the pay of a German lieutenant of cuirassiers. Not if I know it. I won't even enter Germany, except for the month at Homburg when everybody's there. Thanks, I have seen your father's court, once in the Duchy of Karstein-Lowenthal, and very often in the Duchy of Gerolstein." She laughed cruelly, not relaxing her quick, elastic step over the smooth gravel between the palms and the orange trees. She intended to marry him, and she had no doubt whatever about the result of the conversation. Men were like horses. Ride them with a firm hand, and you could put them at any timber you chose. Prince Wolfram's face flushed painfully. The jeer at his father's court hurt him. As far as he could feel offence with her, he felt it then, and her clear, unkind laughter rippled on the wintry air. "You are very rough on me," he said humbly in English. "I am poor. We are poor, I know that. But honourable poverty." Mouse turned her face to him, withering scorn flashing from her sapphire eyes upon him. "Honourable poverty has just died in the person of Prince Christoph of Karstein-Lowenthal, and he had not a penny to pay his laundress, and his lodging, and his doctor, and his grave. Adrian Vanderlyn paid for all of them." She said it cruelly, triumphantly, with her silvery laugh sounding shriller than usual. The young man grew redder still, with anger and shame commingled. His eyes were downcast. He had no reply ready, and he walked beside her down the lonely alley. She saw that she had wounded and offended him. "Come, Wolfie, be reasonable," she said in another tone. "You know well enough that I shall no more marry you to remain penniless than I shall marry one of the croupiers at the casino. If you are going to ally yourself with a royal princess, you would see nothing degrading in living on her allowance, allotted to her by what is called the state, that is taken out of the taxes paid by the public on their sugar and tea and cheese and clothing. And yet, when you come to analyse it, that's not very creditable. It is much more creditable to take what an immensely rich financier never will miss, and offers de bon cœur to acquit himself of a debt of gratitude. And since you are so fond of your family, he is your cousin by marriage. At least he was, and he will again, for he means to remarry his lost angel. My dear Woofy, pray don't mind my saying so, but German princes are living on their wives' dowers all over the world, by the 100. It is their métier." He still did not answer. He looked on the ground as he walked. There was sufficient truth in what she said for his national and family pride to wince under it. He knew that if he looked at her, he should consent to this abominable, indefensible, unworthy act to which she tempted him. He kept his eyes on the ground. The colour burned hotly in his cheeks. She was silent too a few moments. Then she stopped short in her walk, forcing him to stop also, and faced him, her hands in her muff, and her face very resolute and insolent, with a contemptuous smile on her lips. "My dear Woofy," she said with sovereign contempt, "you can't suppose that I was going to marry you for yourself, do you?" The young man coloured, much mortified. He had supposed so. "You are a very pretty boy, but one doesn't marry for good looks," she said in the same tone. "One marries for bread and butter. Neither you nor I have got it, but together we can get it." But, stammered Prince Wolfram. He knew that he was being tempted to what was disgraceful, to what, judged by any court of honour, would brand him as unworthy to wear his sword. "Can you really think, my dear boy," she said, with a cruel, slighting little laugh, "that I shall marry you for the mere sake of going, as the wife of the 6th son of a 600th time removed cousin of the Emperor, in the Défier Cour at Berlin? I can assure you that such a prospect would not attract me for a moment. I have no desire to figure in the Saal once in 10 years, and to make jam and knit stockings like a true German Fürstin all the rest of my life. Küche, Kirche, Kinder was not said by your imperial relative of me. If you accept my conditions, I will become your wife. But if you do not, there are many others who will. I like you very much, Woofy, but I can live extremely well without you, my dear boy." He strove to keep his eyes away from her face. He looked at the trees, at the clouds, at the sea, then at the ground again. He knew that he was being led to his own undoing, to his disgrace in his own eyes, to the abandonment of self-respect and independence and manhood. He knew that he would become Vanderlyn's pensioner and her slave, that he would fall in his own sight to a lower place than was held by one of the croupiers, raking in gold at the tables yonder. He tried to keep his eyes from her face. He had had a pious mother. He prayed for strength. "Look at me, Woofy," she said imperiously. The delicate scent of the perfumed muff was wafted to his nostrils, like a puff of incense from the altars of the Venusberg. He lifted his eyes and saw hers with their challenge, their mockery, their malice, their command. He was lost. A few minutes later, Boo, who'd been playing near, ran down the alley at a headlong pace toward them and lifted her rosebud mouth to be kissed. "You are going to be my new pappy, Woofy," she said, in her sweetest and most innocent manner. "I've had 2, but they're both dead, and I shall like you the best of the 3 because you're so pretty, Woofy." And she sprang up into his arms and laughed and beat him about the eyes with a bunch of violets, and so dazzled and blinded him that he had no time to ask himself who had been the 2 of whom she spoke. Jack had a letter a month later which astonished and annoyed him. He read it sitting in a favourite nook in one of the embrasures of the hall windows at Falden, with dogs between his knees, at his feet, under his arms, behind his back. Young, frolicsome, foolish dogs, big and little, who were the object of Ossian's deepest scorn. The letter was from Boo, and dated from a fashionable hotel in the Rue Castiglione. "Mammy says you're to come over," the note began abruptly. "She's writing to your guardians. She is going to marry Woofy. Woofy is nicer than anybody as was before. He has such a beautiful white coat. It is all chains and orders and swords that clatter. That is when he puts 'em on. When they're off, he don't look more nor any other man. But she means to make him give up soldiering. She says you are to come over. You won't carry her train, 'cause people as are widders don't have trains when they marry, and besides you're too old. But that don't matter. I shall have a beautiful frock, and Woofy has gived me a turquoise belt. Don't fret about your dress. They'll dress you here. It's on the 3rd. Mammy sends you 100,000 kisses. Me too. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen." For Boo, a true daughter of her time, could write correctly all languages except her own. The letter was painful to its recipient. He sat looking gloomily out at the glades of the park, where wild winds from St. George's Channel were swaying the great trees and driving the Falden River into scurrying clouds of brown foam. "I'll take it to him," he thought. He'd learned to know that his Uncle Ronnie was a rock of refuge. He got up as well as he could for being embraced by all his dogs at once, and knocked down by a Newfoundland twice in excess of adoration. He found Hurstmansow at the other end of the house, engaged in reading his own correspondence of the morning. "If you please, is this true?" "Is what true?" "That my mother is to marry." He held out his sister's letter. "I don't know if it means that. If it don't mean that, I can't tell what it means," he added despondently. Your mother marries, yes, said Hesmonceau, taking the note. And this letter says you are to go to Paris. Do you wish to go? Jack's fair face grew almost stern. I will never go to her, he said, with more decision than could have been expected from his years. Make no rash vows, my boy, said Ronald. But as regards your appearance at this marriage, it is not necessary. I think you are right not to go. I would not go if they dragged me with ropes through the sea from Dublin Bay to Calais, said Jack. And up the Seine, he added, with a geographical afterthought. She killed him, and she has forgotten him, thought her son, as he went out with his dogs into the bare March avenues of the park. Jack did not forget. So it came to pass that at the brilliant wedding celebrated at the English and German embassies, and attended by many great persons of royal and noble families, there was not present either the eldest brother or the eldest son of the lady who became HSH, Princess Wolfram of Carstein-Lowenthal. End of chapter 45.
Section 46 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Massarenes by Kida. Section 46. In the following autumn, Margaret Massarene caught cold. It was a slight ailment at first, and if she had been the woman she had been in North Dakota, she would have soon thrown off the chill. But she had experienced in her own person the perils for which she had once said her William was menaced. Her love of the good things of the table had affected her liver and her digestive organs. She had never stinted herself, as she had expressed it. Indeed, she had overeaten herself continually, ever since that first wondrous day when her man had said to her, "The pile's made, old woman, and we'll go home and spend it." All the guinea fowls and pheasants and oysters and turtle and anchovies and capons and grouse and prawns and whitebait, which had been immolated on the altar of her appetite, had their posthumous vengeance. Richmond, who had loathed her, had helped her with exquisite inventions to hasten her undoing. She was naturally very strong and of good constitution, but the incessant eating which prevails in England, and which kills 9/10 of its gentle people, had been too much for her. Annual visits to German baths, to Carlsbad, and to Vichy had warded off the evil, but could not wholly avert it. When she got cold, the overtasked liver and the failing gastric juices struck work. The lungs were already feeble, and before a month was over, after she had felt a chill as she came from church, she was declared by her attendant physicians to be beyond their aid. She had always been a meek and patient woman, accepting whatever came to her, the bitter with the sweet, and she did not rebel now, though the loss of life was hard to her. Just when I was in the straw yard, as it were, comfortable like an old horse, as is past work and has had a good owner. Not as many on 'em has, she murmured. It seemed an unkind disposition of Providence. But there, we don't know what's best for us, she said, with that submissive obedience to the frown of fate which she had shown so long to the scowl of William Massarene. Her daughter was more sad than she. If I had only really loved for once, for 5 minutes, she thought, but she had not. She had never felt a single thrill of those affections of which the world is, or affects to be, so full. She was devotion itself in attendance on her mother, watched by her night and day, and addressed her with exquisite gentleness. But it was a pity, sorrow, compassion, regret, all other kind and tender emotions which moved her, but amongst them there was no love. All the other gods will come if called, but not love in any of his guises. "Don't ye try to feign what you don't feel," said Margaret Massarene. "You've no feigning in you, my dear, and why should you try? You was took away from me when you were a little thing of 5, and you was always kept away to be made a lady of. and that they did. It stood to reason, as when you see me all them years after, you couldn't have no feeling for me. I was not to you but a stranger, as I saw as my way of talk hurt you. Catherine wept, leaning her head down on her mother's broad, pallid hand. Don't ye fret, Kathleen. Why should you fret? Said the sick woman. You have nothing to blame yourself for, toward me at any rate. I did think as 'twas your duty to respect your father more in his life, and to keep his great work together when he was gone. But there! You'd your own way of looking at things, and you're not to be blamed for that. Then her weak voice failed, and she lay looking out through the branches of an acacia tree beyond the window to the silvery line of the sea. I did according to my light, mother, said Catherine in a whisper. I may have been in error. Ay, my dear, said Margaret, that's what all you clever, educated people do. You make a law for yourselves, and then you say you follow it. It might be so. What had seemed the voice of conscience might have been the voice of vanity. She could not tell. Perhaps this poor, simple, vulgar woman had been more in the right than she. Some hours passed. One physician remained in the house. Another came and went. Nothing was to be done. The human machine was worn out. It had been ill-fed too long and then overfed. Its delicate and intricate mechanism rebelled, waxed feeble, gave way altogether. I'd have liked another 10 years of it, she said regretfully. 'Twas a holiday like, the nice easy life, and you won't know, my dear, how hard I worked over there. Then she cried feebly, but sadly, thinking of those wearing and cruel days in Dakota, in burning heat and freezing cold, when she had worked so hard, and of this pleasant lady's life which she had now to leave, which had come too late to do much more than cause her such regret. Catherine's head was bowed down upon the bed. And you had no reward? Oh, yes, my dear, I had my reward. Don't ever go for to say otherwise. I see your father, a great man, and shaken by the land of princes, and honored by everybody, except you. Then her mind wandered a little, and she said many things about her man's renown, and his virtues, and his attainments, and the height to which he had risen. Princes at his own table, she murmured. In his life and his death they honored him. Look at his grave, piled up with flowers. Nothing in the abbey ever grander. Once she raised herself on her elbow and took hold of her daughter's arm. Look, you child, divorce isn't easy got out there, as berries in the fields in summer. A rich man can put away his wife like an old glove, and he never did that, never. I was an eyesore to him, but he kept me by him. And he had dressed me and served like a queen. He was a God-fearing man, was William. All her memory was of him, of the brute who had scarcely ever thrown her a kind word in all the 40 years that she had dwelt beside him. He was a great man, a very great man. Was your father, she repeated. He'd have died a peer, and I dare say a minister too, if that shot hadn't killed him on his threshold. Her mind was little with her living daughter beside her. It was almost entirely with the dead man who, when they had both been young, had stepped out beside her through the green grass of Kilrithy to conquer the world, and had done it. He was a great man, was William, she said as she closed her eyes. She looked at her worn fingers, on which the flesh hung in folds, and turned the plain brass wedding ring feebly round and round, the ring that was now covered by a diamond guard. "'Twas a fine morning as he put it there," she murmured. "The sun was shining and the dew sparkling, and I mind me of a little tit as sat on a wild bit o' sweetbriar against the church door. 'Tis a sweet feeling, Kathleen, when ye gives yourself for a man for good, but ye don't care about them feelin's. You're too high and too cold. Oh, not cold. Oh, mother. No, not cold." "Well, you're something as comes to the same thing," said Margaret wearily, and lay still. The light of the intellect must always seem cold as Arctic light to those who only know the mellow warmth of the sunshine of the heart. Her daughter remained leaning against the bed upon her knees. She felt as if so much atonement were due from her, and yet, perhaps she should have remembered more the excuse which lay in society for the faults of her father. Society says to the successful man, "You have done well and wisely. You have thought of yourself alone from your cradle." Society offers the premium of its flattery and its rewards to the man who succeeds, without regard to the means he has employed. Provided he avoids scandals which become public, there would be obvious impertinence in any investigation into his methods. Society is only occupied with the results. When he succeeds, his qualities become virtues. As when a vine bears fruit, the chemicals which it has absorbed during its culture become grapes. Public subscriptions will become accredited to him as divine charities. If he write his name down for a large sum at a banquet, at which a royal duke or a lord manor presides, to enrich a hospital or endow an asylum, he need fear no demands as to know. He has gained his vast capital. The man who succeeds knows that his sins will be ignored because he has acquired greatly, as hers were forgiven to Mary Magdalene, because she had loved greatly. Can we blame a man because his morality is not higher than that of the world in general? Get money honestly, if you can, but get money, says society. And when he has got it, if it has been got in quantities sufficiently large, sovereigns and princes will visit him and require nothing more from him than the fact and proof of its possession. Her father had not created the worship of the golden calf. He had only availed himself of it. He had only set up the animal in his own kill yard and opened his gates. Great qualities he had undoubtedly possessed, if they were not lovable or altruistic, or such as pleased the strict moralist or the poetic philanthropist. They were such as are alone appreciated in any age which would send the Nazarene to a treadmill and the Stagyrite for Maison Centrale, if they were living now. Had she done wrong not to value them more? No, she could not think so. He was a great man, my dear, and he had a right to do as he liked with his own. Her mother murmured again, faithful to the last, like a dog, to the hand which, though it had struck her many a brutal blow, had been her master's. He was a great man, was William, she said again, and then her mind wandered away to the green, wet pastures of Kilworthy, and she thought she was a dairy girl again, with bare feet and kilted skirt, and she called the cows to the milking. "Come, my pretties, come, Blossom and Belle and Buttercup, come, 'tis time." Then her hands moved feebly as though they pulled the udders, and she smiled a little, and would have laughed, but she had no strength. "I'm home again," she murmured, and then life left her. End of section 46.
Section 47 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, Westford, Massachusetts, March 4th, 2023. The Massarenes by Ouida. 47. It was a gusty, wild, and cloudy morning at Faldon some days later, and Hurst-Manceau sat in his library reading a communication which he had received from the head of the government. The epistle, which was written by the Premier himself, offered him the governorship of a very important colony. The letter was extremely complimentary, and there was no possible reason to doubt its sincerity. It urged upon him the sacrifice of his independence to the welfare of his country, and hinted that as years passed on, it became time to abandon certain eccentricities of opinion and habits of isolation. Hurst-Manceau read it with the attention which the position of its writer demanded, but he did not waste many minutes in its consideration. It was not the first time that such offers had been pressed on him. The independence of his character was so well known, and his principles so much respected by all men, that his accession to the governing ranks would have been an increase of strength to those who were in office. But they had never been able to tempt him to forsake private life for public life. He now wrote a very courteous but most decided refusal, expressing his sense of the compliment paid to him, sealed it with his signet ring, and sat still a while at his writing table thinking. "I have never yet been in the scramble for the loaves and fishes," he said to himself, "and I shall not begin now. He will find men enough to spare who have outrun the constable, or who want handles to their names, and who will be delighted to go to the netherworld and play at pseudo-sovereignty. Falden and my other poor places are kingdoms enough for me, small ones though they be, and Jack's active mind is colony enough to cultivate. Whatever else Jack might be, he was half a Corsi, and must be brought up to be a man and a gentleman. At that moment Jack came in, followed by his dogs of all sizes, on whom Ossian, lying in a reading chair, opened a contemptuous eye. Jack had permission to run free of the library as he liked. He had now a morning paper in his hand, which he held out to his uncle. "Mr. Eden wishes me to ask you, please, if this is true," he said, pointing to a paragraph marked by his tutor. Hurstmanso glanced at it. It announced his acceptance of the Australian governorship. His brows contracted in displeasure. "Nothing could be less true," he answered. "It is true that the appointment has been offered to me, but tell Eden I decline it. Leave the paper here, dear. I will send a contradiction." Jack went out by one of the windows, opening on a terrace as he had entered, his canine courtiers leaping about him, and Hurstmanso took up the journal to see the date of the paragraph. It was a journal of fashion and politics. The statement which concerned him was in a column containing other items of news. The name in one of these caught his eye. He read that the wife of William Masserene was dead at her villa in Bournemouth. When Catherine Masserene closed her mother's eyes, she felt both regret and remorse. Why had she not had the patience and penetration enough to do justice to the unrecognized loyalty and affection in that existence of which he had only seen the envelope of flesh, only despised the narrowness and ignorance? She knew that she had never loved her mother. She felt that she must have often, very often, caused her pain and humiliation. She had persistently gazed at her mother's foolishness and commonness. She had never tried to be just to her better qualities. Fine temperaments are always cruelly open to such self-reproach. She never ceased to blame her own heartlessness, and when she followed her only relative to the grave, she said to herself, with exaggerated self-censure, that she had rolled more than one stone to her mother's cairn. She had indeed been indulgent, submissive, kind, beyond that which many would have thought incumbent upon her. But she forgot that she had been so. She only remembered her own lack of feeling, her own intolerance and antagonism, her own contemptuous isolation, all which had seemed as cold as Greenland ice to the poor dead woman. As regarded her own future, she had made no plans. She would have liked to take charge of the children's orphanage which she had founded in her mother's name in County Down, but she thought to do so would look as if she had been making a refuge for herself in creating the institution. She wished to gain her own living, without favor, simply by means of her head or her hands. She inclined towards music. She was enough of an artist to make her mark in it. But the publicity necessitated would, she knew, be very distasteful to her. For the moment she decided nothing, but when she had buried her mother in the crypt of Vale Royal, according to her last request, she returned to the house at Bournemouth to pass there the few months during which it was still her own. The Wroxhalls had entreated her to remain with them, but she felt an imperative longing for solitude. "You are much too young to live alone," said Wroxhall to her. "I feel 100 years old," she answered. A great weight of what seemed to her unending regret lay like lead on her life. She was the more unhappy because happiness had been offered to her, and she had been obliged to refuse it, or had thought herself to be so obliged. It would have been happiness, great and wondrous happiness, but she tried not to think of it, lest the memory of what might have been should entirely unnerve her for the combat of her life to come. For one thing she was thankful. People had by this time quite ceased to talk about her. Only a few old friends like the Framelinghams and Lady Mary Altringham wrote to her. Nothing is easier than to drop out of people's recollection if you wish it, nor is it difficult if you don't. She was a great deal on the sea and by the sea, and passed much of her time when on shore in the pine wood which belonged to the grounds. It was sheltered, and no one ever intruded there, and to Argus it was a sylvan paradise. A day or two after her mother's funeral, she was seated on the same bench where Framelingham and Hurstmanceau had found her in an earlier time. She was reading a letter from one of the poor people whom she had raised from grinding misery in the States. It was a true and tender letter, none the less welcome because ill-writ and ill-spelt. Sometimes these rude letters have more eloquence in them than lies in Bossuet or John Newham. She read it twice, being touched by it, then laid it down on the bench and looked out seaward. It was a November day, but still and bright. In the west, beyond the heaving expanse of gray water, the sun was going in rosy mists to his setting. The outline of a great liner was black against the horizon. Midway in the channel there were some fishing boats, trawlers, who had put up lights betimes at their mastheads. Her face looked very colorless as she sat there. The deep, dull black of her dress made her skin look like snow itself, and her ungloved hands, as they rested on her lap, might have been the sculptured hands carved on the marble breast of some recumbent figure in a crypt. I have often wished to be alone and free, she thought. I have my wish. And like most wishes in their fulfillment, this wish of hers was not very sweet. "May I speak to you?" The man's voice, which thrilled through the innermost nerves of her being. Instinctively she rose. Hurstmanceau was standing as he had stood 6 months before. He had his face to the sunset. Its light shone in his blue eyes. He uncovered his head. He did not touch her hand. "I have come from Felden to see you," he said. "I read of your mother's death." She was silent. She had no idea what to say in answer. "Did she suffer?" "No, happily, not much." "You buried her at Vale Royal?" "Yes, your cousin Wroxall gave permission." "Of course." Then silence ensued between them. The dogs stood looking from one to another. The sun sank down beyond the ridge of the far sea. "I came to speak to you," said Hurstmanceau with an effort. "I left you in anger and offense, and you had answered me, I think, in too great haste." "Oh, no." "Pardon me. Hear me to the end. I have thought of little else since we parted. I have not left Felden. I have seen scarcely anyone except my little nephew and his tutor. I have had full time for reflection. Well, what I came to say to you is this. Between you and me there ought not to come, there ought not to exist, any unworthy misunderstandings born of doubt or temper or suspicion. Such are unworthy of us both." "There was no misunderstanding." "I think there was. You chose to conceive that I desired what I should regret if I obtained it, and I was much too in haste and in anger to prove to you your error. One does not persuade angels to bless one's life unless one wrestles with them. I took you by surprise. Perhaps I spoke like a coxcomb in too great security. I should have remembered that all you have ever seen in me had been intolerable rudeness. I should have sued you more humbly." "Oh, how can you say such things?" "I say the truth. I was too rough, too rash, too confident. I want you to forget that, to only remember that in all I said I was entirely sincere, and that in all you objected in answer you were entirely wrong, absolutely and utterly mistaken. I once more offer you my name, my heart, my life. No man could do more. I earnestly entreat you not to let the world's conventionalities or your own imaginations part us." She was profoundly moved by the words. She could not doubt their truth or their loyalty. Incredible as it seemed to her, it was clear that the sentiment which had brought him hither twice was one both deep and lasting. But she could not and would not allow herself to be persuaded to his hurt. What did my poor mother say on her deathbed? They sent me away from her to be made a lady of. Lord Hurstmanso, your wife must be one born, not made. He was silent. He was the most truthful of men, and he believed intensely in race. Listen to me, he said at last. I should be false to the tenets of my life if I denied the influence of race. But there are exceptions to all laws. There are beggars whom a Burleigh fitly mates with. That is, I think, for Burleigh himself to judge. She cannot judge because, like all generous persons, if she had the casting vote, she would vote against herself. Let me speak for once, and only for once, of a subject which is to me intolerable pain and shame. My sister, my best beloved sister, who is thoroughbred in every pulse of her blood and every fiber of her being, dropped to the level of a courtesan for sake of money. She was, there can be no doubt of it, your father's mistress. Of details I know nothing, but the fact is beyond doubt. She tried to silence him. Oh, why distress yourself thus? He is dead. She is married again. Those circumstances alter nothing. The fact must have been what I say. You yourself must have learnt or concluded it from his papers. She made no reply. She could not deny what was obvious. Now, said Hurstmanso, and his face was white with pain as he spoke, race did not keep unsoiled in her either our name or her own womanhood. I believe that you would keep both my honor and your own immaculate. If you could care for me, do not let apprehensions and doubts and mistrust divide our lives. I love you. Is love so strange a word to you that you cannot even guess what it wishes and suffers? His eyes rested on hers as he spoke. It seemed as if a blaze of unbearable light inundated her soul. You love me, she said in a hushed voice of great amaze. I love you. What is there so strange in that? I told you so 6 months ago. She threw her arm around a young pine stem near her, and leaning her forehead on its rough bark, burst into tears. Lead me, guide me, take me if you will, she said brokenly. I have trusted to my own wisdom, and perhaps I have always done wrong. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of the Massarenes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Massarenes by Ouida. 48. The Chateau of Les Muettes was lent for the coming winter season to the Prince and Princess Wolfram of Karstein by its owners, who, both naturally generous and made more generous still by happiness and a sense of gratitude, were unceasing and inexhaustible in the wideness of their goodwill. It was always well to oblige persons who are led away by their feelings, thought the recipient of their bounties. Such people do not inquire too minutely or measure too exactly. It is of such as these that is made the succulent oyster, which the wise man or woman opens with his or her knife and sucks the juices thereof. Mouse had fully persuaded herself that she had done an admirable action. She had made two people happy. If their happiness were idiotic, and to her incomprehensible, it was none the less to them what their hearts desired. No one can account for the tastes of others. She really admired herself, and quite succeeded in forgetting whatever there might have been a little questionable or a little disagreeable to explain about her visit to Prince Chris on his deathbed. The documents had all been quite genuine. If she had embroidered a little on the plain facts of how she had obtained them, that mattered to nobody. Neither Vanderlyn nor Olga ever doubted her narrative, and their gratitude toward her found incessant expression. If Prince Wolfram doubted it, he never said so. He had accepted its results, and his lips were sealed. She was standing on the sea-wall of Moet on a bright and balmy morning, looking herself as radiant as the morning, with a great bunch of tea roses at her breast and a gold-headed cane in her hand, when Daddy Gwillian, who was staying at Cannes, came to her from the garden side of the sea terrace. He was looking brimful of news and of amazement. A white cashmere neckerchief was round about his throat. He was wearing a fur coat and a little bunch of freesias at the buttonhole of it. He was visibly agitated. "My dear princess," he said, pressing her hands and quite forgetting that he disliked her. "What you must suffer! How I sympathize! Who could ever have thought it? A man of such sense! Perhaps if you had not left England it would not have happened." "What on earth is the matter, Daddy?" asked Mouse, astonished and curious. "Have you come to bring me bad news?" "You ask me?" cried Daddy in amaze. Then, dropping his voice to a sepulchral moan, he added, "Is it possible that you have not heard of your brother's fatal act?" Over her face a cold and angry shadow passed. "Has he killed himself?" she asked. "I don't think he'd ever do anything half so agreeable to others." Daddy Gwillian drew a long breath. "I'm really grieved to be the bearer of such tidings," he said with a very keenish relish in telling them. "But, Ronnie, stay. You know that the Masarene woman gave all that immense fortune away to the poor?" "Yes," said Mouse impatiently. "I saw all that rubbish in the papers long ago. What has that to do with Hurstman's-Show?" "He has married her!" ejaculated Daddy. Now, when she hasn't got a penny. Oh, Lord!" "What?" she cried in turn, as she rose impetuously and stared at him. "My dear lady, you may as well be incredulous. It does seem impossible that any man in his senses. But he married her yesterday down at Bournemouth." "You foolish old gossip!" she cried with a concentrated fury, which almost stifled her voice. "Can you think of nothing better than to frighten one with such preposterous inventions? My brother would never even look at that creature." "I may be an old gossip, princess," said Daddy with high offense and some dignity, "but I do not consciously say what is not true. Will you do me the honor to read this?" He fumbled beneath his fur coat, the paletot, and his morning coat, and brought out a telegram, which he handed to her. It was dated from Bournemouth, and addressed to Daddy himself. "You often counseled me to marry the daughter of Mr. Masarene. I am happy to inform you that I have done so this morning. The ceremony was private. Alberic Orme officiated." It was signed Hurstman's-Show. She read the lines in a single glance. "You advised him? You advised him to disgrace us like this?" she cried with a furious gesture, crushing the dispatch in her hand, whilst her azure eyes poured their lightning upon him. "I advised him to do so when the young woman was rich. You sent her down to Bedloe's yourself on purpose to bring it about. Perhaps, if you had not shown your hand so openly, he might have done it when it would have been a desirable thing to do. But I am a foolish old gossip, and I will leave you to digest this extremely unpleasant fact. I have the honor to wish you good morning." He took himself off, very huffed, stiff, and alienated. He had repossessed himself of his telegram. Mouse stood still, convulsed with an inward fury, for which there was no possible outward expression. She was stunned. He had done it on purpose, she was convinced, on purpose to outrage her. "Wherever I meet them first," she said between her teeth, If it be at a drawing-room, I will cut them both dead." "What is the matter, Cerisette?" asked one of her woman friends who was staying with her and approached as Daddy withdrew. "You may well ask me. My brother has married the lowest of low women." "How very dreadful for you," said the lady with sympathy. "But are you quite sure? Because when I came away from England last week, they said he was going to marry Miss Masarene, the daughter of your good old friend Billy." Mouse shuddered within herself. She could not hear the name of William Masarene without a spasm of unbearable remembrance, and she felt that her attitude of hostility was difficult to explain. "He has married her, that is just the horror of it," she said between her teeth. "You know what they all were, the lowest of the low. As acquaintances, while they had their money, they were all very well, but as a connection, it is too frightful. I will never speak to her, never, never, not if I meet her at Osborne or Windsor." A servant at that moment brought her telegrams from Carrie Wisbeach and various other members of her family, all repeating the news and reflecting her own views with regard to it. Such a mésalliance! If the money had been there, it would have been a most admirable alliance, a most suitable arrangement, a most excellent choice. But when the money was all gone back to the poor from whom it had been extracted originally, the union was positively monstrous. If he had married a pauper out of the county workhouse, it would have been less insult to them, so they all agreed. There is a kind of cynical frankness about good society, with regard to its love of money, which is perhaps the only candid thing about it. It sticks like a swarm of bees where money is, and it vanishes like locusts before the north wind where it is not. All the family and all the connections of Hurst Manceau viewed his marriage as she viewed it. If he had blown his brains out, they would have been less shocked, for they would have been able to say that he had had an accident with a revolver or a repeating rifle. But it was impossible for them to explain away this act of insanity, and though he would probably live down in the country, as people should do who are ashamed of themselves, still, some time or other, they would have to meet him, and they felt uncomfortably certain that the head of their house would compel from them respect and deference toward his wife. Even those few friends who were sincerely attached to him felt, like Daddy Gwillian, that they could not venture to apologize for a man who had shown such culpable indifference to his own interests and the world's opinion. "What has disturbed you, my heart's dearest?" said Prince Wolfram as he came on to the terrace on his return from a golfing match. He had met Daddy Gwillian a mile from the entrance gate, who had driven past him, merely touching his hat. "What has disturbed you?" he continued. "Did that pleasant old gentleman come to bring you any ill news?" Her answer was to throw the telegrams into his hands. From them he gleaned some idea of what had passed. "Your brother marries? Well, what does that matter?" "What?" she echoed, her eyes shining and flashing with fury. If he had married a woman off the pavement of the Haymarket, he could not have disgraced us more utterly. And for Alberic Orme to countenance such a disgrace, what an infamy! The young man raised his eyebrows and played with the tea-roses of the balustrade. The placidity of his temper opposed itself to the violence of hers like a marble breakwater to the fretting fury of a Venetian lagoon in December. "She will have my eldest son with her to poison his mind against me," she added, tears of genuine rage and grief overflowing her lovely eyes. "Have they not even taken away my only daughter from my guardianship?" The young man was silent. He was not grieved that his friend Boo had been removed to England. "He has married her merely to pass this insult on me," she said with tears which burnt her eyes like fire. "That is scarcely probable, my beloved," said Prince Wolfram gently. "The lady is not noble, it is true, but then you have great license in these matters in Great Britain. Your herald's office is practically a box of puppets." "I cannot see," he repeated, "why you should be thus affected. The lady was much admired in London. She had great musical talent. I remember my cousins—" "Great musical talent!" echoed Mouse bitterly. "Whilst she had her money, of course. They gave her every talent under heaven." She heard in memory the harsh, rude voice of Massarenes saying of her own songs, "She says yours is bad amateur music, my lady." Oh, how she hated the creature, and to think she was now mistress of Felden. Catherine Massarenes, mistress of Felden! It seemed to her an outrage too intolerable to be borne. She had never cared to go to Felden since the time of her marriage to Cocky. She had always railed against it as the dullest, wildest, and most out-of-the-way place on earth. She would have perished of ennui if she had been forced to pass a week there between its ancient woods and its solitary seas. But for all that, it was the cradle of her race, the home of her childhood, the house of her mother. To think of Billy's daughter as reigning there was an utterly unendurable insult. And the bust by Dalu and the portrait by Orchardson were no doubt gone there already, and were impudently taking their place in the gallery where the women of her race were portrayed, and where her own portrait as a child, painted by Millais, hung in the light of the setting sun. "I cannot see what it matters," repeated Prince Wolfram, turning a telescope placed on the balustrade above the tea roses onto a distant passing yacht. He had become a very philosophic young man since his marriage. The quiet common sense of the words fell like mild rain on the raging fires of her fierce indignation. Perhaps he was right, and it did not matter. Perhaps he was more right than he knew, and it was even advantageous. If Catherine Massarenes had not talked before of what she had found in her father's papers, she certainly would not talk now. Shameful as Ronnie's conduct was, he would not allow his wife to expose his sister. It was a frightful mésalliance, but it had its serviceable side. A padlock was on the lips of Billy's daughter. "I will never speak to her if I meet her at Osborne or Windsor," she repeated suddenly. Prince Wolfram looked round from the telescope and the tea roses. "My angel," he said very gently, "that would be to argue yourself unused to royal circles, and it would bring down on you many, many, oh, many questions. You would have me make advances to this beggarted wretch, this scum of the earth." "No, no," said Prince Wolfram soothingly. "I would not suggest to you to make advances. To make advances is to put oneself in the wrong. I would suggest to you to await events, and in the not very probable coincidence which you imagine, I would beg you to remember that a great sovereign's invitation confers a credential which none can dispute." Since he had trampled on his conscience, as he had put away his sword, Wolfie had substituted for them much practical common sense, and in very bland sentences said things which smote edgewise. His wife at times wondered how much he guessed, how far he was blinded, and now and then felt a spasm of fear that this cherub-faced boy, with his artless, meaningless smile, might, in some things, prove her master. It is dangerous to teach a man, and a very young man, to sell his soul. Nature will substitute something else for it, something which you would not like when you learn to know it well. She felt that he had fully determined on two things. One, that he would be well paid, the other that he would not be compromised. So when she went into the house, she tore up the various infuriated telegrams she had written in answer to her correspondence, and wrote instead some prettily worded intimations that, as she had counseled her brother to make this marriage when the lady was rich, she could not blame him for making it now the same lady was poor, and could only hope that the result would be as fortunate as she sincerely desired for them both, though circumstances had arisen which unhappily estranged her from Hurstmanceau. This way of looking at the matter was at once so angelic and so nice and temperate that it suggested an idea which gradually filtered down through her intimate correspondence and permeated society, the impression, vague but general, that William Massarenes' daughter had jockeyed her out of some portion of William Massarenes' fortune. No one could explain how, but everyone thought so. Daddy Gwillian did indeed stoutly declare that the impression was preposterous and untenable, and that if Hurstmanceau had broken all relations with his sister, he had doubtless very sound reasons for doing so. But Daddy was waxing old, and society was getting tired of him. When people live too long, they outstay the welcome of the world. With May, Harraden House was again open. The falconer of Clodion leaned and laughed in silent mirth as the throngs of society passed up the staircase under his gaze. The Massarenes were like Mulbrook, more et en terre, and the Australian wool stapler reigned in their stead, worshipped where they had worshipped, and was guarded by their Lares and Penates. Across the threshold where William Massarene had been carried lifeless, the great world he had loved flocked, as the waterfowl on the ponds of the Green Park flock, with equal avidity to be fed, no matter what hand it may be which scatters the bread. Up that well-known staircase, under the eyes of the nude falconer, there came a beautiful and very fair woman, who had often been up those stairs before. A fair and slim and ever blandly smiling youth was by her side, who had been told, as children are told in the nursery, to shut his eyes and open his mouth, and who had done so. He had been rewarded, for a great many good things had dropped into his mouth. England had become for him what it is for so many of the German princelings, the Canaan overflowing with milk and honey, where he could enjoy himself at other people's expense, and lead the first flight on other people's horses. She looked about her as she passed on through the reception rooms. Nothing was changed, nothing of any importance, and she herself not very much. There were still the same florid Pietro de Cortona high overhead in the effulgence of the electric lamps, still the same too dark and dubious Mantegna hanging over a pyramid of calla lilies and damask roses. There were only no longer in the alcove where they had been enshrined the bust by Dalou and the portrait by Orchardson. They were at Faldon. Insupportable as this idea was to her, the outrage had its silver side. It meant silence, entire, absolute, on the part of her brother's wife. "Billy, you brute! I have been stronger than you," she thought as she passed the place where the gold vase of Leo X still filled the humble office of a samovar. Life had once more become easy and agreeable to her. Death had been discriminating, and fortune, on the whole, not unkind. "The poor Massarenes were such dear good friends of mine, but you have so much more taste than they had," she said to the Australian wool stapler. And he, a big, burly, heavy man, who owned many millions of sheep on many thousands of pastures, and had as much taste as one of his woolly wethers, was flattered, and thrust out his big paunch, and thought to himself, under the sorcery of her smile, why should he not succeed wherever William Massarene has succeeded? Why not, indeed? The end. End of chapter 48. End of The Massarenes by Ouida.